interesting today. Come back with something sweaty for the people, you know. Some things that you gotta notice, you gotta put it out front. That's how I be. People got this weird thought process where they think they can use their feelings to make somebody change their mind. It's crazy. Let me get this thing. See something real quick. I'm gonna turn this thing down real quick. Eleven of your friends are live. Invite them. What? I forgot to turn this down. Alright, we good. I meant to do this other. Let me see. Alright, man. As y'all come in, man, hit them likes and share, man. Got an interesting topic today, man. Let's see. Hold up. Change this. What you call it? I gotta. Let's see. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to turn to my backup real quick. You gotta do it yourself sometimes, you know. You already know when I come back, I come with some sweaty stuff all the time. Hey, hello. You know I gotta come back with some sweaty stuff, man. But it's just something hold up. Something I noticed, man. Yep, I caught it. You thought you was gonna catch me slipping. I'm doing like my man's. My man's in the background. You thought. But what's the deal? I see you blazing in here. I see Rashida in the building. Patty, you know, how you feeling? How y'all feeling, man? We know this about to be I know it's gonna get somewhere on this one, man. I know it's gonna ruffle some feathers, but hey, it is what it is. I'm just be tired of this situations, man. They be thinking that, because you don't believe them, it's a crime. That's crazy. Why don't you believe me? You're supposed to believe me. Let me find 60. 60. When we bring her in here, we gotta talk about forgiveness. Man, Patty, what you been up to?
No, nothing much. Working, being light skinned, all that fun stuff.
Right. Oh, well, spin my stuff. Come on, man. I got too much electrics in front of me, man.
Listen, I had to find
Electricity
another
stuff
way
in
to
front
get
of
you.
me.
But I tried to catch you sleeping with the heart, and you caught it. I was like, nah, I'm gonna come
No,
back around.
no.
I'm gonna spin the
He here
block.
for a reason. He told me, like, hey, she in here. I'm like, all right. My man's let me know.
Snitching,
Man.
tragic.
Oh, I got a bunch
Honestly,
of stuff for
everyone,
y'all the rest of this week, man. I got a lot of stuff.
Allah, everyone has the right to believe you or not. This is absolutely facts. What I don't understand is if you don't want people to push against what you might be saying. Like if I come on here and I was like, yeah, Kev, you know, sometimes I steal cats. I don't know why. I just steal cats sometimes. And you're like, no, you don't. And I'm like, yes, I do. Sometimes I like to steal them and sell them to the Chinese restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my personal business. But if I said, hey, Kev, when I was 13, I had 12 kids. If I came and I'm telling you my personal business, right?
Right.
And you choose not to believe me, isn't it my fault for telling you my personal business?
Right. But guess what? That's called victim blaming and shaming from that point.
Like, listen, I know I'll be all the way real.
Boy,
I've
good
never
look.
met so many victims until I got on TikTok. And I'm sorry, but it's not even just people on TikTok. I don't believe people anyway. So all these
Facts.
people get on TikTok and be like, oh my God, when I was 12, my uncle touched me right here. And my mom did that to her brother. Like, bro, like, I'm sorry if I don't believe you because I just left two different lives and four people were saying the same damn thing. Nobody
Same
called
thing.
Olivia.
Right.
Why y'all ain't called Olivia? Y'all been holding on. Y'all 47 years old. Y'all still holding on to when Uncle Timmy touched you when you were two? Like, I don't understand. I don't believe. No. Most victims aren't on here telling people what happened to them. I don't know. Just me, but okay.
My thing is right. That's crazy. Cause like how we got supposed to believe everybody that's come out with stuff out their mouth, and then you all of a sudden you the dibber, the dibber. Soon as you don't believe it, why you can't tell me? You know what I'm saying? They get mad, but that like that. I mean, I can come up with anything off my mouth, and you gonna believe me too. I could play that same exact role, but that junk, man,
I
people.
own seven companies. I got an 8 bedroom house. I own land. I got four Jaguars. And you could be like, yo, okay, well, I don't believe you. What you mean you don't believe me? You want to see a picture? Yes. Show me where you live. Make sure you get the address and street. And then when something like home, I'm sorry, Kev.
She gonna
Maybe
show you with the watermark from Google still at the
yeah, like home. What? You want to see my bank statement? Actually, I do. Can you show us the bank account information too?
Spidey must
Seeing
have
how you
did.
just want to show people shit. Like, I don't know, Kev. I don't. I don't. People be caring too much. It's like, okay, say what you want to say. People gonna believe you, or they not gonna believe you. Act like you walk around real life and people just believe everything. That's wild. Everybody on TikTok a millionaire. Everybody a therapist. Everybody best parent of the year, best man or woman of the year, best hoe of the year. Like it's wild, bro.
What the?
Everybody's a victim. No, for real. Nobody mom loved them. Everybody dad was like, damn, son. Like, I'm
Bro,
sorry,
don't know
Kev.
who to
I'm
believe.
sorry.
Like, how would that be our fault if we don't know who to believe if everybody's saying the exact same thing? Especially when it comes to
Everybody
accountability, they want
against
to come
him.
with the sobbest story ever.
Man, what? Kev, as soon as you mention accountability, they want to come with the. You can hear the violins in the background too, just playing softly. It's ridiculous. Like, what? Like, we need to catch these people because if it's
I'm
happened,
glad I
they
made
doing
you a
it to
mod
all.
because I know you're going to have to block some people today.
I know, damn it.
Hey,
Make
I
y'all work
hey,
know.
could
hard
you
too
give me
for
an
this.
example?
What's the deal, Charles?
Could you give me an example of victim blaming?
That's for any, like, if you find yourself, like, if I get my car fixed, I mean, my car stolen or something like that, and I felt like, no, if somebody got their car stolen, right, in a club or something, and I'd be like, well, you knew that club was, it was a high risk that they were gonna steal some stuff. They'd be like, hold up, were you trying to victim blame me or shame me or something? That's what they do. They try to make it seem like that you can't be at fault for your stuff, even though you wasn't the one that, okay, even though it wasn't your fault, but you still was accountable for your car getting stolen because you're supposed to be responsible.
So you're saying they blame the person for going to the club?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So they said they should have took more. They should have
Should
not
have
go
been
to
more
places where it's
responsible.
likely their car would get started. I mean, the car would get stolen.
Yep. Should have been more responsible. That's like being
Oh,
in
okay. But
being in a gang and you get popped or something like that. Like
Yo,
you
Kev,
knew
get out my head.
you knew it was a high risk that you was gonna get popped, even though you know the situation you in. So it's like you was supposed to be more responsible and figure a way to how to escape it. Even though the dude that got you off the face of this earth might be they fault though, but you still should have been responsible. That's what I mean.
so
Something
you
like that.
saying sort of shame the person for saying, "Hey, it's your fault. You need to do better."
So much.
Sort of stigmatizing that.
Basically, they say, yeah, yeah. So, yeah,
Stigma creates culture, right? That's
yeah,
what creates culture. Like if you go to other cultures, people won't do certain things because they'll be stigmatized. So they avoid certain behavior because they know they'll be stigmatized.
right,
So
yeah,
it actually
exactly.
works. It
I would have
works.
thought exactly.
But they saying that it like it's going to change. If the stigma is all going towards one direction, it does work. But what's going on in America? For example, a lot of black women are trying to stigmatize the stigma. So if we stop getting ran through, then they'll. So if we stigmatize ran through behavior, they will stigmatize us calling it ran through. It's like it's stigma versus
Oh wow.
stigma. Is now with stigma versus stigma. We're saying that we're going to stigmatize you for being irresponsible. Then they saying, well, I'll stigmatize you for calling us irresponsible.
Oh, I get you. Like calling a 304 or drunk a drunk.
Yeah, and then
Mm.
they'll try to stigmatize they're trying to stigmatize the stigma because they don't want to be stigmatized. So they're stigmatizing people who stigmatize. Now it's a stigma war. Now they're just going back and forth. They're trying to stigmatize us and we're stigmatizing them. But they're stigmatizing the stigma. They're basically saying, leave my bad behavior alone. If you keep calling out our bad behavior, we're going to say you're bashing us. So when we call out their bad behavior, they say, well, we'll just stigmatize you for bashing. But their stigma is lies because we're calling out we're stigmatizing their bad behavior, and they're lying. They're stigmatize us with lies, saying that we're bashing.
A reverse Ono card, huh? Oh my.
So it's like a stigma war.
At the end
I
of the
think it's
day, who
definitely
gonna win
bashing
that
because it's not
stigma
my
though?
fault that I got 6 kids. I'm just saying.
No, but calling out bad behavior. See, there it is.
We talking
Calling
about
out
different.
bad behavior is not bashing. So if
It's
I
a shame.
say
Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to
if
bed.
if I say you knew this dude did not want to marry you, you knew he didn't want to get engaged, you know he doesn't want to, you know he's irresponsible, but you got pregnant by him anyway. And what do they say? You're bashing us. So what they're doing? They're using their lying. There's is they're lying to combat the stigma of their bad behavior.
Yeah, it's anything to take the accountability away. But like I said, no matter the thing, situation, it's like you can't hide from the truth. So it just don't work. I mean, it just don't matter anyways. They can lie to
Well, you
themselves.
know
Like I
what?
said,
You
you,
know
you
what?
realize a lot of
What'll work? What'll work if we avoid single moms? If all these simps start avoiding single moms, any woman that's a single mom, she gets no play. Any woman with this "I don't need a man" crap gets no play. If we show them with action, I bet they change. But the problem is too many simps, too many matriarchy simps, desperate simps with low. I think men with low standards make women happy. If they have
yeah.
low standards, then give women a chance. So the low standard men are making them happy. But the problem is men with low standards typically don't have it together, and that's how they end up with Pookie and Ray Rays.
Yeah, I was just talking about that. From these past couple lives I went to, I was saying that I feel like, and I think I had a live about that day. Yeah, I think the Simpsons in general are the biggest problem as to why all this stuff going down. Anyways, they allow all type of stuff that should be, and I feel like if we paid no mind to it, yeah, it wouldn't go as far as it is. But
Simps
what the
not
heck?
only do they embrace bad behavior, they defend bad behavior. They defend they defend women's bad behavior.
Yeah.
They embrace women's bad behavior, and they reward women's bad behavior because they're so desperate. They're so desperate trying to gain women's approval. They would do anything to gain women's approval.
Piggyback off of that. So if one says it, or if one does it, oh, I got to do that. Give me $20. Where my wig at? She had an attitude. I'ma have an attitude. She got away with it with that guy.
Facts, facts.
That's how we supposed
That's
to be
kind of
looking.
funny because I was just talking about that on my TT live
Nephew,
yesterday.
nephew,
What's
nephew.
up?
I just piggyback.
Coming up here
Same
to
thing.
say go to bed. Okay? Bye.
And
Hey,
and then these simps started using women's argument. You're hurt. You're hurt. You're hurt. They sound just like women. They start using the arguments that women use.
give me
They're
twenty
just
dollars.
Courage.
feminine.
Hey, Petty. Okay,
Hi,
y'all, look.
boo.
Charles gonna talk y'all. He gonna keep talking. I'm gonna get on up out of here because I'm just
Let's
coming
get
to
it.
say hi, nephew, and my Petty
Good
down
morning,
there.
Queen.
I love.
I mean,
Come back around
Okay.
when you get the chance, man. If it get too
I
sweaty up
block
in here.
simps. What?
oh,
What you say, Kev?
No, I said come back if you get whenever you free.
Okay. Bye.
Appreciate you.
Simps don't realize that how they're a problem.
Um,
You know,
quick
because
question.
all they're thinking about is defending bad behavior. So they think they're defending women, but they're defending. They say, "Well, stand up for black women. You're defending bad behavior. They're protecting women from being scrutinized of bad behavior. That they call themselves protecting women, but what they're really doing is defending bad behavior. They
word.
they don't want anybody to mention their bad behavior. So
So,
they're defending women's bad behavior. That's not helping women.
so Charles, just quick question because I'm a little confused because I've seen you in plenty different spaces, So, quick question. So, don't you have a baby mother? Like I'm confused here. Don't you have
No, know
a
what
baby
I
mother?
have? No. They always bring this up. I don't know how that spread. So I said it one time, and it spread it all over TikTok. No. But basically, when I have a son, and I was with him since he was born, and the Department of Children's Services did not want him with the mother. So I had no choice. I had to take him from the mother at birth, or Department of Children's Services would have took him because she was not fit to be a mother. So no, she wasn't technically. She was never a single mom
Okay, so
because
so
You adopted
because
the
she
child.
so
was never the
okay, because I know in a lot of lives you be preaching a lot. So my question, I guess, on everybody's mind would be, so you sat there and looked at this woman who was unfit to be a mother, and you still laid down with her and stuck your thing in and made a baby with her?
it was a whole new different. No, that's basically what happens when I met her. Her medical record was confidential, so it was impossible to know that she was bipolar. So she was sneaking. I didn't know she was on medication, but when she got pregnant, she started acting crazy, and I told her mother about it, and her mother said, "You know she's bipolar, right?" And then her mother said, "Well, wait a minute, see if she's taking her medication." Then then she got mad because her mother told me about it, and then that's what it was. She stopped taking medication. She stopped taking medication, and she started acting bipolar again. So it was impossible. It was literally impossible. Like unlike some of you women, these guys won't marry you. They won't get engaged. They just came out of prison. They don't have their own place. They're irresponsible, and you still get pregnant by them. So
Come on.
that's a completely different. With my case, it was impossible. It was literally
You-
impossible
So you saying it's not
for
your
How
for
how
me
fault
to
long
then?
did
know.
you know her?
Know
Oh,
what?
this man,
Again,
she good.
it's impossible for me to know that she was on medication.
So is it
That's
possible for you
impossible.
to
So
to see before you even got her pregnant that she could be
No, because
bipolar
she was
or her attitude? Because
because she was taking her medication. Look,
hmm
when the
so you
bipolar
you
when
decided you decided yes, you're bipolar. You take medicine for being bipolar. Let me give you a
no,
baby.
no. I found that out after she got pregnant, because when she got pregnant, she stopped taking the medications. That's when the symptoms came in. When she's taking medication, she acts normal.
Hmm.
So you have
Okay.
nothing to say. What's your argument now?
My argument is clearly you didn't vet that right, and clearly you didn't take the
No,
time
because
out to really get to know this woman. Because if you
no.
if you was dating her and didn't know that she was on any type of medication, and then
Okay,
just gave her a baby,
ma'am,
that's a
ma'am,
little
ma'am.
hypocritical, don't you think?
yeah,
Her
I was about to
medical
say we
record
do the
is
same thing.
confidential.
Same thing with the women. Hold them accountable. You gotta
So
hold
hold on,
yourself
wait. So
accountable, man.
question.
Attitude
So
right
So
I,
there.
so so
All right, you know
why
what?
didn't you marry her
All right. You
though?
know what? All right.
Because if she was
What's the
bipolar
difference
and you
between?
loved her and you gave
Wow.
her a child,
Hold
How
on,
did you say
y'all.
the word
All right. What's the
to help
difference
her out?
between? It's a whole. No, listen. I have a question. The medical records are confidential, but these men not marrying you, not getting engaged to you,
So
all
did you
that's
marry
not
her?
confidential.
But
Dog.
but you
Hold on.
didn't
And
marry her
Let
that's
though.
the reason why I got
let's
in here,
compare the
sir.
let's compare
I
the
just
two.
got here.
Let's
But
I
you
compare
just
didn't
the
got
marry
two.
here.
her.
But I do
So
want
you
to ask,
found out.
because what you
Listen.
just
So
said
she
Hold
was
up.
was
Let
very
me hear what
she
you're saying
hypocritical.
real
she
quick.
So you
was she
got
was
with this woman,
bipolar.
knocked her up, but you didn't think about marrying her in the first place?
Yeah, I was going to marry. Her dream was to get married.
You were
While
going to
she had,
marry her, but did you
you
put a
know,
ring on
man.
her finger? Did you marry her?
Listen. May I finish, please? Uh, Her dream was to be married while she's pregnant. So she said, I want you to wait for you to, I want to wait for you to marry me, because my dream is to get married while I'm pregnant." So I said, okay. I was going to marry her,
Okay.
but she started
But
flipping
I
out,
also
and
have
it's
a question.
She still don't
She
know.
Because
bipolar. So what
I
you?
have
I don't
a very
There's a
serious
understand.
lot of
question.
that bipolar
So
no,
shit
you
going
because
have
on.
because I
hold
didn't know she was
on,
bipolar until she
everybody,
stopped taking her
because
medication.
I'm just trying to jump on
So
here and say what
so
I'm going to say, because
why
I'm on
wouldn't
break.
you try to be with her and help her through her after giving birth, like get her back on her medication? Why wouldn't you marry her
Nah, I'm done.
and be that man to
After
help
that, I
her?
said, screw these women. I'm getting an African woman.
Okay,
Oh,
but
So
still,
you
I got a
okay.
hold
question.
up.
All,
So
I got a
you
question.
all
I got a question.
right.
I got a question. I
you
got a
So
got
question.
I
hold
said,
on
so
real
Because
okay,
quick.
I'm
so
Somebody's
Hold
vibrating.
up.
I'm on break, so
Hold
I
up,
just want to
y'all.
say this while I'm on break, and y'all can have it back. The only question I got is, so you expecting us as women to know everything about these men before we get knocked up by them, but you didn't have to know nothing about this woman before you knocked her up? See, that's the hypocrisy of it all.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
be expecting things
Let
as
me ask
women,
you
but
a
y'all can't even
question.
do yourselves. You want
Hold
me to
on.
be protected
Let
from
me
my
ask you a
vagina,
question.
but you can wrap up your penis and you got a crazy bitch pregnant. I don't
Hold
understand.
on.
Her hair
Let
started
me ask
freezing.
you a question.
Y'all funny. Men are funny. Only y'all funny.
Hold
Y'all
on,
think that just because
wait.
you
Let
think
me
they
ask you
gonna
a
get you,
question.
you y'all bigger and better than
Sum
them.
up with his
And you think that
situation.
they got
The
it, but you
guys
can't
you
even
be
get
having
them.
sex with,
Okay, that's some
listen, the
protection now.
guys you be
But
having sex with is all out in the open.
Oh, they
They're
did?
too.
Because you know
No,
what? My man said
look.
that nigga was psycho until we
May I
get there.
respond, please? May I respond, please?
I didn't even know
See
my
you.
ass husband was
See,
psycho until we got married.
no.
So
What?
to
May I
me,
respond,
it's just what
please?
I know. But
The
you didn't
women.
know that the girl you was sleeping with was
No.
bipolar first.
May
I
I
know
respond,
men knows
please?
it. You didn't go through her
May I
cabinets.
respond, please?
You would have definitely went through the cabinets.
all right.
May I
So
respond, please?
so
Damn.
like I was about to say real quick, because I
Oh
see y'all not
wow.
gonna let me talk. I was about to say, Charles, man, we can't do that. That is hypocrisy, right? Because like
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
come with no these
It's a
excuses
faulty
talking about
analogy.
that because like you must didn't take the time. You must have. How long it took for you to sleep with her?
Listen.
I
All
know.
right, so
I don't need no
fine.
long
I got
story.
a
Just
question
tell
for
me
you.
how long it
I
took for
got
you
a
to
question.
sleep with her. Because how
All
all
right,
this stuff
fine.
happened?
No. Put yourself in my shoes. So when you date a woman, right,
I'm just
and
asking
she's
a simple
hiding
question,
the fact.
bro.
No,
I don't need the whole story.
wait. Hold on.
Charles, was
Nah,
it 90
is it
days, 30 days, two
what you're
weeks,
spewing is what you
3 weeks?
call a faulty. It's called a faulty, and it's called a
All right.
faulty analogy.
Okay.
Didn't you just tell this woman that the way the people she date
All
isn't
right.
that a fault? Bro, I can't make it
I
make
didn't say
sense,
kick him out.
Kev.
I said it took 2 days. Don't kick him out.
Somebody make it make sense.
Anyways, let's see.
I'm
I ain't about to
sorry,
do this,
Kev.
dog.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't, Kev. You know he irked my soul, bruh. Like he irks the inside of my soul, son. I'm sorry. But you're not gonna be on here talking about this, trying to give advice and do all of this when you can't even take accountability for your own
Yeah, I
shit.
was about to
And I
say
done heard you
that
in
ain't
other
cool because,
lives.
like I
Like,
said, I
come
hold
on.
both sides accountable. You can't make up all the excuses when at the end of the day, it always go back to self. Like we make mistakes, right? I think I seen you down there typing that down there, Mr. P. But the thing is, we make mistakes, but you still got to be accountable for all your actions you take, no matter what the situation is. And like I said, this room I call it that for a reason. So I don't care what your story is, because at the end of the day, we all accountable for all the choices we make. We can't get better if we keep blaming everything on everybody else.
All
We'll
right.
never do that. So at the end of the day, you can come with 100 stories and I didn't know this, that, or whatever, but you still pick that person. He still came out, whipped his Peter out, and still stuck it in her, and then all of a sudden she's bipolar. Get the heck out of here. That's bull. So
And then if you if you know that, then why not? And then you chose still not to marry her. So now this woman who was on medication for her bipolarness before she met you thought she found somebody that was gonna love her, flaws and all. You get her pregnant. You still didn't give her a ring. And then as soon as she got sick, you left her with a baby, and then deemed
yeah,
she
that's
wasn't she
crazy.
wasn't suitable to be a mother.
I thought
But
he
you were
took the
supposed to be
baby.
a husband.
I thought he took the baby though.
They, and they gave it to him again. That
Well,
was
he got the
okay.
baby then.
Ain't
He
no
did
arg.
something. He didn't do
Look,
all
Charles,
bad.
this ain't no argument. It ain't no car or nothing.
That's
But you
right.
don't
He
know how to
did something.
answer a straight question. That's the problem. So I just want you to hear it. I just want you to hear it in the comments because you could answer a simple yes or no. You straight lacking the kind of no matter how you want to re-say the story over. It's like it really don't matter. I really explain how accountability works. So you can't get mad at all the women and then
I
you
ain't
made
mad.
some silly decision like that and then get mad at everybody else because it's your fault. You know what I'm saying? So this that crazy stuff I'm talking about, man. Like accountability works on both sides, man. It's like if I would the same energy I would give a woman, I give a man too. They get the same exact thing because at the end of the day, you chose it.
That's right.
Accountability works. It's like that's no different if she was over there crying about you. She still held accountable on her end. It works on both
Three sides.
sides.
There's three sides to the story now.
Put me back in.
Yours says the
I
truth.
don't know. You did not give me a chance to talk. I shouldn't have to sit here and wait to talk on my own show. But it's like my show is not like that. I know everybody don't know me and stuff, but I don't do all that stuff, man. I be just my stuff. Most of the stuff I talk about is trying to find a solution or something at the end of the day. I don't do that, just trying to. I don't know what the heck is going on, but I'm not having no debate, Charles. This ain't even about no debate. I'm just telling you what the heck happened. That's all it is. You ain't really got at the end of the day you got nothing to prove. But from the story you told me, that just sound like you still holding lack of accountability. I ain't trying to find out the whole story. Charles, stop
Trying to
crying.
delegate something.
He call him
You took the kid.
Charles.
You mad because he got the kid.
Well,
EBT and shit.
What's the
I
deal,
just
man?
want
Go run some of that
to
EBT.
say, that Charles he brought up his situation, and it sounds like there's still a lot of activity going on with what's happening there, and I could be wrong,
He's still hitting
but
it.
That'd
my
be crazy.
my perspective comes from being in a similar situation but going the opposite direction, and I feel like this is kind of something that my generation has missed out on, and I think the generations coming after mine is when you're in a relationship with somebody and you decide to do the thing that creates another life, there's just obligations you owe to people. Now, personally, my wife has bipolar disorder type 2. That's officially what she's diagnosed with having.
A lot
And
of them are.
and when we had children, she told me that she was going to have to take a lot of these medications out of her daily routine because there's side effects. And most people will hear, "Oh, great, you're going to be crazy." What I heard was, "I'm willing to sacrifice this thing to help my child grow a more healthy body inside me, and I'm going to need help, and I'm going to need support." And I took it upon myself to educate myself with what's going to be required of me as a spouse to be there and help her dealing with this mental health crisis that we're voluntarily bringing on by having children. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't it was difficult. I mean, when someone has bipolar disorder and you're getting into an argument with them, it's
That's
like
deep.
arguing with someone who's drunk that thinks they can drive. They don't realize how crooked their mindset is. And if you, as the man in the relationship, feed that fire, it's only going to make the argument worse. There's certain techniques, there's certain ways to speak to people that can either rile them up or calm them down. And, I just thought to myself, I need to be here to help her, not make things harder and make the postmortem, or not postmortem, but the afterbirth depression that some women get. Postpartum depression is what it's called. I didn't want to feed into that. I wanted to provide an area for her to grow and for her to learn. And it was difficult, but it was worth it because now she's not on all of those medications and she's raised our children really well, but it took time and effort. And I think that's really what it comes down to is you got to be willing to put in the time and the effort with the person that you're with. And vetting them is an important thing. And
Right.
sometimes vetting goes wrong and you read the situation wrong and you read the person wrong. What I said earlier about let's not shame people for making mistakes. I said it with the context of and learning from them. It's the not learning from the mistakes that we should shame and put down, because then you're just repeating bad behavior. Charles was
So,
talking about a
Mr. P, can you
situation.
explain this then? When was mistake being shamed up here? Anybody
It just,
was
everybody was
anybody?
yelling at
Give
him,
me an
calling him
example.
a hypocrite because he lived a certain life at one point and he's trying to promote a better lifestyle now because he learned that the repercussions for that previous lifestyle didn't have good benefits and good outcomes for the parties involved, like him, the lady, the baby. You know, I don't think that it's wise to just say, oh, you're a hypocrite. Maybe Charles learned something that he carried with him in future relationships, that
You must ain't
I
hear
need
his
to be more
message then.
cautious about my vetting. I need to make sure I have the medical talk. I need to make
I
sure I
think
have the
you
hereditary
probably
talk.
came in half on the story. That's what it was. Because if
Yeah,
you would
and
have heard
that's
before,
very
he
true.
was
I'm always
literally
willing to be
getting on
wrong.
all
You
the
know that.
women before.
No, he caught the whole story.
Hold up, real
Basically,
quick, man. Hold up.
uh,
Dang.
I was just
I'm
saying,
just
you
saying,
know,
it's the
there's
reason why he got
normal.
called a hypocrite. It's the reason why. You only heard half his story and you saying that he shouldn't have been called that. But the thing is, if you sitting there talking about one situation and you help contribute to the problem, you got every right to get called a hypocrite, no matter how you want to look at it. You can't contribute to a problem and then act like you're the innocent one and then talk about it. That's crazy.
Well, I'm not saying to deny that you caused a problem. That's, to me, that's cowardly to not be hold yourself accountable. I'm just saying, you know, from what I heard, and I'm willing to admit that I may not have heard everything, and I could be totally wrong on Charles' perspective, but from what I heard is he made these horrible mistakes in his vetting process. He got someone pregnant he shouldn't have, and those exact things are why he is feeling how he feels now and trying to push for younger people who haven't made those same mistakes to avoid them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's
Word.
just out here bashing women. I don't know. I could have missed out, but it just, what I heard, it just sounded like he's learned from these mistakes, and that's what we should be taking from it, not the fact that he made the mistake.
Word.
That's there. We get it. We all make them.
He
It's
still got
just
the
if we
win.
But
continue
at
to
least
repeat
hold
those
yourself
mistakes, that's the
accountable. You know,
problem.
that's the only thing. It's a difference. Like that's the only reason why he got called that name or whatever. If it's a bad, even though
Yo,
it's
Charles
facts
was
that
up
he
there
was
in the
being a
popsicle
hypocrite.
though.
But you can't you can't sit there and not take accountability and make a bold excuse, but everybody else can't make an excuse. That's crazy.
all
Yeah, but I
right,
don't
now
want to
are
seem
you
like
ready
I'm
to
being, argumentative. I'm just trying to get better context as
let
well.
let me know
I
when
was just
you're
talking
ready
about
for an
him in general.
intellectual challenge?
See, DJ Claude need to train Charles a little bit. That's all.
So, do you mind if
Look
I
that good.
talk now? All right, there's a difference between uh completely okay. She didn't move in with me until she got pregnant, right? Now, the only mistake I made is when she told me she didn't have any mental issues, is that I believed her. And it was impossible for me to find out otherwise because her medical records were confidential, right? So if she tell me she doesn't have any mental issues and her medical records is confidential, it's literally impossible for me to know. Now, first of all, your
Yeah, tell you.
argument is a two. No, hold on. Your argument is a two cocaine fallacy. It's called appealing to hypocrisy. I'm gonna tell you this is called a logical fallacy in debates. I'm gonna tell you how it's a fallacy. If a doctor says
Big word.
smoking is unhealthy, and if he smokes,
Subject.
hold on. If he smokes, his claim is still valid, whether the doctor smokes or not. Smoking is still unhealthy, so that's called a two co-fat. That doesn't take away from his argument. So when I talk about Black American women who clearly know that these guys won't marry them, won't get engaged to him, they clearly know he doesn't have his own place. They can see these things, right? So not only are you spewing a two cocaine fallacy, you're spewing a faulty analogy, right? We're,
That's
we're
tough.
we're talking about something
Okay
that you
then.
can clearly see. We're talking about men that you can clearly see that they don't have their own place. You clearly see these things. This is completely different from someone lying to you, and it's literally impossible to know if they're lying if their medical records are confidential. It's just like if you have no clue someone is bipolar and they show no symptoms, right? What
Somebody
you're doing
mute. I
what you
cannot hear
call, you know
nothing.
what? Listen, let's be honest. You're doing what you call get back. You're saying that's what you get for telling the truth about black American women. We just want to get you back, Charles. We just want to just talk shit because you told the truth about our women and we want some get back. So we're going to call you you're just angry. And you're not
Yeah, I feel you on that, but I don't know.
when you
We
call
ain't got to
me,
address all
hold on,
that though. But
when you call me a hypocrite,
Charles,
this is
Charles,
nothing but
Charles, Charles, when do
chronic
you do
anger.
that, man? That's how you got dropped the first time. You just don't know how to.
Why do
You
I
don't
do
know.
that?
It's crazy.
Keep going and
But
going and going and going and
so,
going and keep
Okay,
oh
going.
okay,
yeah,
all right,
exactly. You
fine.
know, I'm
So
just be trying to get a piece of
I'm
it.
sure
But
I
the
land. Okay, so I'm landing. You spew true fallacies, and you've been intellectually dominated.
I guess whatever. But my thing is with your situation, right? It's why you can't admit that you didn't vet right. Why they gotta be an excuse? Soon as it comes to, oh man, she just changed out of nowhere. As soon as I got her pregnant, that's
Ooh,
crazy.
thank you.
Well, for one thing, the black women.
Like I'm just
The
saying,
women.
like my thing is, if you want to hold women accountable, you got to hold yourself accountable too. It don't work. You know what I'm saying? We don't let them slide with the same thing either. So it's like that ain't fair for you to be one sided all the month. Oh, I changed, but I stuck it in. I stuck it inside of her, but she changed out of nowhere though. That's crazy. Like it's a little too late for that, right?
Too late.
Just a little bit.
It's
Yeah,
okay to
so
own up and just say, you know what, I messed up and I learned from it or
All right,
whatever,
all right,
because
all
it
right. All right.
can't. That
What
means
did I
you can
mess
get
up
tricked
at?
again if that's the case.
What did I
Because
mess
people
up?
came on here
The entry.
crying
The
about
What
it.
did I do
entry.
wrong? All
The
right,
Because
fine,
Because people
fine,
entry.
came
fine.
on
you
here
didn't
crying about
vet
it.
right.
Listen. I can
You
tell
must have
you.
missed
I
some
can tell
red.
you
You must have missed
exactly.
some red
You know,
flags. That's what
listen.
happened.
Hold on.
hold
The
on,
truth
Charles.
is in the details, right? I can tell women
You still
exactly
crying
how they
about it.
messed up. Now tell me what I did wrong.
You still crying
You
about it.
took her
You
in.
said
No,
you
no, no, no.
said you said
I'm
she was
asking you
bipolar.
what
She
did I,
took you
what?
in. You took her in.
You
No,
said she
no,
was
no. I
bipolar.
said what did I do wrong?
So let me ask you a
You
question. You
crying
said
about
she
it.
was bipolar,
What I asked her and she said no.
Shit.
but
So
there's
you
signs
okay? I'm
though.
gonna see this then. So you
There's signs.
saying you able to get fooled like that again?
Red flag.
Listen, no. I'm saying I asked her if she's bipolar, right? The only thing I could have did wrong, the only thing. All right, fine. I'll give you this. The only way I could have prevented this was to sneak in her house and look through her purse and find any kind of pills and read the pills. I probably and find out what the pills are, and then
Nah,
and
bro. You
that
don't
is the
need. You
only way.
don't. You
No,
don't.
no,
How
That's
the
listen,
kids
listen.
doing in school?
nah,
Hold on,
bro.
listen.
It's
No,
How the
no,
kids
that
doing
is
in
literally
school?
the only way,
nah.
sir. No, that is literally the only way. The only way for me to tell because she was acting normal, the only way for me to know that she was on medication is to dig in her purse, dig through her place when she's not looking, find the medication, find something, and I don't even know what I'm looking for. So just
That makes
look for
sense.
anything and find something. If I come across some pills, find out what they are and say,
Kindly
aha,
break in there and let me say something.
No, bro.
you're bipolar.
Please kindly break in
So
there and
you
No,
let me
bro.
saying
You're
say
okay?
wrong.
something.
So you're saying every
Mercifully.
man. So
You're wrong,
every
bro.
man. So using your logic,
Wow.
before a man date a
Mercy.
woman, he need to sneak through her purse and sneak
Don't
through
make
her
How
house
is
sense.
that kid
and
doing? Does he
find
need help right
medication.
now?
That don't
No, no,
make
no,
Does
no,
he
sense.
no.
need help?
I'm
Because I
using
feel like
your
it was
listen,
two bipolar
sir.
people.
I'm
This
giving you
lack
the
of
benefit of.
accountability is real. That's junk
I know.
crazy.
No,
No,
The
no.
listen.
fact you had to
Charles.
Don't
look
be
at some
afraid
pills.
of
Oh, okay, it's
details.
official. Now I know
You're
now
trying to
I know
run away
why
from
she
details.
crazy.
So,
That's
so
weird.
Charles, you gotta listen sometimes, Charles.
all right, go ahead.
You was definitely you missed so many red signs. You don't need a medical record to see somebody's bipolar.
Thank you.
And you gotta say, yo, if you were leaders like you say you were, that's a perfect example of taking accountability. I mean, how long was this one for? How long
Not
was this
that
relationship?
is that is untrue. There are women. She was acting all right. Listen,
How long was the
before
relationship?
she
How long
stopped.
was the
But hold
relationship?
on,
No,
listen,
let me ask you first.
listen.
How
Before
long
she
was this
stopped taking
relationship?
medication, she was acting better than some of these women right here on TikTok. A lot of these
This
women
nigga
on
keeps having to
TikTok are
brush it
more
off.
triggered.
He
Hold
deflected.
on. So using your logic, all the women that agree with you are crazy because they were acting worse. She was perfectly normal. Why did she had some good medication? So you're telling
That's
me
how they
the
sound. I like
only
that
hold
independence.
on, sir. So you're telling me the only way for men to bed right is to sneak in their house and look for some any type of possible medication to make sure she's not
I got one
secretly
more for you.
taking medication.
I got
I'm
one
a,
more for you.
I'm gonna stick with this comment right here. This
I got
is
one more
how
for
it
you.
sounds
That's
when
crazy.
women don't take accountability. This is exactly how this
I
sounds.
got
They
one
come
more for
with
you.
every last excuse in the world. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, but
fucking crazy.
notice you're
I
not.
never thought I expected from a.
But
The
I
last
think,
one I'm
All
gonna
right,
give.
yeah.
That's
so
The last
crazy.
so
one I'm
all
gonna
right. You know what?
give. Pineapple.
Notice none of
Go
your
ahead. Hold
responses
on real
are
quick. We gotta let
even.
him talk because you be doing a whole hour every time. And nobody every time somebody get a chance. But go ahead, Flip.
Man, if you don't shut the hell up with that bullshit, yo, I worry about the kid right now. Does he need help? Because I see his two bottle pull up on the. I was taking a sip. I had to drink one for y'all. I feel what the hell?
Well, I would say he speaks
See,
better English than
see.
me, and he his English is better than yours.
Well, I
What
hope
does that
so.
what does that
I
got to do with
graduated
whatever's
college for
going
you.
on?
I don't know.
I
My boy
graduated
got the
college for
biggest
you.
deflect game ever. He do not like being in the hot seat at all. That junk crazy.
Okay, so
I
look.
got
I'm gonna
something
ask
going
you
right now.
guys
Look
to
at it.
be
He doing that in
logical.
the
I'm
house
gonna
room for
ask you
you.
to be logical. How would you, if a woman is acting perfectly normal and you're dating a woman, would
That's just
you
like
make
every
sure
woman.
she's not? Hold on. Would you
Nah,
make
I ain't
sure
holding up
she's
no more to
not?
hear that. Mute that guy.
So Charles, how long
No,
was
what
his
there goes
relationship?
these southern crew of
Nah,
people. Listen, you know what? There you go. Every time my argument is strong, you
That's to
Southerners,
you.
you
You in your
crazy,
own land or something? Because I don't know where you
started
getting this
cutting
from.
people off.
You keep
Look.
deflecting by
I'm
talking
just
about
trying to
people
be
or not
logical.
somebody else other than your situation. You talk about man, that women is like that because I did. You know, you not really. You keep trying to take it away from you. That's what you keep doing, and
Okay,
that's not
no, no.
strong at all.
I'm trying to
That's
be okay.
exactly
All
how a
right,
lot of
fine,
these chicks be
fine,
doing. They
fine,
gotta deflect by
fine.
throwing
Give me
something
some
else in it
advice.
rather
go
than
ahead,
take
Keisha.
All
accountability.
right,
Southerners.
all right. Give me
You
some
better go
advice.
ahead, Keisha.
Let's say,
Give you
listen.
some advice.
Let's
Be
say,
accountable for your action. Vet
no,
right.
no, no, sir.
That go
I'm
your
talking
advice
about.
right
I'm
there.
No,
talking to
no,
Keisha
sir.
now.
I'm talking
Forget
about the
that
you avoiding. You are deliberately avoiding
guy.
details. You you
I
are
don't.
you are deliberately avoiding details. If you were in my situation and you were dating a woman and you didn't find anything wrong,
Get
so
that
you're
guy sit back.
telling me that know what? You're telling me that you were going to her house and look for any type of medication to make sure she doesn't have any. So you're saying all
So
men
you ain't find
should
nothing wrong
look
until you
for?
see them pills.
Hey, can I
No,
get
no, no,
in? I
no,
don't want
no,
to be
no, no,
rude
no,
and
no, no,
interrupt.
no,
You
no,
didn't
no.
find it's suspicious.
No,
You
I
couldn't
did
get
not
that for
say.
her
I said the
classified
reason why I found out.
doctors.
Listen, the
If you get
reason
all of that,
why I hold on. Her
I
her
ain't trying to
mother
hold
told
on. I'm
me.
asking a question.
Her mother told me she was
See that?
bipolar. That and her
Damn.
behavior. Because I called her mother and asked her what's wrong. Ever since she got pregnant, she's been flipping out. And that's when her mother told me she was on medication. I did not. She showed no
My pops
symptoms.
have a headache.
She hold on, sir. I understand that my argument is strong, and you avoiding getting into details because you don't have
That's
an
crazy.
answer. All I'm saying is,
I have an
what would
answer.
you do? What would you do? Okay, so are you telling me
It's
that
in a broken record.
every man
I'll tell
should
you my
look
answer
through women's
Does
when
he
you
have
want it.
property
Alzheimer's
to
The
make
already?
mister said
sure
he got an
So
answer
to
Charles,
for
make
you,
sure
man.
so
that
Charles, let me ask you a
to make
question.
sure that they're not on medication?
Charles, let me ask you a question.
Is that what you're
So,
telling me?
so one question for you. So, how long
Yeah,
was the relationship? How long was the relationship last?
Oh Lord.
irrelevant.
What
No,
is
it's
All right, all
going?
not.
right, bro.
3 or 4 weeks.
All right,
It's
I'm done
very
with it. I'm
relevant.
done.
Three
Okay,
or
Are
four
you
weeks.
serious?
3 or
I'm
4
done
weeks.
All
with
That's
it.
right.
what
Well,
I'm saying.
hey, he's not here, but this is the
Wow,
Oh,
solution that
he
you
here.
thought was
I just let him listen
impossible.
in the comment because that junk was
that's
ridiculous. We heard
crazy. He
enough.
said
We
he's
heard
that's
enough.
irrelevant.
Hey,
That's crazy.
I had to come in just to listen.
We heard
hey,
enough. You can
really
just
quick
listen
though,
down there, man. This joke
I
ridiculous.
got tired of it.
the solution that he was trying to represent of being a creep and sneaking around, that was just a ridiculous analogy he was trying to make it seem like there was no solution for him. The solution is really
Wow.
simple, in my opinion. It's really simple. He said the mother-in-law told him, or the potential mother-in-law told him, the girl's mom told him. He could have gotten that same information from her had he been traditional and gone and spoke to the father about permission to be with the daughter.
Mm.
Because guess what? When you have those conversations, that's a vetting process for both people. The father is going to ask certain questions. They're going to give him the answers to tell what kind of man he's speaking to. And then the prospective husband or future fiance is supposed to be asking questions that are going to pertain to his future, because that's what he's aiming to build, is a future with her.
That's
Questions are,
crazy.
what kind of diseases run in the family? That's a good thing to know when you're creating a child. You need to be aware of what's potentially there. When I created my kids with my wife, guess what? We knew was there. Bipolar disorder type 2 is a possibility. We knew that
You
going
figure
in.
that all out.
And guess
Right.
what? From my side, they got increased risk of heart disease. That's what they got from my side. So both of us have to weigh those options and think, what, is this worth it?
Facts.
And we decided yes. We weighed our risk. But these are things that happen in the vetting process. So
Preach.
what can you
Preach.
do to go
People don't know what
forward?
that word is.
Pull out the old tradition that's worked for the dawn of civilization, which is where,
Hey, y'all
if
hit
you
them
want to be
lights,
the
man.
man
And
of a new
share,
house,
man.
you go to the man of the house whose girl you're trying to start a family with, and you start the conversation there. Because the dad's going to be up front. He's going to say, listen, if you're going to be married to her, you need to know right now she's got mental disorders. She's got this going on. You need to be able to handle these things. And the dad's going to look you in the eye and see your reaction. If you crumble or you tremble right there, he's going to be like, no, this isn't right. Dads have to make that decision. That's just how I imagine I'll be. But, if you're going to talk about being traditional, you can't just say, oh, well, there's no way. There are ways. We're ignoring them because it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to look a grown man in the face and say, I'm going to take care of business if you ain't.
Well,
So if there's the will to do something, there is a way to get it done. Plain and simple. You
gotta
want to
get out
vet
there to
your
state
future
right first.
wife, you got to go to the family tree, right to the base of it, mom and dad, figure out what the
Don't
hell's
stay in
going on.
Section 8. No, can't go to Section 8. You got to
That's
keep the
crazy.
kid.
That's crazy.
So
Keep the mama too, so if you can.
So
yeah,
hold on,
and
just
guess
a question. So this guy, because I see him on TikTok all the time. So his whole argument is because of based on this woman that he had, this past woman. Because that's his argument all the time. But his whole conversation and what he talk about is based on this one situation he been
Yeah,
through.
this situation definitely got him super done with life. But
That's crazy.
I
yeah,
pray for that child.
I don't know. I'm
yeah, because
sad he left before I gave him the advice to solve his problem,
you don't want
because
the
he
advice,
He
but
should
might
you
have
be
heard
know,
it.
still in here. I just let him sit in the comments. So we heard enough. We heard enough, man.
That's
You can't
crazy.
answer a straight question. I let him talk long enough. My thing is, it's like
okay,
we gotta
so
learn to listen now. From this point, that's why I got him on down in the chat. I mean, the thing he just gotta listen, man. I can understand that he like driven. I can tell just from my past experiences with him. I'm still gonna invite him up, but I just don't want to talk about that stuff no more. Later, maybe
because
another
we
day.
want to see
Buddy,
you.
But
what a cruise at? Where we going?
You missed the A
Cruise.
word up top, Kev. The red word up top. Accountability. Because I heard no accountability in that situation. Not one time.
boy, that's why this room gonna stay like that.
Yeah,
We hold each other accountable.
men hold men accountable too. Y'all see it right there. Y'all see it. Men
Right,
did
I need to
it.
get clips because they don't know what that looks.
Right. Because I'm telling you, like, this is what happens when like, you let a decision that you were a part of and it runs the rest of your life. Like, he has not been able to let this go
That's crazy.
since day one. So like, you really gotta. That's why I say like it should. I don't like one sided stuff because then men don't see where they also played a part in their vetting, where they
Facts.
also can make mistakes in their vetting. Because then you
He
get that
didn't.
woman, then you bitter about certain women when it's really like you saw something. Like, I mean, you may like she turned every option you had to the girl. Like she forced everything on you. Like you didn't do nothing. You was not a part of
Yeah,
She
any
whipped it
type of
out.
decision.
He
he
didn't
That's
vet.
that's
thought it
wrong.
was crazy. I love us. I
He
want
I'm
him
didn't.
like,
to
but
still
she
hit me.
probably was
That's
snapping
why he's
at you and
crazy.
yelling. He's like, "Oh, that's real sexy." And now you're like, "Oh, it's because of the pills." And now you mad at her. Like, what you mad at her for? Like,
He's still hitting it.
what's going
That
on?
that
He
thing
didn't
good
vet.
now.
He didn't vet
Like,
at all.
no, you was reaping benefits, and you didn't care to vet the way you thought that you
No,
telling
that's
everybody
still
else they should do it. That's
reaping
just
on
what
it.
it is.
That thing good now. She crazy? Oh, it good.
It
He
was
didn't. He
good
did not
until it
vet at
wasn't.
It
all.
was good to him now. It's still good to him. I'm just saying, I had to throw
Yeah,
that in there. I had some type of relief.
That's
I want
crazy.
to address a
And he's
comment.
still getting it.
What's
Jay
that?
Stone is saying that there are a lot of people who are estranged from their fathers, and don't even know their father. That's true, but there's a little bit deeper you can dig. You know what I mean? There's got to be somewhere in the family tree a male perspective that knows the individual. There's got to be an uncle, an older cousin, a grandfather. There's got to be someone around you that can have this conversation.
Section
And
8.
I agree that makes it more difficult. But if we want to see the change in our culture where we go back to these things, you have to start doing them and setting the example. You know what I mean? Like I've gone into other lives, and I don't know if it was in this one or what not, but it's like I raised a child that I didn't sire with a woman who got left by her man. And everybody's like, oh, well, she was just looking to replace a guy she went after. No, I pursued her. And she put me to work. She said, prove you want to be here. Put in the effort. You know, like, otherwise I'm going to just take care of me and do my business with this kid. And, you know, it's like, so I decided to put up the work and make it happen. It's like, and guess what? Before that, I had to go talk to her dad. I went and talked to her mother. I asked about family history. I asked all about these things because they're important. I don't know how people don't just instinctively know they need to try to cover themselves and get as much information. You know, I always joke with my wife. I always say, I'm only going to be married once, however this pans out. And it's like, I fucking meant it. You know what I mean? So
Word.
it's like, before I decide to actually do that, I need to make sure I understand all the variables possible. And if
So
you're going
you
to say
did.
she lied and she hid it, well, did he go talk to dad? Did he go talk to the brother? Did he talk to the mother? Did he talk to the uncle? Did he talk to the grandpa? Did he see all the other males in her life, see what kind of example they were leading?
What
No.
about them
Mm-hmm.
Dillies?
If I can't meet your people, I don't trust you.
You said you did this, Mister. You did this before you had a child with this woman, or before you married this woman. I missed.
I got with a woman who was pregnant 2 months, and
Huh?
before the child was born, we were married.
Okay, so
Child
you
wasn't sired by
vetted.
myself. She was a friend that I had known for 3 years prior, and then when we started talking, I saw the seriousness of the situation and that I couldn't play around like a little boy. I either needed to step up and be a man and be ready
Period.
for the responsibility, or I needed to just tell her straight up, I'm not ready for this, and let her do her own thing. I chose to be a man,
That's it.
what I thought was a man, and I pursued it the best way I knew. I didn't have examples. I grew up without my dad, so I didn't have examples. I had to look to society and say, okay, what kind of man do I want to be? I want to be a man that does this a certain way. Well, yeah, I would love to have been married and then had a baby, but life has given me a woman who's going to love me right now, and this is my situation. So I set the tone from that point forward that it's going to be ran a certain way, and it has. And then we were married. We had another child, and things are great.
You took lemons and made lemonade.
Okay, so just that. So just before you actually married her, you made sure you met her family and got all those answers, all those questions answered and stuff.
Yeah, that was important to me. But she was also very upfront too.
You
She
get
wasn't
one to
in the
everybody
business of
too.
trying to hide it. She wanted me to know what I was signing up for. So,
The cake too.
I have her to thank.
That's awesome, Mister. Thank you for stepping up.
Oh well, thank you for the compliment. Honestly, that boy that was born from that previous relationship totally saved my life. I mean,
Awesome.
the person I was 6 months before they were in my life was someone who wouldn't be here today, and it's directly because I had a son to take care of, an example to set.
Right.
Word. Good deal.
That's awesome.
I know whatever you cooking over there, DJ, you better be sharing, bro. You been sizzling all up in this.
He multitasking. Like a motherfucker.
I'm like, bro, making my stomach growl. I thought I ate.
He watching dishes.
Yeah, I'm on the grill. That's all.
Oh, my
Well,
bad, my
share with
bad.
your
On the
fellow
grill,
What
people,
is
man.
man. You better share at least a piece of it or something.
You ain't get
All right, well,
mad.
hey Kev, I got to
Give
jump
me
out, man.
some.
I got to get to work. I got 3D printers that are begging for my attention right now, so I got to run.
All right, for sure,
Thanks
man.
for letting me come in and spill my 2 cents. I hope it was worth something to somebody.
Oh, yeah,
Yep,
be good,
that's
You
bro.
it.
already know, man.
hopefully Charles hear it.
But yeah, man. I guess we can get back to the topic, man. That
Uh-oh.
was a piece of the what I mean by
I love
was that
it.
victim blaming? I don't know.
What's the
No, that's
topic anyway?
victim blaming.
I don't even know
uh,
what the hell the topic
I want to
was.
point out victim
the topic's
blaming,
supposed.
shaming, like it's going to change the way they feel. I love that question because I feel like a lot of time when you talk on here, um,
I'm gonna
Charles,
let you up, but we talking about the topic, man.
Charlie, we ain't talking about bipolar lady, okay? Bipolar
I
mama.
don't give a
Uh,
damn about how they feel.
nah, but the thing is, like, when that question, like, why are you doing this? Why you victim blaming? Why you like that? That really takes away like other people's points, like, and their like everything is not to be. DJ, are you chewing brick or barbecue? Like, what's up?
This
That's
got no
it.
sense,
I'm
man.
I'm
brick.
barbecuing.
Y'all niggas don't have sense.
Somebody's gnawing on something.
Yeah, mute up
Can you
and
hear
do
me?
they
My
talking,
bad, my
man.
bad, my bad, bro.
That's like a
He
light
said
bill.
you chewing what the heck?
Damn, why you making me hungry?
But
Nigga, I'm
About
hungry.
to go.
I think when people say that, when they point it out, though, it's a way to shut off the point that you're making that's about to
Oh, steak.
make them. Are you for real? For real? So that's why your mouth probably got grease all on the side of your mouth. Like ain't none of the food made it to the plate.
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
gonna turn the damn camera on
Let
now.
me check this, see if it's done.
I thought I was hearing that too. Like, dog, you supposed to go to the play first.
Got it all nicely set on the
My
grill.
bad, my bad. In the mean too, you know.
You know what?
You ain't
That's
nothing
the
I,
slaw
ready.
part.
I
That's what the
agree.
slaw means.
Yeah, I agree. I think we all should take accountability. We should all should become traditional. Like I'm a traditional man, and I think all people, Black Americans, you should meet the parents first. Right? You
Mhm.
should meet the parents first and have an interview with the parents before having sex. Right?
Mhm.
Is she and my whole thing is I'm traditional. I think the world would be a better place if Black American women and men were traditional by meeting the parents and having an interview with the parents, right? I'm traditional, but I became more traditional after I met as a matter of fact, African women are the ones who told me about meeting the parents first. So I've become more traditional after I avoided the American women. So when I avoided American women, African women said that what we do is we meet the parents and all that. This is why I embrace African culture, and this is why I advise men to become passport bros so they can do things like meet the parents first because Black American women don't embrace that culture. So the very thing that you guys are saying is what African women embrace. And this is why I say the best thing to do is avoid American women and go for African women because their culture works better.
There you go.
How about we just go for how
I'm
about we just
damn
go
shit.
for
I'm done
sane
with you. You turn the
men
light
and
on a little bit too.
women? I think we just go for sane men and women. Flip. I'm about to flip you out this
Bro, right.
flipping.
I have to.
All right, man. I'm gonna need y'all because I can't hear nothing. There's so much overlapping. I need y'all both
I
two at the
mean,
bottom to mute up.
don't you
And
guys agree
Charles, I
with
need you
me
to mute
that
up because I see. I don't think
all
Alter
right,
ever
all right.
finished.
I
Go
don't know.
ahead, Alter.
But no, I was saying that I think you just look for sane people, sane individuals. And that's kind of why when it goes to the passport thing, like what you're doing, and I mean, like again, people do what they need to do, what you feel is best for you. But a lot of things is cop outs to me. A lot of things is running away from one thing to another because the thing is where there is an issue here, trust and believe me, there's an issue somewhere else. And you say like people don't introduce their families like that. People do that in America. It happens, but you have to find people who have those type of qualities that you're looking for. Um, but I just think when you just try to tell somebody, just like when some black women will say, hey y'all, start dating white women, start dating white men. It's better over there. You don't know that because then some black women is still getting looked for because they went with a white man. So I'm just saying, like, don't just be telling people stuff because it worked for you personally. It can be an option if that's the case. But y'all got to start dealing with y'all. None of y'all, a lot of people do not want to look in the mirror to see where the issue truly lies. What is up with me? Because if I keep trying to look for everybody else who I feel like is doing it right, who got the best custom, this and that, what do you want? What do you want your life to look like? What do you want your person to look like? Are you going to just keep looking at everybody else's customs or this person doing this, that person doing that? Like, what works for you? Who are you? And what are you bringing value to this person? Things like that. Like, not just running to and fro trying to find a place to rest, or a place of, I'm not gonna get hurt here, I'm gonna go here, not gonna get, because when you think like that, don't think that you're running away from things that are going to be harmful or going to teach you something. No matter where you go, you're going to be taught a lesson. A lesson is coming. So learn to deal with self first before you try to keep telling people where they need to go or where they need to find healing and hope. Because you're just because you're running here and there, you're still not settled within yourself. That's why people can't let certain things go that happened in the past, because you haven't settled that yet. You just keep trying to find comfort in everywhere else. But that issue, that trauma, that problem is going to keep resurfacing and resurfacing because you won't deal with you. That's all.
The problem,
Facts.
the problem that I had was American culture. I needed a culture to where you're supposed to meet the parents first. That's not Black American women culture. That's African culture. So the problem I had was following Black American culture. Typically, they don't meet the parents. Most of them never do that. In some uh, African country, it's common. It's commonplace. It's mandatory, right? So the very problem that you guys pointed out, it was because of American culture. So how do you fix that? You get a
Yeah.
better culture. You get the woman with the better culture. You guys said it, and I agree. The problem is I should have had a sit down. Her father was gone. I didn't know, she didn't even know where her father was, but I should have questioned her. I met her mother, but I didn't question her about mental disorder because it just didn't. I didn't see any symptoms. So but you're right. We
Lesson learned.
need to meet the we need to meet the parents first, and that's the mistake I made. Vetting requires good vetting
What up,
requires
True?
a good
How you
culture
feeling?
because certain cultures other than American culture have a better vetting system. Overseas women have a better vetting system. So therefore,
What
I would
about you
advise
though?
all men, hold on. Therefore, I would advise all men to become passport bros because, like you said, they have a better vetting system
That's
of meeting the
Charles,
that don't
parents
make
first.
no, they
sense. That
don't.
don't make
No,
sense.
they
If
don't.
you
You
can't
guys
vet
just
right, you
said it,
Charles,
can't
the
but
talk
that's
devil
what
is a
about
lie.
you
another.
said.
The
Hold,
devil
hold
is a
on real
lie.
A
quick.
better vetting
Hold
Don't.
on
system
real
is
quick.
meeting the
No,
parents, right?
no, it's not.
Charles,
So
Charles,
meeting the
man,
parents
you,
is not a better vetting system.
bro, you
Sir,
don't
Father,
know.
he
You
didn't
don't
have
got
a
no
father.
breaks,
sir.
Charles. I'm just saying you can't say that I'm going across these because they got a better vetting
BK, I'm gonna
system,
drop
and
her,
then
BK.
you can't vet yourself. That's crazy.
And you
That's
don't. You
weird.
shouldn't be going overseas for no girls anyway. First of
No, but
all,
my
that's the
friend.
bottom line,
But
bro. What's up, brother?
right, I don't know what
Wait a
the
minute. You guys agreed that you should meet parents. You are every one of you agreed that a part of the good vetting is to meet the parents. You all agreed. And then when I agreed with you and told you about an entire country that does that as the norm, and I've taken on that culture and practiced that culture for myself, you all agreed that that is a good vetting. And then when I tell you that a whole country does it, and so you should get a woman that has a culture with a better vetting system. So I learned from her vetting system. I learned better from women other than American women
But Americans
with
do.
the better.
Americans do
So
the
I
same
learned
thing.
the better. Listen, I learned the better vetting
You want to say,
system
but listen to
from
him.
foreign women. So all of you should get a foreign woman so you can learn better vetting skills.
Okay.
You
Where the
agree?
listening
where's
skills
your
at?
better
Let me say,
vetting
let me
skills?
say
That's what I'm
something
trying
on
to
that.
wonder.
Where the listening
We
skills
was
at?
looking over that.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Hey,
What's
listen.
the deal, BK
I,
man? How you feeling?
I feel what you're saying, but you know, one thing about it, the American culture has that same thing. It's just the fact that they lost that identity of doing that. Because I'm gonna tell you, for me personally, I have to meet the parents before anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times a parent can tell you a lot about a child, a woman or a man before you go into relationships. Okay, if you go into another culture, another country, continent, if you haven't changed your ways here, how can you change from one continent to the next? If you continue to do what you're doing in America, you're going to take that same ideology, your same thought process, your same attitude, your same temperament to another culture. So you have to change here in your in your back door, in your home. And America is your home for right now. And then when you get ready to leave, your mindset will change and you will see things differently. Don't wait until, hey, you found the wrong women. And there's no wrong women here. You can go over there and find the same type of women when you go over there into another country. So you have to change your mindset before
Got
anything.
to.
And worse.
Got to.
I think it's bad business to be trying to go to a foreign country for women. That's just
Right.
that ain't the way to go. Number one. Number two, yeah, it still is traditional in American culture for you to meet the parents. Now, are there more non-traditional women nowadays? I would argue probably not, but this is what we see on the forefront. You got to understand, everybody talking about relationships and experiences. A lot of times they're talking about it online. They not out in these girls' faces because what I see, yeah, I may run across one of them OnlyFans ones, one of them ones that had that type of attitude. But when you out in public and talking to women on a regular basis like I do, the majority of them are, you know, mostly traditional American values.
Wait a
Mostly.
minute. Wait a minute. Where you finding that? You
Huh?
can't be in the grocery store nowhere. Where are you going?
Okay,
It's a lot.
so
It's a lot to add to that now.
at church, at church,
Okay. Okay, that's it. That's it.
if you
And
go out, yeah, yeah.
Well,
some
your
of them
church
guys
ain't
knock on
get
the door too
corrupted
now.
like the ones over here, so you got
Hey,
lucky.
but
Church,
church,
those
I
are
mean,
the
this is
biggest
what I be trying to
billboards
tell
of
you.
Cause I be
all.
seeing
They be trying
fat
to be
booties
on.
at my church, and
Y'all be wasting y'all money on Tinder and these other apps and spending money on these apps when the best ones that you can go get, they at church and they waiting because most of the black men, especially black men, have left the church.
Well,
So man, it's a
I don't know,
frenzy up in
man.
there,
Them
bro. You
I don't
304s
ain't
know,
even got to go on
man.
a date, boy.
304s at church.
you right. You don't have to go nowhere.
I feel like
But
that's their
you're
I ain't
safe
got to go
absolutely
haven,
right.
man.
nowhere.
That
I'm
them
talking about
You're
average
man.
churches
absolutely right though.
nowadays,
I
that's
say I
where
got
they
them
go to
rocks
You
at
in
gotta
the
the
tell them
house.
where to
You
club.
gotta
find them.
come through. What's up?
You gotta tell them where to find them because they find dudes.
We gotta go to his church. Where you live at again, man? See,
Yeah.
because it ain't like that around. I don't think that's like majority of the world, man. I
You know
just can't.
what?
I can't
I'm
see it.
telling you,
Black
bro.
They done
America.
made too many
When
jokes
last
about
time
this
you been to
online.
church? When last time?
Hey, I just want to say, Black American church women practice fornication every day. African women don't. They actually go by the rules. They actually live by the morals. That
What you,
that
what you
that
think?
What?
Black American women break every rule in the book. They don't
And
even
who don't?
care about what's being. Look, they
Golly.
fornicate all
Read
the
that guy.
time. They
That sounds
commit.
like
Hold
that
on.
information right
Hold
here.
on. They're in
Hold on,
church
hold
every
on.
Sunday. Hold on. They're in
Yeah.
church every Sunday, and they fornicate on Mondays. They go to church
Bro,
Sunday, and they fornicate on Mondays.
He kicked
They
right
do
out me. I
not.
said, hey, well,
Their
man, cool. But
church
what you
women are the
who knows what
worst.
goes on the doors is closed? Everybody on their knees ain't praying, but
Yeah,
why
see, you
this
know what?
sounds
That's your
always like
mindset. See
bro,
that
you
that
talking
that's
about
your.
some stuff you obviously don't know about. You probably look,
You
you don't seem like the type
I
of
know
say
what?
I
person.
Know
don't know.
what?
I don't.
What most
I ain't
Black
gonna give it
American
You
women
past
are
the
don't
people
sound
who
like you
cross
know
Christians.
what you're
seas
talking
either. I
about.
don't believe it
Because
anyway.
I know,
Most Black
man,
American women are
bro,
Christians, and they fornicate like there's no tomorrow.
there's a viral video at this Nigerian church where the dude spraying the water on the chick and she acting like she throwing up and then she come out the back and she's like, yeah, I went to the bathroom and when he sprayed the water, some white stuff came out my mouth. You don't remember that video?
I remember
You know
that
what I'm
video.
talking about?
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't
So,
like West African women. They're too much like Black American women.
but
So
you
I
just
wouldn't deal
said
with
African
West
women
African
though.
women
So
anyway.
like, first of all,
Yeah,
bro,
he
like
got
my
a white
thing is
girl.
this: if you had a
He got a
bad
white girl,
experience
different.
with women overall,
Oh
for
boy.
you to say that, you probably it's probably on you
yeah.
because
That part.
Some of the
I've
numbers.
had some bad experiences with women, but overall, women have been great, especially American women. Like you got to understand, you go catch some of
Yes,
these
sir.
foreign women, bro. You don't know. First of all, you don't know who's scamming you. Number one. Number
Mm-hmm.
two, if you don't know the language, you shouldn't even be in that country trying to talk to no women. Number
Mm-hmm.
two, and that's a big thing. I speak Spanish, so when I go travel abroad, I usually go to Spanish-speaking countries because I can speak the language. That's a totally different dynamic. And usually, especially if you go to a country that the poverty level is anywhere higher than America, and than America is, you got to understand the fact that you don't know the language, and she talking to her people, and whether she introduces you to her family or not, they look at you like a check.
Mm-mm.
And they require
Well,
certain things from
sorry,
you that
sorry. Are
You
you?
can go anywhere, and it's just as bad.
American women, the thing about American women, they get with who they like. Most of
That,
these women that you're talking about from these countries will get with you just for the money, just to be safe,
All
just
right.
to
All right.
have
Why
a
is it
certain
that?
thing. But American
Why?
women, if they like you, they getting with you, bro. I don't care
Okay.
what they
Why is
say.
it
They
that?
can say, I want
Hold
money,
on.
I
Hold
want you to
on.
be 6 feet tall, but if they like you, they with you. I done seen
Word.
Hey,
women.
are you aware that study shows immigrant women coming to America through marriage have
Here we
some of the
go.
lowest? Hold on, they
What
have
study?
some of the lowest.
Hold on.
They have some of the lowest divorce rates. They have higher successful marriage
That's
rates
a lie.
I don't
compared
see
That's a
to
where
lie.
What
compared
show
study?
to
me a
no
What
That's a
that
study?
lie.
that
Hold
that
on.
is a fact.
Hey,
That is a fact. That is a
What's the
hold on.
fact.
study?
Hold on.
No,
That's
no, no. Before you
Are
say
you
fact,
going to
what's
put
the
some
hold
money?
on.
study?
You
Hold on.
know what? No, listen.
No,
Of course
I
you're
got to
going to
push
say it's a
back on that
lie
because
because you
What's the
that's a
cannot
study?
Hold on,
lie.
touch the
Chef.
argument.
Yo,
You
hold
have
on
to
real
say it's a
quick. Hold
lie
up.
because
Hold
Tell me
that's
the
the
up.
No,
study.
only
I,
thing
Then
you
we
I,
can
can
Hold.
I
We
can
argue.
tell
talking at
you
the
the
debate.
same
study.
time.
No.
Hey,
Listen,
chill,
listen,
chill.
listen.
Hold on
They
one
have
second. One
higher.
second. One
Listen,
second. Cause I'm
understand.
trying to
Hold
hear
on.
everybody at what. Who's still talking?
You know what? I didn't. May I finish on because they started cutting
Hold
me off
up.
because my argument was too strong
Hold
and
up.
they had to cut me
You
off.
keep saying
Now,
that, but just you
I can
gotta
say
let
all
something
right.
everybody
else.
speak because you be talking
Listen,
so
listen,
long. So I'm gonna
sir.
get back to
Because
you.
my
I'm gonna let
argument.
PQ
Hey,
go real
can I say
quick.
something?
Let me let PQ go real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
You know what? I
Because
didn't even. They cut me off.
let's
But you be talking so long.
hold
You
on.
be.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you rebuttal. Let him talk real quick.
The reason why so now you have to put that in content, right? It's the foreign women that come over here with their foreign husband, not the foreign women that come over here with an American man. That's what you got to do. You got to put that in contents,
Mm.
because when majority of the times when they get over here, with the vast majority of the times when they get over here and actually find out and see that not you, I'm just saying in general, see that man is a lame, they end up leaving him. They end up leaving him and going somewhere where a man's not the lame. Where your $45,000 over in their country is making you live like a king, but when they finally come back over here and they realize, wait, I can have the pick of the litter because I'm sexy at the end of the day, I can go get with a man that's making 250,000 because I have those attributes that most men are looking for. So at the end of the day, you have to put it in context again. Foreign women that come over here with their foreign husband are the ones that have the least divorce rate
And
versus the woman
PQ.
that comes over here with the American man.
To add on what you saying though, and if you're a real passport bro, you really travel like that. First thing that we always tell our brothers, especially when they first start traveling, if you really like her like that, and you so called want to be with her and all that stuff, don't bring her back to the States. Cause guess what?
Exactly. Don't bring her
You
back.
ain't number one.
All
You
right,
ain't number
now
one in the
I'm gonna
States,
tell you.
especially if she is spicy. Especially if she is spicy, bro. Hold on. Especially if
All
she
right,
is spicy, bro.
what you talk,
You
sir,
ain't the
sir.
baddest. Look, you ain't the
All
baddest
right,
one in town.
all right.
Cause somebody like me that
Now,
see a foreign spicy as a
okay,
female, you
now
gotta walk
this
up
is
like a hawk.
okay. This is facts versus uh propaganda.
But
All
you
right,
ain't saying no.
sir.
You ain't
Your
saying
turn.
the study. What
No,
is the
know what?
study?
It's my turn to
Tell me
speak,
the study
please.
you talking about.
Sir, what you're talking about, you said when foreign women come here with their husbands, that's not the statistics I'm talking about. I'm talking specifically about immigrant women coming to America through marriage, meaning an American man married them and he using that marriage certificate to get her over here. They're including American men and foreign women. That is the bulk of the study I'm talking about. It's about American men using the K-1 visa to get foreign women over here through marriage. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a foreign couple. I'm talking about an American man bringing immigrant women over here through marriage. They have the lowest divorce rates. So if you want to have a successful marriage, avoid American women because hold on, and also American women
The
have
computer
abused
reading me
marriage. So
code.
hold on. Listen, I'm almost done. American women have abused marriage so much. So most American women men don't even want to get married because of what they heard about American women are known for getting married and taking half of your shit. That's an American woman's motto. They're known for that shit. So the very thing you're accusing foreign women of doing, American women are the poster child of that shit. American women are known for getting married and getting divorced in 3 years and taking half of your shit.
So
So what you're doing, you are
You
assuming
can't
these
get
foreign
married and
women
take
are hold on,
if from this
sir.
point,
The
hold on. I'm
from
sorry. I
statistics.
want
United
to say this. You
States.
can't get divorced in 3 years and take half the shit. It has to be 5 or more at the
Well,
end of
you
the
know
day.
what? You know
It's
what?
not 3 years.
Know what? We all know American women are known for the shit that you're claiming foreign women are doing. They're known for that, and you know it. On the other hand, statistics show that foreign women married to American men have some of the most successful marriage rates.
My brother,
Now,
my brother, my brother.
your
You keep
argument
saying
has been
statistics, and
debunked.
you're not
Your
telling us to
argument has been
study.
debunked.
You're not telling us to study. Tell me to study. We can look at the
All right,
control group. We can look at the
okay,
control
okay,
group. We're
wait.
gonna look at the
Immigrant
number of people
marriages.
that they tested and who took
Listen,
the survey.
U.S. UCSIS immigrant marriages. Look it up.
I'm about to right
Hey, you
now.
want me to show it to
Right now,
you?
I got the laptop right now.
All right, hold. All right. Immigrant women marriages, divorce, divorce statistics.
You
They
said
have like a
U.S. What
twenty
now?
percent.
What's the name of
They
the
have like
website?
a
What's the
20.
name of the
They
website?
have a 20% divorce rate compared to
Hold on. Let me look
American
at the
women's
website.
like
We can talk about
50%
it.
divorce rate.
Let me look at the website. What's the website again?
Well, I do. With what he's saying, I see what he's saying. It's for the Census Bureau. He said it's like he says 20. Actually, it's 21% of married couples household have least less than one foreign born spouse.
No,
So
I'm not talking
21%.
about that, but that's true too. No, that's the study. I'm not talking about that study. I'm talking about the divorce stats. It
Oh,
shows
the
they have like
divorce
a
stats. Okay.
20%. They said foreign women coming to America, immigrant women coming to America through marriage, have a 20% divorce rate versus like a 50% divorce rate for American women, and for Black American women, it's like a 60% divorce rate. So I'm faced with a 20% divorce rate or a 60% divorce rate. You chose the 60% divorce rate. I chose the 20% divorce rate. So I have the advantage, sir. Go ahead.
So what
This
country?
dude be
What
trying to
country
win
you talking
something,
about
man.
going to?
What now?
So what
The
country are
damn
you
cheapest one.
you
Okay,
were
so
referring to?
the 200 cent country.
No, you got to go
Ethiopia.
by country.
I'm saying immigrant women from all over the world, on average, they have around a 20% divorce rate when they come to America. And immigrant women of all over the world coming to America through marriage, they're far less likely to get divorced compared to American women. This means it's not even a financially good idea to marry an American woman because they're gonna most likely get a divorce and hit your ass up with child support.
You going to Mexico?
Forbes.com says
Hey man, I
Forbes.com
recommend some
says
healing, my
that
brother.
Forbes.com says foreign people foreign marriages that come to America they have a 20% divorce rate, but foreigners and Americans that come back to America have over almost close to a 50% divorce rate.
Right.
Get
And
Come
them
once
back
they
niggas.
to
get here,
America.
If they come back to America.
right.
If they come back to
Yeah, that
America
mindset
versus
they got.
staying
I can
where they're at.
understand the mindset though, cause
That's what I'm saying. Coming back to America.
I get it.
All
All right,
Coming
no
back,
way.
because that's what you said.
You said that's divorce.com.
right.
No, I said
It don't matter.
this one's on Forbes.com, and then I can go to
No, wait. Com is not reliable. Know what? Know
then
what? The study.
Wow.
okay.
Listen. The study I'm talking about shows immigrant women coming to America through marriage. That means they're in America. It says 20% divorce rate, and
Oh, okay,
this
hold
is
on.
not .com.
Hold
It
on.
says
Sorry.
immigrant women coming to America through marriage.
The Census Bureau, which is a .gov,
Yes.
it's basically saying the exact same thing, but they're saying at a 46% divorce rate when they come back
Right.
to America.
Hmm.
No. It says no. I said immigrant women coming to America through marriage, meaning
And
they're
that's what
able
I'm
to
talking.
come
And
to.
that's what it's talking about.
Okay, so why does it say
Immigrant
no?
women
No
coming
one.
to marriage coming.
According to USCIS, meaning the people who give the green cards, I'm talking to people who give the green cards. They're saying that it's a 20% divorce rate.
USIC.
Yeah,
USI.
immigrant. No one look up. Look, you. It's the immigrants. You have to talk about the immigrants. It's immigrant.
And that's what I'm talking
Women,
about, immigrants.
right?
Hey,
And I'm talking about the
can I
immigrant
point out
women.
something that's
That
not
No, I'm
being?
talking
I'm
about the
literally saying,
it says immigrant women coming to America through marriage, meaning they got here because of marriage. They use marriage to get their women to America.
All right, so I'm gonna
yeah,
let
and
Mr.
then
P
they
go real
leave
quick.
after they get their green card, basically. And
No,
that's what
no,
what I'm
no,
saying.
no. They stay married in
46% of
America.
them leave.
No, no,
46% of them divorce.
All right, I'm gonna let
no.
you. I'm gonna
It
let
says
you
they got
get
a
back on him
20%
real quick.
divorce
Okay.
rate. I'm
I'm gonna
All
let
looking
right.
at it
Mr. P
right
go
here.
real quick. Hold up.
You, I think you're lying. Are
I'm
you that
Charles,
anti-black for
bro.
that?
Why do you always gotta squeeze in some more words? I said I'm gonna let Mr. P go real quick.
All right, go ahead, go ahead.
All right, so that's wonderful that we're arguing over the immigrant women coming and getting married thing. That's great. Whatever. The statistic that people are not paying attention to when they're talking about marriages going forward is the percentage of marriages that are ending in divorce where the at least one partner already has a prior divorce. That statistic makes up the majority of American divorces, meaning that people who are getting married for the first time statistically are not the majority of the divorces. I believe it's like 61%, I believe is the figure for America right now, where when there's a
67.
divorce, it's happening in a relationship where someone was already married and already divorced. So I just think it's a little disingenuous to say, oh, all American women, every single one of them want to get divorced 50% of the time. It's like that's not necessarily the case. It's being inflated because there's a lot of broken people who haven't put in the work on themselves, thinking they can fix whatever issue they have with a marriage, and then it just doesn't come out. So, I just think that that's kind of an important thing. There are people who aren't married who are putting in the effort when they get married to stay that way. So, um, I don't have the website that I've read that on, but it's a very easy statistic to find. It's not hidden, and I just think it's something that's important to be talked about. Is people who've already made the divorce mistake keep making it, and that's putting a taint on all the people who are getting in marriages that are putting in the work that are younger, that aren't destroying what marriage is. So
You know what? I just did a really simple search. I put in immigrant divorce statistics, and even that, it was so easy to put in immigrant divorce statistics. Even that alone shows that they're doing way better than if you marry an American woman. With
okay,
marriages, they have higher
and
So
marriage
I'm trying
rates.
to see. All
that
right,
may
with
be
this,
the
right?
case, but
With
I
this,
have
what
the
are we getting
philosophy
to with
that
this?
the
What's the
grass
point?
is not greener on the other side. It's greenest where it's water.
Right. So
And if you want to change the society that we live in here, you should put in the work here and find the women
Well, you know
that are
what?
worth it to procreate with. It's like
I'm
everybody says, let's
talking
go
about.
colonize Mars. No, it's easier to fix Earth than to just run away and go
Well, you know
colonize
what?
something else.
It's easier to marry the woman where you will have a lower probability of getting divorced.
I guess
So,
if
all right,
that's, I
Charles. So
mean,
we
I
see where you
guess
gonna be
if
able
you're
to
going to
move
Hey,
your
Kev.
base
mind. So
your love
so
off
that
of the
you using them
possibilities, off of
stats.
probabilities,
Hey,
Hold up,
Kev.
Mr.
Kev.
P. Hold up, real quick, man,
Hey,
because
Kev. Can I
we
say
ain't getting
something real
nowhere
quick?
with
I'm
this.
sorry, Kev. I can I say something real quick because I just looked at the same search that he just did, and it's still saying married immigrants that come
Right.
over here.
That's
Married
all I see.
immigrants.
That's all I see.
Married immigrants. It's saying married
He,
immigrants at the end of the day. That's what I'm trying to explain to him. Married immigrants that come over here, yes, they stay married. But once the vast majority of the times, 46% or more that come back over
Are
here,
you
the
are
American
you
men,
aware
I,
that
brother,
no matter
are you
what you
aware
say,
that
this is what I'm learning from Charles. No matter what you say, he got his mind made up. He gonna stand 10 toes on what he believes. I've been learned that
no
a long
no
time ago. So,
I
so
actually have
what I was
I'm
about
not
to
just
say is,
making
what's
stuff.
the
I have
point
logic.
of these stats, right? You looking up for just to make it more of a reason why you shouldn't trust American women or something. That's why you saying this all this for?
No, I'm saying all this. I'm looking at the probability. I'm not just pulling stuff out of the
But
sky. I'm
you
looking at
said,
the
oh,
Get him.
what? No, I said there's a better chance. I'm talking about. I clearly
Uh,
mentioned probability.
okay,
I
cool,
clearly
okay,
mentioned.
cool.
Well,
I feel you. I feel you.
Okay.
probability
I
For
feel,
of you
I
example,
ain't
getting
know, okay,
for
because I know
instance,
you be
pregnant
talking
is
for a whole
zero.
hundred, and I'm trying to get
all
back
right.
to the
Listen,
topic.
listen,
So I'm gonna actually
listen.
let you go first on
Probability.
the topic, man. How you feel about the topic? Please don't shift off talking about women and all this stuff again, man.
All right, which
please.
one?
You can get a check though.
So the topic itself is say everyone has the right to believe you or not, and then you can either point what you want to hit, or why point out victim blaming and shaming like it's gonna change a person how they feel.
Well, I think stigma changes culture, right? Stigma, in fact, changes culture. So as a matter of fact, the reason why Black
After
American
you go
women
get
aren't
that vote.
improving is
Took him time.
because they're not stigma too many.
All right, so the next person,
You didn't give him no shot until him
huh?
let him talk. He gonna talk your ass to death.
Yeah, I was about to say he went back to that. I just said we ain't about to talk about that. So who's I'm trying to see who came in first. So I'm gonna get you Flip now. Go ahead. How you feel about the topic, man?
So
Flip the dancing banana. How you
okay,
feel about the topic?
I feel like you can't give him no shot. As soon as you give him a shot, he finna talk your damn head the fuck on.
Dude, I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm tired. I'm getting a headache now. This whole live done turned to his situation.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
yeah,
Let it go.
right. So
What, who gonna
so
I
look.
already
So the
commented what I thought about the topic.
who got some Cheetos?
My comment was either you believe what I say or you're a bigot or whatever ism will hurt your feelings the most.
Oh, that sound about right. If
Yeah.
you don't right, that's facts right there. I ain't gonna even lie. That's how I be too. That's exactly how I be.
No, man, in all reality, man, uh, I have the right to believe or not believe whatever I want, but that doesn't negate the reality. Reality
Facts.
is, and I can, I can believe what I want, but that doesn't mean that everybody else in reality has to um, yeah, affirm my ideas. Um, I think that just blatantly, blindly affirming
Bro,
ideas
AJ,
is
you gotta
bad.
get you a new phone. You never see my stuff.
But
How you feeling, anyways, AJ? All right. Was you finished, Mr. P? I don't know if I cut you off. My bad,
What y'all doing for the weekend? What a party at?
bro. I'm I'm gonna give you a chance to answer the question real quick, man, because I gotta rotate these boxes, man.
All right, man.
Everybody
Well,
talking about
please
everything,
change
but
the subject because I couldn't even
Head out
remember.
then if you're rotating.
Yeah,
all
please.
right, for sure, for sure. What you got, Flip? Oh, you dropped two. Okay.
hey, my phone's about to die. I'm heading out. Love you guys.
Y'all
Have a
be
good
just
night.
leaving now because I done
All right,
took
bro.
the dang on cancel. No, all right, for sure, man. Bunny in the
Have a
building.
good
How
night,
you
everybody.
feeling? Welcome.
What
Hey,
up,
but
baby?
I was just about to go live, but since you live, I'm just gonna wait.
Like that. I'm glad you dropped that.
Everybody up in these boxes real quick. I'm trying to get it going. Oh, my sis coming up too.
Man, it's just crazy that this man is pushing his narrative on everybody. You know what I mean? I don't see why they just don't. If you want to leave, you got your passport, just go. You know what I mean? Stop pointing fingers, stop blaming black women for your shortcomings. You know what I mean? If you haven't healed or you haven't did your self work, it's gonna same thing is gonna happen over there. You know what I'm saying? Sorry to say, but my biggest thing is you do your own work before you go to another country. Understand the culture, understand the people that you're dealing with, because it's not the same here. It's not the same over there. You know what I mean? Yeah, they got women over there, but those women are raised and taught totally different from how we were taught. So I feel sorry for him. I hope that he get there and he change his mentality, change his thought process that you can go over there and get hurt the same way you came over here and get hurt. So, I mean, stop pointing the fingers. You know, I feel like you need to change who you are as a person because you pointing one finger, three pointing back at you. So,
Yeah, I was trying to get in, but he got to learn that on his own, as obviously. And then, like, even the fact he sounded like that, that's what, so I could tell he's still hurt.
hmm
Charles, yeah, I'm talking to you, buddy. I can tell you still. I can tell you still hurt because I probably used to thought like that too back when I got my little feelings hurt and all that stuff. Like every woman ain't that many of them like that, but nah. Once you change yourself, you can see who you gonna select right. You gotta change yourself before you can vet right. What they say, you
That's
gotta
it.
change. I might be saying it wrong though, but basically you gotta. It's something within yourself, and the fact that you couldn't even take accountability in that one situation, that said
Yeah.
enough right there. You know, so I can tell that that tore up your whole everything. But hey, we gotta learn how to take accountability for all of our selections, man. We got to. If you able to make a choice, then you able to take accountability. That's why it is. Ain't nobody forced nobody to do anything. You got
Exactly.
100 women you could have picked, but you picked that one and then
It's
messed
funny.
up with it. So we
Right.
can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to select
It's
right.
funny
You
you
can't
said
just
that.
blame it on the whole race or whatever and go across the sea with that same mentality because you're going to come up with some stuff
Mm-hmm.
over there. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
you got to change yourself first.
I heard his opinion all the time, but I didn't know where this source was coming from. So today's the first time I actually hear
It makes sense.
where his.
I'm glad they
But
exposed that.
the whole thing is it
Right.
didn't take accountability for nothing. Like he just keep blaming. I'm like, so when did you miss the cues?
Told you.
And he didn't want to answer the fact that how long was this relationship? Was it 2 weeks, 2 months,
My boy
6 years?
CD can get in the box now. What the heck?
Yeah. I
My
mean,
boy been
But
I
waiting
just
for
don't.
him forever.
to the
I
topic,
just don't get them, man. I don't. I hear a lot about it. This the actual first time I ever. It's been a while since came in contact with a passport bro. You know what I mean? Whatever
That's
you
not no
do,
real word.
do
What the
you.
heck?
Do you. And it kind of made me kind of upset that you point fingers and, at a lot of the women. Yeah, I mean, can we hold them accountable when we're not holding ourselves accountable for our actions?
Right. But to clear the air, I don't want to blame the whole because this passport boy is doing their thing. We don't want to put him part of that. Like a real
Yeah,
passport
they
boy is
do
not going to speak on other stuff before they get up out of it. They just move. You know what I'm saying? So it's dudes that
it.
actually passport boys that we don't know of. That's the thing. So it'll
That's
be the
it.
ones that be talking all the junk before they leave. Them like the fake ones. The fake ones. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's
but the
crazy.
Them
funny
ones
thing
got-
is,
I don't want to
the
mess up that
passport
group.
bro was cool 6 months ago. A year ago, the passport bros thing was cool when it was kind of new to the TikTok world. So women get triggered. Now it's like it's old news. So women don't care no more.
Brother,
So when
what
a
is the,
guy call himself passport bros, it's like, yeah, it's old.
are y'all
What's
talking
up?
about passport brothers or are y'all talking about everyone has a right to believe you or not? What is the topic?
No,
Because I'm
I
you
confused.
came in
sure
a
was
little
lost,
Yeah,
late.
you
It
can
sister.
was
start
a
topic.
dude that it could have changed the whole dang on thing. But I guess we was trying to clear the air for all the 48 people that seen what went down. Try to clear the air on that situation and let people know that men can be held accountable too. You know what I'm saying? So we had to
Gotcha.
clear the air on that.
I was
But
just
yeah,
trying
we
to
on the
figure out.
topic.
I came in late, bro. What's going
Yeah, we
on
on the
here?
topic. We on the
Okay,
topic now.
okay, I got you.
Yep. Let me see. Who go next?
the
Start from the
ladies.
top.
Hey, so what's happening, everybody? It's been a while.
My
Yeah,
boy
CD.
CD. That's how score me off guard. The voice. This dude been in my life since I've been on this thing since the probably beginning of this year. That boy can talk now. This crap, I need to throw some. It's like that. But all right. I'm gonna go backwards then. Let's go ahead. I think
About to
BK, you
start
went
singing
already,
like
didn't you?
Sam Cooke.
Yeah,
Been
yeah,
a
yeah.
long.
You went. Oh yeah, you did. So I'm gonna go with DJ. Oh, did you, I think DJ did it first already. So go ahead, Bunny. I want to say that
Okay,
word
so
so
what?
bad
Don't
because
look.
you
Shut
already
up!
know what
Don't
I
you
want to
get
say.
started.
Something.
I'm gonna drop out this mug, start my own live, and say, "Don't go over there. Come over here." No, I'm just playing. What's going on? Okay, so everyone has the right to believe you or not. They do, and I can care less if they believe me or not. It's so funny because I was just in another live. Not just in. I was in a live the other day, and I have different views on child support than a lot of women. And of course, since I didn't have the same views as the miserable women on that panel and in that room, I got bashed for not having that same belief. And then my whole story, they started telling me my story. They started telling me I'm keeping my man from his child. I was also told that my man was cheating on me for the longest with his baby. I found out my man was a magician because I was like, dang, he messed with somebody in a different state. And coming back here, he getting back here that fast. it was crazy. But yeah, everybody has the right to believe you or not. I definitely completely agree with that. And I don't understand why people act like they know other stories. Um and instead of just believing what that person say, because you can only go off of what they say, you try to make your own narrative about it, or tell them this is what's going on and this is why this is going on and all the rest of that. I would never understand it, but yeah.
Man, go ahead, sis. Boston.
Oh, I've dealt with people
I
not
killed it.
believing what I say plenty of times. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, don't come in when the credits rolling and try to tell my story. I'm the only one that can tell it because I'm the one that's living it. So I'm not going to run down the truth. I'm not going to run down the lie. You can either come to me and ask me, or you can believe what you want to believe. I have gotten to the place now where I just don't care. You know, I don't care because people going to create a narrative around whatever they believe anyway. So it's nothing that you can really do to shift the way they feel because that their perception is their reality, and I get that, but it don't make it factual. So
Thanks.
I'm just determined to just let it go. If you feel that way, then you feel that way. But the thing that bothers me about situations like this, though, Kev, is when people recruit other minions to believe their narrative. You know how you go and get other people to jump on board with your lies and stuff. That's the thing that troubles me more than people not believing me. It's recruiting people to believe your lie. That's the only part I have a problem with. But you're right. They're just gonna believe what they want to believe. So you just got to just let it rock.
Yeah, it's entertaining. It's entertaining to me. Like, how are you gonna tell me what my truth is? Oh yeah. Oh, don't even get me started on certain things. But
You said my truth.
that, just like Sis said, is you gon' I mean, I got to the point where I'm just like, you get angry and you start fighting, and then you start being like, you start looking like, well, if I gotta fight for them to believe my truth, it makes me look like it's not true. It makes me look, it makes
We
me look like
waking up
I'm trying
now.
to, yeah, now I'm trying to make you believe that I'm telling the truth. And at this, I'm not in the business trying to make you believe what I'm saying. I'm not. So I just don't get mad about it. You either believe what I say or you don't. I
So,
mean,
are we talking about objective truth, or are we just talking about like your opinion about truth? Not you per se, but just in general. Because
I'm sorry,
objective
DJ.
truth is
I didn't hear you.
no. It's saying like, are we talking about objective truth, which is it's undeniable fact, or are we just talking about people's opinions of what they think the truth is? Because
Well, I would say people's opinions on what they think the truth is, because you could tell them the sky is blue, and somebody who just doesn't want to believe your story because it's not that exciting gonna tell you it's something else.
That's
that's
what.
true.
That's exactly what they do.
I mean, they can't argue that person, and they become the donkey in that scenario, right? Because if you argue somebody with the objective truth, then they get just as crazy as they are, especially when you know it's a goddamn truth.
But look, even with that, it just always, it kind of revolve around just, that's why I threw that second part in there, right? But yeah, all around, right? Nobody don't have to believe you or not. That's something I had to actually swallow the pill on that situation. Cause I'm like, dang, it is people, and I can't get mad at that. You know what I'm saying? I can't get mad that somebody like, man, I don't believe, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I can only prove myself for so long, or sometimes I just don't do it at all. I'm like, whatever, you choose to believe it or not, then I'll step on. You know what I'm saying? I can't sit there and force nothing into somebody's head. I can't, cause like, just like we said, like, even if somebody had something bad about you or whatever, you keep fighting and stuff gonna make you look like you guilty. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, nah. I mean, you gonna believe what you believe. Make whatever picture you got out of me. You might have 100 videos or whatever, but I know who I am at the end of the day. So I'm gonna let CD go real quick. My brother, boy, I can't get used to. Y'all just don't know, man. He been in here forever. He can talk in the box now.
On this truth thing, I'm at the point now, just like Kev said, I ain't gonna try to change your mind. Either you can believe it or you won't. But at the same time, I also understand that depending on how it got to that point on why some people might not believe or want to believe what you're saying or what you're doing because you did some nonsense for too long.
Mm.
Then you try to sit here and play victim behind the stuff that you were doing. So now I don't trust you.
Right.
So you can't have it both ways.
That's
Mm.
fact. Oh, that's what I was trying to get to about that. About that, even the people that I know y'all run into people like that. As soon as you seem like you about to blame a person about something, oh, you went to that club, that's why that happened, or you went, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. It's like if a person feel like, and that's why I mentioned that second part. I'm like, why point out they? Because when you, I ever, that's what happened on here a few times. You could be telling somebody about a story or something like that. Then as soon as you say something about the, you know, the so-called victim, right? They be like, "Why you victim blaming and shaming or something like that?" My point about this situation is like, even you pointing that out or somebody saying that, what make you think? As soon as you tell them that, they still don't feel like it's that person's fault. It don't work. That's like that. Not all people, like not all and all this stuff. Like you can't change somebody's mind for thinking not all because you came out your mouth and said not all. It ain't not all. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna do that. It's obvious in their mind they already feel that way. Even if they say some, oh maybe I'm gonna change it to some. They in their mind is still all. No matter how we want to look at it. So most of the time they just trying to make you feel good. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? They only gonna change their talking points to make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't change the way how somebody feel, no matter how you want to look at it. So if they so called shaming or blaming or whatever, that's how they feel. They feel like it's your fault. You know what I'm saying? That nobody's entitled to having to believe you or not because there's too many people lie. You see what I'm saying? So hey, I can come with a bunch of things. I'm not gonna expect everybody to believe everything I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna put that there, you know. But it's like you gotta think about it both ways. Them same people that be saying that stuff be the same ones that, because it'll make you naive, right? Nobody ain't, you know, I don't think we built on this earth to be naive and believe every last single thing. Even though there's a lot of people that's like that, but we gotta you know, I'm not trying to make it seem like nobody else is crazy, but sometimes we got to try to have a mind of our own and think outside the box. Like, okay, somebody could be not telling us the truth. I understand that, you know, life is gambles. I understand it's gambles and stuff, but it's just like sometimes you got to choose what you feel might be the truth or not. Just like our whole lives is built off beliefs, anyways. We either believe it or not. Even our beliefs can change and stuff, but we're not wrong or right for believing or not believing. You know what I'm saying? Because we humans. That's all it is. Humans trying to understand other humans. So nobody has like a solid, you know, fact to know if somebody's wrong or right. That's just how it is. It's really just a gamble.
Well,
But
that
yeah.
depends, right? Because there's objective truth. There's some things that can be proved, and then there's some things that are opinions.
Mhm.
So, I agree with what you're saying, but to an extent, there's some things that can be proved. And, some people are just delusional and they live in the delusion, and that's fine. But when you see truth for yourself and find out it's true, there's no need to argue with somebody. You can always try to influence them and let them know what it is, but if they decide not to take that, also what I realize, people who, when it comes to information that's going to change the way they view things, they reject it. They will do it, especially if it's something for them to change.
Mhm.
They're like, oh, nah, that's stupid. You know what I'm saying? So they reject that information.
Instant.
So, yeah.
We had a little scenario like that in early, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? I feel you though. It's crazy. They
Oh,
deflect
that was
like
that
crazy
was
too when
funny.
you try to put them on spot. But this they come with 100 stories. But hey, it's just crazy, right? Antonio, what's the deal, man? How you feeling about the topic, man? You can do one and two. Is that Empress in the building? What's the
What up,
deal? How
big
you
bro?
feeling, Empress?
First of all, how everybody doing? To the folks on the panel, how y'all doing? To the folks in the comments, how y'all doing?
Yeah,
I mean, my
man.
granddaddy had an
Good,
eighth
Mr.
grade
Bro.
education, but he used to say some incredible stuff, dog. And my grandfather used to tell me, just because you don't believe it, don't mean it ain't the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have folks that, and it's human, like you said, it's human for people to reach from their own experiences. So a lot of times
Right.
people are triggered by certain things that are said, but a lot of times people don't have the understanding to reach out there and understand certain things. So they choose to ignore it. You know what I'm saying? My grandfather, I used to always ask him, he used to be always be on us about going to school. You got to go get secondary education, this and that. And I was like, Granddad, but you went to the eighth grade and you doing good in life. He said, but listen, boy, your decision making process is only good as your information.
Mm.
And sometimes people are in their comfort zone. They don't like to be outside of it. And when they receive new information, it's easier for them to ignore it than accept it.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
That's
Oh, he
why.
cooking. He
But
cooking.
but also
Right.
education, right? Education is not like the typical school. What education really means is this root word of education, educo. It's mean to induce from within. It's not information from school. It's from within. You're trying to get information outside of yourself. So that's I think you
No,
gotta
we
learn on your
didn't
own.
talk about from school. We just talking about
No, I know, I
information,
know,
period.
I
If
know,
you
I
But
know.
going
yeah,
down the street and they're shooting down the street, you want that information because you're not gonna go the direction if you know they're down there shooting handguns.
right, right.
Opposite direction.
So we're gonna ask questions later.
Right. What is that down there?
Right. I'll go down there. Talk, Judy, what happened? You know what I mean? We go ask for the information later after the shoot. After the fact. You know what
Sure,
I mean?
niggas run into somebody running, right?
Oh, you already
We're
know
gonna,
Nobody
how
is.
we do. When we see somebody running, we ain't talking.
We
Get
going
up out of
to.
there.
we ain't asking no questions.
I wish people's tempers worked that way. You know what I'm saying? Some people will sock you in your jaw before they ask you a question. You know what I'm saying? It'd be pick and choose with that though. But hey, you know what I'm saying? Had to slide that in there. What's the
Yeah,
deal, Marissa?
that's crazy.
But
That is
yeah.
crazy.
I mean, have any of y'all run into that though? Because I came up with this for a reason. Because you know, it's just like people will tell sob stories. I mean, it could be true or not, right? But this is like, is it my fault, right? Because I hear it so many multiple times that you know people, this happened to me and that whatever. I hear it so many times. Like how can I know who to believe? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm the type who will ask like a bunch of questions. Then when you ask so many questions, that's when you be like, oh, you victim blaming and you victim shaming or something like that. It's like, no, how do I don't trust everybody. You know what I'm saying? I can't just sit there because you came out your mouth with it and you come with a bunch of excuses why you can't take accountability on a certain situation. And then just because I don't want to believe, just be naive and just believe you what I ask in questions. How would that be how that be my fault? I don't want you to do the same thing with me. I want you to ask me 100 questions. You know what I'm saying? That's just crazy. That's crazy to me.
I mean, you hear it a lot on TikTok. I mean, you hear a lot of victim blaming. You know what I mean? Instead of them saying, well, you know what? They're not telling but one side of a story. That's their story. You know what I mean? Are we gonna point the finger at the person that done it? Then they're gonna say, okay, well, my part I played in it is this X, Y, Z. You know what I'm saying? So they will always make one person the bad person. You know what I mean? Just like we heard earlier. You know what I mean? Victim blaming.
Put a
Instead of
cough
him
emoji.
saying,
Why you got the
you
cough?
know, you know, like earlier, we heard that same victim. He playing victim. He ain't never say what he contribute to the problem.
Facts.
You know, we can always hear one side of a story. We're never gonna hear the other side. You know what I mean? I guarantee if we heard the other side of the story of the people that he dealt with, she dealt with, I guarantee it'd be a different outcome. You know, they gonna always push the goalposts.
People be thinking I'm playing with about my room, man. We can't let a lot of stuff slide, man. Like I said, that's the only way we can grow. We have to hold each other accountable. And I guess since he thought he was a man, you couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, everybody got to get toe up. That's just how it is. If it sound
That's
like
some
you
real
just
shit.
trying to be the one that don't take fault in no situation, nah, you got to get addressed on that because a lot of us just freely living and thinking we can do no wrong and all that stuff, and then you know what I'm saying. As soon as it come to us, it's like, oh no, it was the other fault. No, every like I said, every situation, your job you pick, you know, the people you kick it with, your friends and all that stuff, it's still it might not be your fault, but you're still accountable for that situation. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
chose them. If you chose them, you could be accountable. That's just how it is. It might not be your fault, right? But you still
Right.
accountable. That's just
So
how it
funny you said
is.
that. Last night I wrote down on some things I was thinking, and I wrote down there's a few things that you can't change, like the things that you're the place you were born, the parents you're born into, the family you're born into, all those things you got no control over, right? But the job that you choose, the person you choose to be with, the job that you have, the car that you drive, you choose all those things.
Boy,
So
I
there's a
thought you about
choice.
to go a whole list. I'm like, it's a billion things.
No, 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 no. I'm just giving the,
The
you know what I'm
TV that you
saying?
watch, the music you
Yeah,
listen to.
exactly. The lives that you're going to, the TikTok lives, it's all your choice. So how you gonna
Facts.
blame? How you gonna blame people for whatever your situation is? Like you gotta take responsibility for everything. It doesn't matter how or little that you're playing that role. You gotta say, okay, what part did I play in this situation? And start from there.
I tell people on my live, I don't know if you were in there, Kev, when I say it, but I tell people that the actual life that we're living right now today is based on choices and decisions that we made. Every
Absolutely.
single thing about what we have going on today is based on choices and decisions. And that's just a true story. We do have to take accountability for the people we surround ourselves with. You're right, Kev, because if you take accountability for that, you might not get into certain situations if you're
Facts.
aware of the people that you hang around. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, everything is about choices. Those choices can be good or bad. It can take you on the broad road or the narrow road. It's all your choice.
Absolutely.
Right. That's true.
And to what you were saying, Kev, about believing folks, I'm gonna tell you what broke me up from that, Kev. I was at the little wing spot one day. I'm getting out the car. I'm finna go get me a little meal. As this lady came up to me, she was like, "Baby, my tie flat, and I just need $20 to get my tie situated." What the crazy part was, Kev, I looked across the street where she came from, and it was a van there with a flat tire on it. Dog, I gave her them $20. She went the opposite direction. I got so mad I hollered out, "Don't let that be the 20 that kill you."
I would have chased her
Gotcha.
down and got my $20. No, I
Definitely.
actually would have though.
But
She,
but
you
it
see
was
what I'm saying?
it
I ain't
was
got trust issues after
but
this one.
to what you were
I was
saying,
about to say
Boston,
that.
it was I knew better and it was my fault for I chose to believe her. So
I got a
she
card.
won that
I'm
day.
about to look for a card thing on here. Where I got it? I need a. I need a. Nope. Never mind.
We're gonna do
I
a
wanted to
short
find a
little
car some
moderator
sign
break.
something.
I'm not gonna play with you. We're gonna do a short little mod break right here. Please, if you want to support for free, actually, it ain't if you want to. The support is free. Tap the screen and share the live. That is all free. Everybody on TikTok making 6 figures or more. Y'all can contribute to y'all can subscribe to Kev's page if you like the content. You can do $5.99 a month. You can also gift the panel if you enjoy everything that we are speaking about. I'm sorry, the kid back here screaming too. Guess he want to be a part of it. Uh, you can go ahead and send in those coins. It is free. Like I said, y'all out here making 6 figures. Y'all can go ahead and send those coins over. Ain't nothing wrong with sending a couple of coins. It's only like $2 to $1. But no, we really appreciate you sitting in here enjoying the live. If you're on a panel, please do not tap the live. It doesn't do anything for him. It actually hurts his live. But sit back, enjoy the show, and tap while you sitting there doing nothing. We appreciate you and love all you beautiful people.
I love it.
I like your voice. She got a radio voice.
I guess
Why
she said she used
everybody
to do the
keeps saying
radio.
that? But that's
Funny.
because I have been on the radio for many, many years. I didn't go ahead and get my podcast started back up. I swear.
Yeah,
What happened? I
that
thought I
last
seen
part
somebody in
was
the
perfect.
box. I swear I seen somebody in the box. Can y'all hear that? Y'all heard that noise?
It's a
Y'all heard
car.
that car? Oh, dang. Hey, that might have been a car Tonio had pieced off. Probably that woman he pieced off. No.
Just like they skirted off on you.
That's the noise I needed on my soundboard. They did it for me. What's the
I
deal,
thought you
Broderick?
did that, Kev.
Nope. That was the car outside.
Oh, bro.
He
Kev,
was
man,
looking
quit
for a car
playing, man. I
sound.
need that mic. Hey, Kev, look,
Wolf
how
guy,
about we
you
do
already
this?
know I got you, but I'm
Look,
still got to box it up for you, you
how
know?
about we do this? How about I go ahead and box up the book for you, and then you box up the mic, and we make an even track.
I feel you. I feel you. You know I got to see that part two. I'll take that, dude. I'll take that part two book.
Oh,
Even
well,
Not
that
the
if
first one, though.
that part two book, boy, they ain't ready for that. I'm telling
Oh
you,
What
man.
wow.
what an even exchange.
Man, I'm telling
Bro, I
you,
need to give
Ooh,
him two mics for that. Shoot.
man, they not
ooh.
even ready for that part two, boy. Them women about to be like, I can't stand it. They're about to be like, man, like this is what I'm not. Damn it. They gonna be
Wow.
mad, bro. They
You
gonna be
made them
mad.
mad today. I seen it already. Your room went to 300. I was at work. I was just listening through my while I was sleeping.
And yeah, Ted,
Oh,
those
man,
comments was going crazy. I was in
crazy,
there for
man.
two. And yo, I was like, oh Lord, he's not even reading the comment. He's seen a few of them. I was like, okay, he ain't gonna look at the comment. Man, them girls were going crazy with him. I was like, yo,
hmm
Man, you
let me
know they
get out of
gonna
here.
go crazy with me, man. They sitting out there talking about oh we support her or whatever. She make queens, she make women into. I'm like, man, she make y'all women into single moms. Ain't nobody even trying to hear none of that trash. I don't even listen to stuff like that. People like that, women like that. I mean, like, how is she to tell a woman that she can make a queen and she a queen maker when she done jumped on the other side of the fence? Like, stop it, man. Cut it out. You don't even know what you want to do. You don't want to know if you want to deal with a man or a woman, and you got the nerve to try to give women advice. Man, stop the trash, man. I mean, like, I'm so tired of my sisters, man. My black women just falling for ridiculous stuff like that, man. It breaks my heart, man. It's just, man, if I could stand up, I'd just stand up and tell them, oh man, hey, look, all of y'all really need to just shut the hell up and listen. Pay attention to what these people are doing. Pay attention to what these women are leading you into. They leading you into everlasting oblivion. I mean, like, and they keep on playing, they're gonna be excommunicado because I mean, like, the more and more we try to reach out to them, the more and more they deny it, they push it away, they don't want to listen, they not trying to hear what we talking about. And I mean, like, men like us, we just gonna be like, man, all right then, man, y'all to the sharks then. That's it, bro. And I mean,
For
like,
sure,
it's really
Antonio.
to that point right now. And I mean, like, the women, man, I just don't get it when they keep saying that they want better, but they protecting the people that's making it worse for them. Man, I don't get it. Don't understand it. I don't think I'm not. I don't know what. Man, y'all ladies help me out for
You know
real.
what's so crazy, brother Wolfgang? Y'all can tell them 1,000 times. Y'all can tell women 1,000 times that certain things is like this is what a man wants, which is so weird. Why a woman wouldn't believe what a man wants, because that's how I was taught what a man wanted from a man. I mean, I mean, let's be honest. How you gonna know what that man wants unless you ask him? But you know, that's a story for another day. But you guys can tell them this is what a man wants, and then women, then we certain women, we come up there, we agree with you guys. So it's like they not just saying this. Like this, we in agreement with certain things about what women should do, what a wife should be like, how you should carry yourself, and then they don't believe us. That's the part where I'm like, are you serious? Like you don't even want to believe other women when we're telling you, like, look, it's not that bad. But on top of that, a lot of people, I don't even want to say misery loves company. That's why, because that's normally my normal motto, that misery loves company, and people gonna, say certain things to keep you on their side and to see their viewpoint. But at a certain point, we have to understand this is a earthly world. This is a world where as the sheep can come dressed, the wolf can come dressed in sheep's clothing. So if we want to stop marriages, if we want to promote same-sex marriages or same-sex relationships, or if the enemy wants to promote certain things, they're going to send them a speaker. They're going to send them an advocate out in order to grab people to be like, look, we want to stop. What's the best way to damage people? You're going to send people, you're going to send somebody out there with a viewpoint, have them generate and build this whole fan base that they have believing that. And what does that do? It only affects us negatively in the end. And that's
You
what
know
it
what I
is. And
thought
they're
about?
and they're so go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I ain't. I thought you was done. My bad.
Oh no, go ahead.
Uh, oh no, I was just about to say. I just told this to my to one of my coworkers and stuff. I thought about that. Do people know that the devil know the Bible too?
Phew. Don't get me started. They don't know the
I'm
devil
just
was
saying, because I want to
an
get
angel
people to
come with
actually
you.
understand that just because somebody say that they reading stuff out the out the Bible and all that stuff, that you gotta literally pay attention. You gotta pay attention to what sound right and what sound wrong and stuff. So I think I thought about this some days ago. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. So why wouldn't he know? You know what I'm saying? Or he, whatever you want to call it, though. But why wouldn't they know? So it's like you gotta ask. That's why I say you gotta tune in with your spirit. You gotta listen and see what really sound right. Because they just because somebody reading the Bible in front of you and call themselves, I am a this, I am that, whatever they want to call it, Christian or Israelite, whatever. You gotta really pay attention to who's preaching these messages and stuff. Because
That's
if it sound kind of weird, and just because they know how to make stuff sound, because like both your spirits it could be your trauma spirit responding to something, or it could be it could be like a healing, or something that make you uncomfortable, right? But a lot of people I noticed that they follow because somebody reading it like, oh yeah, that dude sound like that might be right. We might have to be the rulers of something, it'd be the weirdest stuff, and I'm like, that don't sound kind of godlike, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to pay attention to who's reading this thing to us and how we getting taught this stuff, because like it don't always be like how everybody got their own perception of the Bible and stuff, I noticed. So that's
Kev,
just
well, yeah,
generally
Kev,
because
speaking.
it's up
you
for
talking about what happened
interpretation, right?
last time? I
The
know you
Bible is up.
was. I'm sorry, my fault, DJ. My fault, DJ. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I was just simply saying, like, the Bible is up for interpretation, right? So everybody who read the Bible have their own perspective of it when they read
They
it.
do.
Also, the first, like you just said earlier, you got to the first thing you got to understand who you're listening to. So the
Yep.
very first thing to be able who you're listening to, who your role models are, those things are very important who you choose because we are human beings. We are programmed. We can be programmed, right? So it depends on the information you contain or the information you receive. You can be programmed by that information. So those two things are very important.
Well, the problem is with that behind that is that they're leaning on their own understanding when they read it. Don't lean on your own understanding when you read it. You know what I'm saying? Because the Bible, man, it's filled with knowledge, but it's filled with knowledge that you have to unlock.
Hmm.
You can't just go in there. Oh yeah, that's what that means. No, that's why I say pray for knowledge, pray for wisdom. That's why I say pray for understanding. Just like the brother came in talking about commitment and submission the other day when I'm talking, when I had my live, and he said it said look at the scripture. It says commit to one another, and I'm like finish the scripture though. I'm like finish it. It says commit
Oh, I
to
heard
one
that.
another in spirit and the fear of God. That's what it says. It never said it said submit to each other. It didn't say commit. It says submit to one another in the fear of God. It didn't say husbands submit to your wives. They taken submit to one another as the husband submit to the wife and the wife submit to the husband. That's not the meaning of it. When it says submit to one another in the fear of God, which means all of us have to submit to each other and know that we have to fear God in the fear of Him. That's man and woman submitting to God, knowing His strength. Fear Him out of love, fear Him out of compassion, fear Him for His grace and His mercy. And we submit to Him as man and woman, us together. And I'm like, well, it says the husbands submit to the wives in contents of marriage. I'm like, man, dude, I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, the Bible will tell you straight up. The Bible doesn't cut corners. It says, wives, be in submission to your husband. If man was supposed to be in submission to the wife, it will literally say it. It will say, husbands, be submissive to your wives, because it says, wives, be submissive to your husbands. It wouldn't be no corner cutting on that one. But it's what they take it, misunderstand it, and try to put it in a context like, oh no, this is what it means in the contents of marriage. I'm like, bro, I can't deal with this. I mean, like, and that's a lot of misleading information, especially with I mean, like with men, some men that don't have it all together, and they easily manipulate a woman, because we know most women, to all women, are emotionally vulnerable. Then you have these men that are used by what I'm saying, by bad spirits, by wicked spirits that go and destroy them, continuously use them. We know that women are used by these evil spirits as well to manipulate men and be destructive towards them. If we don't get proper discernment, understanding, wisdom, and knowledge that we're
Leave.
supposed to, we will continuously be in this endless cycle. And it's like Bunny said, they don't want to listen to those things, to the people that actually took the time to pray for discernment, to pray for knowledge, to pray for understanding. And this is how I speak when I say it. I say it straight up. Kev, have you noticed I stopped cursing?
I see
I
you chilling
stopped.
out a little bit. I seen it. I seen
Yeah,
it.
brother, I chilled out on a lot of things, man, because I pray for the understanding, wisdom, knowledge, and discernment. So I'm telling myself like I'm smarter than that, so I don't have to say certain things. I've learned certain things in my life. I learned certain things and I understand them now. So I'm just giving the understanding because I was like, what am I to do? My purpose, I was lost. And the next thing I know, after that, fully committing myself, what I'm saying, to God, through his son. Man, I wrote a book. I never seen myself writing a book, Cab. Never. Never, brother. It never crossed my mind ever. But I had a purpose. And that
That's what
purpose
I'm
was
saying.
given to me. And I didn't take that pen. I didn't sit down in front of me. God, through his spirit, through his Holy Spirit, took my hands and said, this is what you're gonna write, and you're gonna write it and you're gonna get it done. Because this message needs to get out. And a lot of people are gonna hate you for it. And right now,
Hey,
Kevin, we already know they do.
you know why I don't like using the term purpose, right?
Hmm.
Because I believe a lot of times most of our situations are passions, and we call them purpose.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because it's just like you said, you never seen that coming, right?
Right.
And it's like even me, right? I didn't think I was gonna do this, but at first I was a content creator, and it changed. I'm like, all right, this might be my purpose. This might be. It could change. So I don't call it a purpose, or I try to. Lately, I've been trying to stray away from saying purpose because I would say like until the day you unalive, I'll say that's when you served your purpose. That's how I call it because I don't think we truly gonna know our full purpose on that God gave because I think only God really know that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm
Right.
looking at as long as you living, like your purpose can always change, and I believe that we always call our passions purpose. That's all it is. So I believe we can develop another new passion after we get because you could be a movie star soon. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know. It could always change. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
But they did say turn your passion into purpose, right? They said turn your passion into a purpose.
I
Also, like
guess.
what
I
the
guess.
general said up top, he said he wrote a book. He's a Jewish proverb. He says every man should write a book, plant a tree, and have a son. And what they're really saying is all those things gonna outlive you, right? And that's what it is. Like you got all those things and you put all those things in place. So when you're dead and gone, all those things are outlive you. And as men, it's important to have your name. That's all. That's the thing. Your name live on forever,
Yeah.
and it should be there's a pride behind it. You know what I'm saying? So
I got another example. Then the reason why I say that, like, what about this? How about the little baby? Is a little baby that didn't get the chance to live and passed away. Who's to say they ain't have a purpose?
True.
but there's no. I mean, there was no. He just didn't get a chance to develop into his purpose.
That's what I'm saying. I can't. You can't. We can't say that because I think. I mean, I don't think God make mistakes. That's the reason why I say that. I don't think He make mistakes. I don't.
Never.
I think. I believe we all have a purpose. And I do believe we all impact each other. I think that's one of our main purposes to impact each other some type of way.
Hmm.
Even grass, all this stuff, everything in this life, like worms. Still don't know what roaches is for, but everything in life has a purpose. You know, everything in life has a purpose. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? We go off our human judgment, but I mean, I think, our creator knows our purpose. We might not know the full thing, but our creator knows, you know what I'm saying?
He said, the roaches.
I mean,
Boy,
I still don't know why they here, roaches and rats,
man,
but I
out
guess it
of
tell you to clean your house
control,
up. I don't
man.
know,
Out of control.
I
I mean,
think as
but
human
yeah,
beings, our purpose is to move the humanity forward, move the next generation forward, do our best. It could be different ways. You could, like I said, you could teach, you could make things,
Be an
um,
example.
be an example. Yeah. So we just just move the
That's
society
how I
forward. I
feel.
think
I
that's
feel
yeah.
it's something that we all, like I said, it's some type of impact I think we have among each other. Cause I was even saying, like I said, I'm like with the kid, right? They still like kind of taught like the people. Okay, here go another thing. Like I said, I done talked about this. So that's the reason why I'm already know about this stuff. But I even talk about like the dudes that ate the poisons and stuff. Like who's to say they ain't had no purpose because they passed away off eating poison? It was for us to learn from them. You know what I'm saying? So
That
they
was his
purpose
purpose.
was to, you know what I'm saying? I know it sounds bold, but I'm just saying that was the purpose. You know what I'm saying? For us to, because I do believe we all live in examples. We all different examples of how to live life. You know, that's how I look at it and stuff. So even if we didn't feel like we got to live, we still exist though. And that's why I do tell people like we should be not even just be happy for living, we should be happy that we exist. We didn't have to exist. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I
Mhm.
look at it. I don't have my
But
business. Oh yeah, for sure, Wolf, man. Appreciate you for stopping by.
but yeah, that's where gratitude comes in, right? Just
Yeah,
to be alive.
exactly. Yep. Exactly. I try to
Gotta
get
show
people
gratitude.
with more of a grateful mentality and stuff instead of an entitlement. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't have to live. Nobody promised we didn't deserve anything. You know what I'm saying? Nobody deserved to live. Nobody, all this stuff we be saying, but we got to be more grateful and thankful that we got it because we didn't have to be selected. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Hmm.
why that's the reason why I live my life kind of more peaceful because I'm thinking that way. You know what I'm saying? If things work or they don't, you know what I'm saying? I still appreciate the situation that I'm still alive here and I made it and I got a chance to learn something new or do something different. That's how I look at it. You know, that's yeah.
Especially if you're healthy. If you're healthy and free, if you're healthy and free, man, there shouldn't be no complaints. I mean, stuff go bad, yes, but if you're
That's
free and
gonna go
healthy,
bad.
that's that's enough to be like, okay, yes, today nothing. Okay, cool. Gratitude, hands and knees, go to, pray to God or whatever you pray to, and be grateful.
Exactly.
And
Exactly. Every
it
moment
makes
you
day gonna
wake
be
up,
better.
you should be grateful, man. Everybody don't get a chance to wake up. I think 2019 should have taught us, you know what I'm saying, all the stuff that have been happening and stuff, and we still here today. That should have been the biggest wake up ever. But yet people still complaining like we deserve anything. Chuck is crazy, man. People never satisfied, man.
So how have you changed since COVID happened? How's it changing? You think?
That's why I'm talking like this now.
Oh, so you
'Cause
wasn't.
I
Oh,
think
okay.
that was when I really made a super major change was during that time, and I see how precious life is, and I seen a lot of people that was close by to me, pass away, and even before that, the other passaways had happened, and just looking at life how it is, I'm like, man, it made me start trying to grow out, stop growing in this entitlement mentality. Well, I must do this, and my plan must happen and stuff. Well, you better be grateful that the plan even fell through if it do. You need to be grateful that you even had the strength to even try that plan. That plan. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's like it's always some moment. You know what I'm saying? So and that's just keep peace. Like I said, when I chose peace over, and that's the main thing. When I chose peace over everything, I think that's what gave me this, and that's what I'm about to talk about tomorrow is the optimistic mentality and stuff, or being optimistic and stuff. That's what made me start looking at the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? I think that's something we work toward. But I'm gonna talk about tomorrow. I don't want to talk about it too much, but I'm gonna talk about that. As a part two of that optimistic versus pessimistic mentality.
Hmm, that's a good one.
Oh,
That
you
would be a
think?
good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
got a
good.
whole thing,
Positive.
a bunch of stuff for y'all the rest of this week. Yeah,
So back
Now
to the
that,
topic. You said point out the victim blaming and shaming. I didn't
why
really
pointing
understand
out
the
victim
question really.
blaming and
Like,
shaming? Huh?
yeah, why point out the victim blaming and shaming? Like, what do you really mean by that?
Because, like said, it could be like I done fell into this a few times, and I be going in certain rooms. I be hearing people heard me say that as soon as you sound like you about to hold somebody accountable for what for what they did, they be like, "Why it sound like you're victim blaming and victim shaming or something like that?" You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
But it's like it's not my fault because I want to ask questions because I don't believe your story. You know what I'm saying? Everybody it's like it's a gamble. I'm not saying don't believe everybody, but don't mean believe everybody either. It's like sometimes it's safe for us to ask a bunch of questions to figure out because people lie. You see what happened to
mm-hmm.
my boy Antonio? He tried to give a heart and get that 20 piece off, and guess what? That wasn't, and then she said peace. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we gotta be, we gotta be on guard sometimes and stuff. We can't be naive for every situation. It's really a gamble. So I do feel like, yeah, and what I was meaning by that though, I threw it off. What I was meaning by that is like, why say that like it's gonna change a person's mentality? If they feel like it's your fault, and you say, "Oh, why you blaming and shaming this?" That's they can act like it for a second, like, you know what, I should be doing that, but they still feel that way. They still don't trust your story. So because you saying it, that ain't gonna change their mentality. That's like I was about to say, like the not all. When people like not all people and all that, that's how they feel. If you tell them not all or something like that, it's not gonna change. You know what I'm saying? Who think
Hmm.
your voice gonna be that powerful and be like, not all? Don't say not all. I mean, not it's not all, man. You know what I'm saying? They were like, oh yeah, you right. Okay, you right. Some of them is no, but they still feel that way. So if that's how
Right.
they feel, you can't do anything about that.
Can't change it. Can't change their
Can't
opinion. Can't
change it.
change their thought process. You can't change anything. So you can just let them be who they are. So they gonna really show their true character out eventually. You mean even they might change it for a second. They might change it for an hour. But guarantee you they're gonna go right back to that same mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Talking in
Yep.
a different room, same thing.
I was
But the
in a
good
live
news.
I was in a live yesterday and they was talking about racism. You know what I'm saying? And the word y'all is we shouldn't get offended by it, but they get offended by it. And the man said, "Well, not all, but you're not going to change what I'm saying." And I get that. You know, you're not going to change what I'm saying. I said y'all. You know what I'm saying? I meant that word y'all. You know what I mean? Because it could be a group. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to change what I say. And I
Mm-hmm.
get it. You know what I mean? You're going to change nobody's thought process. You know, you can change it for a second, change it for a minute, an hour, whatever. But they right back to what they believe. Period.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And I get it. You know, we shouldn't get up here and try to change people' opinion or thought because they're gonna think what they want to think.
They gonna
Period.
think what they want to think. Exactly.
You
But
know,
Kev,
either
would you agree that you're more like would you consider a teacher? Would you say you're a teacher or you're an information sharer? What do you consider yourself as?
oh me,
Both of you.
oh I'm
A learner and a teacher, I guess. So
yeah, I'm a learner and a teacher.
yeah, both.
You know
I
what I
think
mean?
that's how
And
everybody should be.
yeah,
That's what I'm
everybody should be
saying.
a
That's what I'm
learner.
saying. So if you're teaching, that means you gotta. I won't say you don't care, but at least some point, like the message you're trying to pass. Hopefully, they would at least listen and maybe change your mind to some things.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
feel you
at
on that.
least change their perception to what they see. Because if they come into this live and then they might learn something like, oh, I never see it that way. Because that's the beauty about
Yeah,
the thing is to show people a different perspective to what they've been thinking their whole life, right? And they might change. They might not change fully, but they might like, okay, I could go with this, and then they go down
right.
do their own research.
I mean, I mean,
They're smart.
there's certain aspects of it, but they're not gonna change totally.
Oh,
They're gonna
not one information.
Yeah, they're gonna see it and they be like, "Oh, okay, I ain't see it like that." But 9 times out of 10, they go into another lie. All that went out the window.
Exactly.
And you have to want to change. You're gonna want to see everybody's opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You want to understand what everybody think, but some people ain't gonna think that. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
hey, I got
Yeah.
all you can do. You can be the carrier. You know what I mean? You the vessel to carry the message, but don't shoot the message. Don't unalive the message. My bad.
Oh, you good? So I thought about. I mean, I get you to a certain extent, DJ. I feel you a little bit because sometimes you can plant a little seed, whatever. But it just depend. Like I said, it do depend on the situation. Like if people got like certain talking points or whatever. That's just like me, right? I be coming in the room like bees ain't ish. You know what I'm saying? Bees ain't ish or
Hmm.
something like that. And you be like, they not bees. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's how I felt. You know what I'm saying? Because you corrected me, and it's not gonna change me right away. You know what I'm saying? I would have to learn on my own. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? I could just say you could say that that ain't right or something like that. Maybe for a quick minute it's gonna do it, but at the end of the day, in my mind, it's still bees ain't ish. You know what I'm saying? You
Hmm.
just stopped me for a moment. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I would have simply saying because your life, like what I'm saying, I vibe with you because your life is more of a positive level. And I'm in a space in my life where I just want to have positive conversations and growing conversations because I was thinking last night, I'm like, I choose the person I want to hang out with. I choose the lives I want to go into. I choose, and if I choose these things, the outcome's got to be better than when I come in there, right? So I want to so I see you as a teacher, or at least not a teacher, at least a person who convey good information. So you don't have to be the person giving information. If people come in, they can give information as well. And in a very good safe space. You get crazy sometimes, which is fine, right? Because we're humans and we This is the streets,
I mean,
TikTok
of
streets.
course, right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but at the end of the day, at least the accountability right there is very important. And you
Very.
know,
That's why that's gonna stay up there red. If I can always find a way to squeeze that up there, I have to realize what this room about. And I'm keeping this room name No Excuses Allowed because I just need to let people know about my just the room. If I can't do it, helping people with outside the situation, as long as you come in this room. No, I'm still like that regardless. I can't believe they just got to boot me up. But I don't like hearing excuses, man. I just because like if you want to talk about this growth and this unity and all this other stuff, like ain't no excuse, ain't no room for excuses. It's just they don't work like that. You know what
zero.
I'm saying? And you gotta hold yourself accountable. We can't everything ain't just one sided all the time. You know?
2023, there's zero room for excuses. Like why? You know what I mean? It's Google on your phone. Literally on your fucking phone. There's YouTube right there. Like there's information literally everywhere. And that's why people get emotional. I'm like, bro, why get emotional? Just relax for a minute. Breathe.
Man.
Look it up yourself. No need to argue. We're sitting here talking 2 seconds. Okay, you disagree with me? Okay, this it says it right here, bro. Oh, my bad. Okay, cool. And
Well,
move on, right?
I got something for y'all. I got somebody. Well, I guess these last couple of days I've been getting people mad at me, but it is what it is. Everybody can't handle my situation, but it's, I'm trying to see how y'all feel about this. Then we could talk about it in here then, because I just want to tell my point of view. Because a lot of people don't like hearing other people's point of view because they got their mind. So they had a live where she was saying about when this person threw a drink on me or something like that. So I decided to swing on them, something like that, whatever. And they was explaining what self defense is or whatever, and or being defend or you defending yourself, right? So, I was just explaining to her because I understand something. And another person was like, yeah, you can't hold a person, you can't, what they say, you can't choose how a person reacts to you, which I can understand to a certain extent. Right, I can understand it all the way. If you start something, of course, somebody gonna choose that way. But my thing is, what I'm trying to get out of that is that you still, somebody spray some water in you, you sock them in their jaw, right? I understand some stuff be reflexes, or whatever, but when you this person was like, well, I match energy. Oh, what was the word? She got mad when I said she was like, I get my get back, I get my lick back, or something like that. Now,
Hmm.
once you talk like that, right? That's not called self defense in my book, right? Y'all ain't got to go off me, but to me, right? That's not called self defense. I feel like you're reacting off anger, and then you hit them back. So the fact that you talking, I'm gonna get my leg back, or I'm matching energy or something like that, that's no longer called self defense. You just want somebody did something to you, and you had the option to walk away or whatever. So now you want to get your hit back. So that's the difference between. And I think actually BK was in the live when I was talking about protection, provoking, and prevention, right? So I feel like that's not protection once you had the time to think it out and because you mad or you react off your anger, that's not called no longer called protection in my book. So I don't know how y'all feel about that.
It depends. It depends on the situation. If you just match energy, first of all, I am not arguing with nobody if I don't have to, right? So that's the first thing. So if
Right.
I see somebody in it, say we in a bar and somebody step on my shoes, and if I can avoid the situation and he apologizes, I'm like, okay, man, great. But I'm not gonna go seek my way to punch him in his face because he step on my shoes, right? That used to be a thing. You step on my J's, what? It's immediately. But now it's like as long as he, what I'm saying, he apologizes. Of course, I'm not gonna go beast mode because that can turn to something. So it depends. I'm not. It depends. It's
So
levels.
what if he
There's
don't
tiers
apologize? I'm about to make it sweat now.
from 1 to 5. From level 1 to level
He said
5.
I
It
did what
depends
I
where.
did, bitch.
They get on my face with the shoes. Who cares? Then you don't have to punch him in his face. You know what I'm saying?
And then see, there you go. That's no, is that protection or you just did it off anger? You gonna be accountable and say I socked him
No,
in his
that's
jaw.
disrespectful.
Huh?
That's disrespect. There's a difference
So
between
was it
disrespect.
protection?
It's disrespect. You get got protect your As I said, there's levels. You know what I'm
I love it. I love making the sweat real. All right, so what you got for us, BK? What's up, my boy Zeal in the building? Where the respectable ones at?
Uh, well, we back on the topic.
Huh?
I said we back on the topic.
No, we not. It's time for you to sweat.
Oh no, I mean, I don't sweat.
He
I
said,
know
"I'm
how
gonna
to.
ignore that one." No.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I can't. I hold myself accountable now for my actions. You know what I'm saying? Because when you start working on yourself and you see things that you done, you know what I mean, and you have to hold yourself accountable. You know what I mean? I can't point fingers at nobody for nothing that went wrong in my life. You know what I'm saying? That now that I'm working on myself. Now, before I started working on myself, yeah, I will always say it's somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. But when I see myself, when I looked in that mirror, when I saw myself, I was like, dang, wait a minute. I can't be mad at nobody but me. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's me. You know what I mean? If somebody that's gonna hold themselves accountable, then it's on them. Now, if you do it to me, I'm gonna hold you accountable for your actions, and it should be vice
That's
versa.
your way to answer it, huh? I got you. So you said if that dude step on your shoe, man, and said, "Hey," and you
I'm
asked him to
gonna hold you
apologize, he
accountable.
said, "No, take it how it is, bitch."
Yeah,
What you
man.
gonna do?
Hey, listen, I'm like this. My shoes can be wiped off. At the end of the day, I don't want no smoke. Cause, for one, why I'm gonna get mad at you? Cause you might have, you intentionally do it. Yeah, it's a problem. But mistakes happen. If you're in the nightclub and you know what I'm saying, you can't expect not for your shoes to get stepped on at the end of the day. We all grown. We all make mistakes. Ooh, my bad, bro. I ain't see you. You know what I mean? If the club packed, you already know your shoes gonna get stepped on.
But
So
like what
that
Trav says,
So
like
if he
what Ken said,
disrespect you, you said you gonna do what? I want to hear that one more time.
now if you intentionally did something now, then we got a problem. We got a problem. We got a problem. But I
But I'm
know
trying to get to the point. Is like even if you had problems, right? He did it, right? Would that be called protection, or you just wanted to show him a lesson?
it's more protection than anything.
So is it protection if you reacting off your anger?
Oh no, I ain't gonna get mad about it. Honestly, I'm
I'm
not
saying
even
if
gonna
he
get mad.
said, "No, I'm not." I'm saying if he
I'm,
said, "I'm not about
I'm,
to apologize," be it or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
that's not anger. That's a conscious decision. Like that's a conscious decision. I'm gonna punch you in your face. That's what
That's
I'm
what I'm
gonna do. That's
saying.
not
You
like a
made a
reflex.
decision.
Yeah,
So how is that protection, or that
it's like
you just want to, you know what I'm saying, show him a lesson, right? I
that's
thought.
just a conscious decision. Like
uh,
this, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna punch you in your face because you disrespect me.
Oh, well, at least you said that. As long as you don't call it I'm trying to make sure you ain't calling it protection. That's all I'm trying to say. Because
That
protection
nah.
is like I look at protection as in like you in the corner, you had nothing else to do. You ain't have no other option but to have to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call it protection at that. Or if you don't know a person walking up to you might have a something in their pocket or something like that. That's protection. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know. You know what I'm saying? But if a dude stepping on your shoe and said or disrespected you, that's a whole nother thing. That's not called protection. You just protecting your ego, I guess. But
right.
from that point, you can make your choices, but don't. The thing is, you can't call it protection when you had the option to walk away, or you know what I'm saying, or look, or whatever, or ignore it. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna protect my shoes. My shoes is what it is. Like I said, at the end of the day, you can wipe those things off and keep it pushing. One thing that you can't wipe off is what is the outcome by you stepping to that guy.
But
You know what
he
I'm
said,
saying?
Facts.
You don't know who he with. You don't know what he came in the club with, or whatever the case may be.
Facts. That's what I'm
You
saying.
don't know. So in the end of the day, it's like okay, hey, if he scuff him or he made, I can buy another pair, but I can't buy another life. I can't buy another nose. I can't buy. You know what I'm saying? Some
but
things you really have to sit back and think. You know what I'm saying in
I
this
agree.
situation.
I
And
agree.
you know
But
what I'm saying? At one point when I was younger, now I ready to tussle then, you know what I'm saying? But as you get older, you start looking at things in a different light.
but
Because just like we said before, hey, I gotta look who I gotta go home to. I gotta look what I gotta take care of. You know what I'm saying? A pair of shoes, It's easily to replace. Material things are easily to replace. But one thing that you can never replace is a life.
I
Facts.
agree. But
There
the
we
issue
go.
is,
That's what I like to hear. That was nice.
I agree with 100%. But check this out though. It's not about the shoes after that. After he disrespect you, it's not about the shoes. He's
You know,
disrespecting you as a man, and it depends who you're with, and depends what situation is. But if he disrespect you as a man, that means you're vulnerable to him now. Because if he did nothing about it, right, and he's with his crew, and what if you're with a girl, beautiful woman, and he probably like
I
your
would,
girl? You don't know you don't know why he would disrespect you. Because as a man, that's one thing about men. Men respect men, right? So if you step on your shoes, you're gonna be like, "My bad, bro." The quickest reaction for a man to do. But if you don't do that, and you go complete opposite to disrespect you, it's because either the crew is weak, it's because they don't respect you as a man. So now you're vulnerable to him. So that's the thing about the manhood come from when you defend yourself. I'm not
Like
saying to
it's
when
fight.
vulnerable, we could just walk away.
when you're vulnerable to a man is when he got you on the ground face down. You're vulnerable to another man when he got a pew pew in your face. That's when you're vulnerable. I'm not
Facts.
vulnerable to somebody that just say, "Hey, P," you know what I'm saying? Call me a P. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell a
I
lot of
don't
people,
know,
you
man.
can, you can call me whatever you want to call me, but it's what I answer to. It's what I stoop myself down to your level. I'm grown and I'm man enough to walk away, and I wouldn't give a doggone what the next woman think. You know what I'm saying? Now I gotta
Facts.
think if I'm with my woman or if I'm with my wife. That's what I got to worry about at the end of the day. Because if she were a real woman, she gonna say, you know what, baby, I respected that. You didn't go ham. You could have went ham on, or you could have did this and did X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm a legal pew pew holder. You know what I'm saying? It could be easy to go sideways
It is.
you know what I'm saying, over a pair of shoes or over my ego, or over my pride. My pride and my
Facts.
ego, at the end of the day, I'm going to still have that. I'm going to still have my girl. I'm going to still have my pride. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, because sometimes somebody got to swallow their pride. Somebody got to
Exactly.
swallow their ego and say, you know what, bro? You know what? Hey, I've been in a club many times. Somebody stepped on my shoe. Plenty of time. I'm like, dad, bro, you ain't, my bad, bro. Because,
That's what I'm
people with
saying.
respect, people with respect would see that. Dad, oh, I ain't see you, bro. Now, somebody just come at you all force, all game. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to bow down. I'm man enough to bow down and say, you know what? You got it.
Facts.
I'm going to go to, because the next day, either I'm going to
Pride can
clean them
get
that
you
night.
unalive. I don't know if we
Right.
heard that. We know we heard that
So
before.
hold on. Let's hear this, right? So the question is, do a step on his shoes and then said whatever he said, you a bitch, nigga, whatever. Like you know what I'm saying? He pretty much
And,
clown you in your
you
face
know
in
what
front
I
of
say?
your crew. Yeah.
You know what I say to that? You can call me what you like, is all of what I answer to. And I make you the smallest person in the world just by saying those words. You can call me what you like. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm walking away because it ain't
Facts.
working.
That's
I
fair.
don't, no matter how many scenarios you can put it.
No,
Now, the only
it's
way
just
that
one
I would
scenario.
not
It's
allow
just
that
one
to
scenario.
happen, if, you know what I mean, if they put their hands on my girl or my wife,
Oh.
that's a different scenario.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, let's
yeah.
go
You know
there
what I'm
then.
saying?
So I do would smack your girl ass in the club while he's walking by.
Oh, we got to talk about that, then. You got to
Oh,
see me about that.
so that's the levels. Okay, so
Nah,
that's level
I ain't
five.
say girl. Oh yeah, I got to say girl. Yeah, you gotta say girl or wife.
Okay.
What if he
Yeah, but
smacked her?
about you?
You know I gotta make stuff work. So he smacked her in the butt.
While she's walking
Then you
past,
about to
what you
go
gonna
try to
do?
take care of that, but he had a pew pew in his hand.
Oh yeah, it's time to walk away then. You want
She's gonna
to,
be dried up. She be like,
you know what I'm
she,
saying? When that when some situation like that, you got to take that on the chin and be like, hey, you got it. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
she
listen.
gonna be like, yo,
I
what
see he
what just
want to make
happened?
stuff worse, so I'm about to make it worse since DJ want to
Uh,
make stuff worse. I'm like,
yeah, you know what I mean. When it comes to
I
that
gotta
now,
check him out on that one.
when you got some in your hand, you got the upper hand. You know what I'm saying? You got
What if she say, all right? What if she say, yo,
You
you
got
could have
something in
walked
your
away?
underhand, you got the upper hand.
How to
it.
you?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
What if she say, "Yo, I thought you loved me"? You're just gonna walk away from him?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love you, but I love you enough to walk away. Yeah, I should be. Should be.
Dog, and that's how they get you in trouble. What the? She see
Yeah.
a whole thing in his hand and still gonna tell you. I thought you. What the? That is not the girl for you if she talking like
But
that, man. That don't make
You're not a
sense.
real man. I thought the real man would protect me, but you don't protect me.
you
Come,
know, them are little girls that say stuff like that. A real woman would never say that, baby. Because
preach.
first thing a woman gonna do, and real woman, if they see that, she gonna grab your arm, baby. It ain't worth it. Baby, it ain't worth it. Come on, let's go.
Even if you about
Dance
to
with me.
fight.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Put your hand on my butt. Okay, he felt it, but at the end of the day, she going home with me. At the end of the day,
Facts.
you know what I'm saying? Them little girl would probably ran right straight to him. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean?
Yep.
So
Got you in trouble.
That's it.
Got you doing 20 years.
yeah, I mean, it ain't worth losing my life over. It ain't worth me going to prison. I mean, if you're not, like I said, if you're not physically harming them, or you know what I mean, my kids and my girl, my wife. If I had a wife, nah, them two things you don't cross. You know what I mean? Now I can
But Kev didn't
justify
answer.
that.
Kev didn't answer, yo. He fucking got us to answer this question. You answer, Kev.
Yeah, I can stand my ground. I have a right when I go to court. I can say, hey, yo, y'all, he touched my kids. What can I say when he scuffing my shoe? I can't say nothing when I go to court. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no legal defense
You going right to
whatsoever.
jail with him.
Is it Jordan Levins, bro? That just came out this weekend.
Uh,
Fresh out
Unless
the
you got you a
box.
ghetto judge. You right. Them things is
that
He
part.
said,
them
which
things
color?
$1,000. I feel you. You did
He
your
said, we said, which color? The white ones? Yes, with the red lining on it. Oh
Man,
yeah, he had to get him. He had to
yeah.
get him.
You know what I mean? I done seen too many incidents where people unalive buy a pair of shoes. You know what I mean? Over a
hmm
pair of shoes.
Yep.
If you ain't my
That's
wife,
sad,
man,
though, yo. That's sad. Die over
I
a pair of
mean,
shoes, like you know what I'm saying? Like think about that shit. Your story is you die over a pair of shoes, or you I'm alive. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. But yeah, like those scenarios are like so sad when I hear those situations
I
happen.
mean, and it happened a lot too. So
a lot. Exactly.
that's
Way
true,
too
and
much.
it's
Actually.
sad.
Yeah, it happened way too much to be for material things. You know what I'm saying? It ain't worth me taking somebody's life for a pair of shoes. Then I'm gonna get
For a
life.
pair of shoes, it's
I'm
crazy.
gonna wear my Jordans in front of a bunch of hardheads when I go to prison. And the same
Sad.
Jordans you be trotting in when you go in. My pass. I believe
Yeah,
that's probably why I stay home so much.
Facts. Facts.
You know what I mean? Go to work, go home. Yeah, everybody say that ain't the life. That's a life for me. I enjoy it.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? I go do my little fishing. That's peace right there, man. Tell anybody, you get your hobbies that you enjoy, that you don't have to do a whole lot. That's peace for you. You know what I mean? That's your peace.
I'm
End of the day.
thankful.
There you
But
go.
don't man.
So you gotta think. I don't cry when I get in the car, but shoot, you ain't gonna see me do it.
sit cry in the car.
Don't cry in the car.
See, with
Damn,
situations
man.
like that, I'm
You got
thankful.
you got
I'm thankful that I got out that club stuff, man. Well, I made that decision like a few years ago and stuff because I thought about it. I was like, and man, with that ego stuff too, I was thinking about that and never thought about it till now. Like, dang, them dudes was always drunk, and I remember a couple times they could have been. I could have caught somebody on a bad day or something like that, and then try to end up fighting because the way I was so ego driven and stuff. My ego was so bad that I was like when it came to forgiveness, I think that's crazy because I live that type of life. That's probably why I'm like this now, trying to advocate for forgiveness. But it used to be bad. Like my friends, I felt like they treated me wrong or something like that, or if they whatever, I would literally not talk to nobody, even if I just was not like I didn't forgive. You know what I'm saying? I just literally would hold a grudge forever. Because I felt like I ain't did anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's like even with that, like if I was in a club, I felt like somebody bummed me or something. It's like I was gonna try to press it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm glad I ain't in that because it's like I could have ended up losing myself in that situation because of drunk people do anything. You know what I'm saying? And most of the time I can handle my drinks and stuff. I never had a problem in general, but it's the fact of me being around other people that can't handle it and stuff. But my
Hmm.
ego was gonna make me face a drunk person, and now that I'm thinking about it, like that, I could have been, messed up and stuff.
So let me ask you this about forgiveness, right? So in those times, were you an angry person? Were you angry
Um,
back in the
I
day?
was hurt. I would say hurt. I think a lot of lack of forgiveness come with hurt, or lack a hurt from some situation. That's why people
Oh,
don't
for
want to
sure.
do it.
Yeah.
I think that's why it comes with like if you could tell if a person healed or not because they kind of reject forgiveness a lot too.
Right. Right.
Anger, they lash out. Anger is the quick emotions. When somebody don't forgive, that their default emotion is anger.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's facts.
And, a lot of times people ain't forgive themselves. So that causes a
That's
lot of
super
anger.
facts.
When you don't forgive yourself, that's one anger that victim blame, victim blame. You
That's the
know what I
first thing you
mean?
gotta do anyway.
Mm,
That's the first step of healing is forgive yourself. Take
Yeah.
accountability and forgive yourself. Like you didn't know enough information at the time to make decision to make. So you forgive yourself. You apologize. Like, oh man, my bad, bro. You didn't know. You did the best
Yeah.
you could at the time. You know what I'm saying? And forgive yourself.
that's the only thing. To give anything, you got to be able to have it. You got to be able to understand it with yourself and have it. Or you got to be able to have it with yourself too. That's what everything like self love, self care, respect. You can't respect nobody if you don't respect yourself. All that stuff got to come with that first. So that, like everything
All
literally got
self.
to start from self forward to be genuine to anybody else. You got to actually
Always come back to
understand it though.
self.
But that always all that stuff come with understand. That's why I always say understand the key to life. But understanding is bigger than what people think it is. Like truly, like when you live in a life of trying to understand, it's like it opened up a whole, and it's going to end up going back to peace. That's how I look at it. Like once you got an understanding of so much stuff, it brings peace for real.
It
And I
does.
love
It
peace. I
really does.
love it.
It does. I mean, then you be accepting to listen to what other people's opinion. You know what I'm saying? You be able to change some things because somebody's opinion might help change something that you need to change. Then
Yeah.
you'll see yourself in a lot of people. You know what I mean? But it's only gonna be one person that you be like, you know what? Dang, I resonate. I feel that. You gonna want to change. Dang, is that me? You know what I'm saying? So that's
I
why
just thought,
I
I be
love
thinking
people.
about some crazy stuff. That's crazy. So, this is so weird how my brain be working. So I'm gonna think now. I just made us some. Now I got me a little ammo, right? For people that be like, when people say that you can't, how can you tell if I'm going through this, right? Or they be like, yeah, ain't no way you could. How can you tell me about me or something like that, right? I literally just thought about this though. So it's like, you know how you can tell because it's the same way how people can resonate off of trauma bonds, right? You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Where they be like, "Oh yeah, you right. I feel you on that." You know what I'm saying? I think I had a topic I was gonna do about that, but it takes one to know one. So it's like the reason why you could tell is because it's no different from when you trauma bond in another room or you get them pandering rooms. Like, oh, they don't understand me. So the thing is, it had to. If you could tell a hurt person because you was want that person. So it's no different. Like you bonded off the trauma, except for you're telling the healing part about it. I don't know
Right.
if I
Right.
explained it right, but it's like you bound it. That's how you know a person is not healed or not. You know what I'm saying? How a
Right.
person is
Hmm.
stubborn or something like that. Because y'all can relate at one point, but then you address them or try to hold them accountable about that situation. That's when they be like, now, how do you know that? Or something like that. But if I was sitting there crying with you, then you'd be
Best
like,
friends.
you right, you feel me, you can relate to something like that. So that's how I be. I noticed that. I just thought about that. That's crazy.
Yeah. You see that? You
Yeah.
see a lot of that out here. You see a lot of that out here. One minute they be all cool because they all relate.
Mm-hmm.
But once
Right.
one starts the healing, they start to see, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Why are we friends? Why are we cool? We don't have the same understanding, and you're not trying to heal. You're trying to stay in that one spot, and you're not trying to work on yourself. So now here go the big argument because you don't agree with how they are now. You know what I'm saying? He
Mm-hmm.
or she don't agree with each other. So that's how they kind of fall out for me. You know what I mean? Because now one see and the other one don't.
But that's the thing, like with frequency, right? When they start thinking, because we all think in frequency. So the moment you start fixing yourself, you start losing friends.
Hmm.
It's not in a bad way, but it's just what it is because the things that you start thinking about is not what the friends think about. And it's always happened, yo. Friends of five want to start improving their life or whatever. Because usually not everybody improve their life at the same time, right? Everybody is like one person might start evolving in a different way, and others still want to party every weekend. And you're like, come on, man, you should come out with us. And you're like, nah, I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? And then you start drifting. 2 months pass, 3 months pass, and then you start drift. But that's just a natural thing. Like if the whole crew doesn't evolve at the same time, it's gonna break up. And they might
Eventually,
say you switched up, but technically you don't really switch. You just change
yeah,
priorities, right?
that's the
And
word
that's
that
the
they
thing.
love to use.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I say that's the word that they love to use. You you changed them.
You changed on me, right?
I mean, of course I changed.
Of
I'm
course you
changing
did.
for
You're
the
right.
better. You know what I mean?
Of
I
course.
see things. You know, people see things different. Once they start the process, they start looking at things different. Things start tasting different. You know what I mean? And it ain't got to be food. It's just your taste in men and women. It start tasting different. You know what I'm saying? You look at women and be like, oh man, I'd rather have me a woman in process of healing herself compared to a woman that's not. You know what I'm saying? Every time you work on yourself, you start elevating, seeing women different in a different light. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But and the thing too, that's what you would attract women that's healing herself anyway, because we are reflection of who we are, right? The person
Mhm.
you attract in your life is a reflection of who you are. So if you
That's
started
deep.
healing yourself, you will attract people who are healing. The person who is not healing themselves, you're gonna reject those type of people
Right.
You can
because they're
flip
gonna bring it
over
back
it too.
down to they're gonna bring it back down. If you allow those people in your life, they're gonna bring it back down to their level,
Of
right?
course.
And it's hard, especially the first couple months or a year. It's hard because you're still not fully changed yet. Because it take a while to reprogram yourself from those
Yeah.
childhood traumas, childhood programming, all that stuff. It take a while to
But you know,
reprogram yourself.
right. Some people will hold that over your head to keep you stuck, keep you where they at. You know what I mean? Because sometimes friends, you do that because they know you. They will hold stuff over your head. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? Until you set that clear boundary. Man, I ain't where I used to be, bro. You know what I mean? I that's the old me. You know what I'm saying? So now
Mm-hmm.
you got to show them that you're changing. You know what I mean? I mean, you ain't got to really show them, but you know,
Oh, they'll
your
see.
ways, your actions, your talk, you know what I mean, your demeanor, it starts to change. And they be like, man, I don't see you, you ain't the same. No, I ain't the same. I'm just different. I talk different. My walk is different. I'm getting older and I'm not getting no younger. You know what I mean?
I swear this
People,
gonna be my new tactic now. I'm glad I just thought about this. I'm gonna say God gave that to me, man. I never thought about that though. 'Cause
I
that's
mean,
that like I don't know. That junk is crazy because it made me think about like even when people be like, "Who are you to tell me this or that?" Right? You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
When they say that stuff, it made me just think about it because it's like it showed that that junk really deeper than y'all just don't understand how deep this is with me. It made me think about this.
it's
It's like
deflection. Yeah, that's
if I
deflection.
straight up can relate with you in your pains, right, and agree with you about how you feel, and you can be like, "Yeah, you right, man. That is what I went through, and I can understand." So it's like I'm gonna have to try a new tactic. That made me think about that. I'm gonna have to try a new tactic to get people to actually own up or be accountable for if like I said, if I could tell if you got an attitude problem, it's like people gonna reject. Like, how you gonna tell me I'm just impassionate or something like that,
Hmm.
right? But it's just like it's just a way I could be able to get somebody to. I'm gonna figure it out though. But a lot of people
It's
just gonna still
questions.
stay in denial. That's just how it is though. So
It's questions. Like Kevin
yep.
Samuels do it really
That
well. He asks questions,
huh?
and questions reveal the answer for themselves, right? So if you ask him questions,
I thought I was smelling something.
if you ask people
Is
questions,
that
they will
my
answer their
chicken
own
you just?
questions. They will
Mhm.
answer their own problems. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
Eat.
yeah.
You got a fork? Is it?
What?
Yeah. So
Is it?
if you just keep asking them questions, they
I
will
don't see
answer
it,
their own
bro.
questions by like, oh damn, like when
If
was
I
the last
have, oh,
relationship?
there you go.
How was it ended? How did it ended? Why did it end it? Have you learned anything from that
Oh,
relationship?
it's a buffalo. It's like a
You know what I'm
buffalo.
saying? Just questions like those definitely.
Say what? It's like buffalo. No, not really. Oh, you made it? But buffalo, I wouldn't even be eating it. Oh, you don't like buffalo? It's spicy though, but did you know why they call it buffalo? Please. Hold up,
Oh,
did y'all get quiet on me like that?
yeah,
Yeah.
we hearing you talk.
Talk about buffalo wings. Is it wings?
How y'all hear that?
Yeah,
We
you
hear.
got your mic
What the?
still
I
on.
forgot to mute.
Yeah,
I
Buffalo Wild
forgot
Wings
to
got
mute.
them
I
right.
swear I muted. That's why
yeah. Cause
y'all
he
quiet.
said he told you it was a
Oops.
little spicy, a little spicy.
Ah, man, I thought I muted. Ah, I'm feeling
You
embarrassed.
kidding?
I'm glad I ain't
Snitch,
say
Got a
nothing
fork?
snitching on
crazy.
yourself, man.
Nah, you ain't said nothing crazy. You got a fork?
No.
Is it from the deli or is it Buffalo
That's
Wild
why
Wings
y'all
or is
so
it from?
quiet. I'm embarrassed.
That's funny.
I swear I muted this mic. That's crazy. Oh man, let me test this.
But
Anything?
but yeah, bro. Like if you have to
Oh
help people
wow.
is ask them questions to reveal their inner darkest, those
Right.
dark questions. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Like
sick.
your past relationships. Do you want to continue the same relationship or do you want to find something totally different or whatever the case is?
I mean, yeah. Once you
You got a
start
fork?
working on yourself, you ain't gonna want them same type relationships.
Oh no,
Man, you gonna want to elevate. You gonna want to do things different.
you're
You gonna
hesitant.
want to be different. What's up, Mister? My everyone can relax now. Yeah, we was uptight. You was gone, Mister.
Mr. Prince.
Um, you know
Mister.
the crowd start coming back now that you're back.
Mm-hmm. Now
You
we
know what I
getting it
mean?
together now.
So I
I'm
feel like
sick. I can't believe this.
you know,
You
I
heard me
feel like
doing
people.
getting a fork and everything.
So,
Yeah,
bro,
you
where
got to
the
Lord,
food
I
come
didn't
from?
remember
I'm
it.
I'm curious. Where this food come from, bro? Is it
My
Buffalo Wild
dad.
Wings or local?
Huh?
Is it locally? It's a local deli, or is it from Buffalo Wild Wings? Or
My dad made some wings in the air fryer, I
oh, it's a
think.
homemade shit. Okay, okay.
My dad made some, yeah.
buffalo. I thought you were talking about
So
the real buffalo.
Did
thought it
you
was
eat all them
DoorDash.
that stuff you was cooking all in the live all day?
Oh, you talking about that fish and stuff,
You
man?
was
Yes.
cooking. He was cooking ribs and all type of stuff. I don't know,
Oh
or
yeah,
steaks.
oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude was crazy, bro. He was defending. I was like, yeah, I don't know. This dude is. But it was so crazy you said that because I've seen. I heard he got a lot of good points in different lives. I've been hearing him talking. He got a few good points, right?
hmm
But now I understand him now when he said, I'm like, but bro, all those things you'll be saying now because you completely misjudge this woman that he was dating or married to, whatever the case was. Completely,
hmm
Exactly.
completely, like 100%. Like he missed all the signs. And for you to give, I mean, I understand he learned now, but he can't keep going around and say the same. That's not a good argument.
Look at
So,
That's
Mr.
so,
not
P.
a
That's
good
what happened
argument.
when you jump in too early, Mr. P. Lesson learned. He was trying to say, hey, you can't be doing it. Then he started listening later, like, oh, dang.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
done done. Hey, look, that happened to the best of us, Mr. P. That happened to me a few times. That happened to me a lot of times. That's why I learned. I'm like, dang, I gotta take my time. I mean, I can slip up every now and then, still not get a full story.
Of
But yeah, he
course.
started digging himself in a hole. I was done listening to him. I couldn't do it. He just dug
Yeah.
himself in a hole.
I mean, when you that's the first thing. He was doing all the victim blaming. He,
Man,
he put it all on American women. Not saying they don't have their faults, their flaws, but at the
right.
same time, if you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, do it. Everybody don't have to know that you're doing it. Real G,
Facts.
as they say, real G's move in silence. If you're
Facts.
gonna do it, you know what I'm saying. You're a grown man. Get on your grown man ish and move. Everybody don't have to know what you're doing. You know what I'm
On some
saying?
real
So
shit, bro. He was
He
way
hurt.
emotional. Like the way he was
He
arguing,
hurt.
the way he answered questions, that's some feminine type of stuff. The way he answers
Dog.
questions,
I
I'm
mean, I
like,
ain't want to put it like that, but dog, it's just like dog. I done ran into so many, and it's sad to say, I do think from my encounter, it'd be mostly women that do that. That when you ask them one question, they can't answer a straight question. They come with 100 things or the reason
mm-hmm.
why. I'm like, dog, he doing that straight chick junk. You know, act like a chick.
He was
yeah,
feminine,
I'm like,
100%.
bro.
yeah. He kept moving the goalposts back. He kept moving it back. He kept moving it back. This way you find this that then when somebody come with his facts, when come with the numbers, oh no, you got to look at here. You got to look at there. Wait a minute, that ain't
Bro.
what you said in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And that was kind of annoying. That's why I got quiet because you kept moving the goalposts back. You know what I mean? Well, this number right here. And then when somebody come with something, here you go again. Now you getting mad, you getting
Oh,
all hostile.
Yo, when I say yo, bro, when was it? How long was the relationship? It's irrelevant. Like, how is
Yeah,
that irrelevant?
that's
you
when
got
I had to drop him. I ain't gonna lie.
I
But you
Yeah.
know.
asked a good one too. I was gonna ask that too though, but I was thinking about asking something. No, I was about to ask him about the sex though. You said the relationship, but when he couldn't answer that, I was like, okay, I'm done. I heard enough. I was like, yeah, it's time to drop. Now I was gonna let him up no more after that one. I'm
But
like,
if
dog,
you
you
think
this
I,
is the
so,
biggest deflection I've ever seen in my life, especially from a
yeah,
man.
yeah. When you can't answer truthfully, I feel like if you have so much hard time with women here. So that means you haven't got out and moved around to different states, different communities. Everybody ain't the same in every community. So that means you done got stagnant and you know what I mean? You in a small little town and half of these women probably his cousins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my wife,
Not
so you
saying
all
that,
know she's
but
real.
I
that nigga
don't get
was,
it.
it was definitely. But at the end of the day, too, like you talking about finding whatever prospect, bros. If you're not changing as a man, if you're not become the man that you want to become, it doesn't matter where you go. All the problems gonna follow you. It doesn't matter
Exactly.
what city, state, or country you go to.
That
If you're the
part.
same person, you're not attract the same problems because he's not healed. He's definitely not healed as a person.
No, heck no.
Hey, ain't
Not
that
even
what I said when
close.
when I came in? I stopped that right there because I hear it so much, so
Facts.
many times from men. Okay, you talking about going to one place. My dad told me this long time ago. He said, son, he said, whenever you move, make sure you're good. Make sure you're working on yourself. Because what you're gonna do, you're gonna go from the next state and you're gonna have those same problems. Because
Yep.
if you ain't worked on yourself, those same issues, those same manner is gonna come back to bite you. And it comes back even harder then because you're in a state that you don't know nobody, you don't have family there. So it's gonna hit you even harder. So what's on you before you even move to another state, another country?
Got to. Got to. Mr. P,
Hey, what's going on, man?
you at home now. You comfortable now, man. There you go.
Yeah,
Man, we had an outrage. You wouldn't hear, man.
yeah. I guess I must have missed it. I mean, I was here when Homeboy was in here,
Yeah, he was here.
standing on one side of the line and then
He
jumping
was
to the
here
next
actually before you.
side of the line. You know, he kept going back and forth on his positions, and I don't know. I get frustrated when people start saying I can't and there's no way and it's impossible, and to me that's just a lack of creativity and or ingenuity, however you want to put it. You know, and someone that doesn't want to face the facts that there's a way to get shit done, and
Facts.
he doesn't want to admit he didn't do it.
No, everybody else did. He didn't do anything.
Right, he perfect.
Yeah, it's everybody else's fault. It's the my dad didn't teach me a whole lot, but he did teach me that I can focus on who to blame or I can just focus on fixing the issue. Um, he said the blame is just going to be a waste of energy because that's not going to change the issue. That you still got to problem solve the issue. So why even waste the energy into that? That's irrelevant.
Yeah, he's definitely he's. I think his narrative is over with now. Hopefully, because today is his first day. He's been challenged He keeps saying, "Yo, my argument making sense." I'm like, bro, your argument making no sense.
Bro. No, I learned
It-
this a lot while ago. When I say about driven off ego, that dude, he would do anything to just make. I'm about to destroy this argument. Watch this. He be coming over. He didn't say a bunch of nothing, and they be like, "I'm about to destroy this." Just because I dominated you, that don't mean. I'm like, bro, this is not the point. We just trying to build some type of understanding on the situation, man. It ain't about who win what, and that's why I'm like, no, what is we looking these stats up for? Would you want to make it more valid to why you should bash the women and stuff on the way out? That don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That don't.
that's when I come to these
We
labs. I
like put
always
this
like,
whole
okay, so
narrative in.
I always ask, so what is your argument? Because I'm trying to understand here. You know what I'm saying? So we can get established
Man,
a ground level of understanding, so we can build from there. Because he wasn't trying to build from nothing except she would did this or that. Should I go through her fucking I should go through her, what do you call it, closet or not closet, her whatever, to look
oh,
at her
when I found
pills.
the
I'm
pills,
like,
that's when I knew. What?
bro, a bipolar person gonna act erratic. How you not know that? You don't need to go see her medications.
Dog.
Yeah, and then he found out from the mom anyways. Like, all you have to do is have that conversation however many days prior to this happening, because, I mean, we got to assume it was a short relationship, because as soon as you asked for a time frame, it was all of a sudden irrelevant. So,
Right,
It's
that's
not
when I had to
short.
boot
I
him
don't
out.
think it's
I'm like,
short.
nah.
I'm thinking at least
so
2 years.
it's
I'm
like,
thinking because did he marry to her? I'm thinking at
no,
least 2 to 3 years.
okay, it's like red flag in his story. He said she didn't want to get married unless she was pregnant. So
Oh,
Exactly.
I missed that
he
part.
said that, and
Oh
it's like
Lord.
that's kind of a red flag. Like that's because that's the opposite of what has worked for society for, well, ever, is that you get married and then you have your children. So it's like she's already
Right.
wanting to do something that's way out of the traditional sense. That should have been kind
But
of a, okay, why do you need me hooked financially to get married first? Like, why is
besides,
that a
Mm.
disclaimer?
He
but
didn't
what
want to
that tells
address that
me,
though. He didn't want to
what
say
that tells
anything on
me, he's
that.
not a leader. What that tells me, he's not a leader. She's leading him, because if she's making all these demands and claims, she's leading him,
Yeah, like
Mm.
I said earlier
and that's what it
too.
come down to.
It's like these, talking about being a passport bro or whatever the term is. It's like, no, men just kind of need to take up the tone here. We need to tell the women of our society, no, this is how it's going to be. We're going to go through this vetting process. And if all of the men in that are dating start doing this, they have no option but to concede to it. It's the
Mm-hmm.
lack of self-control of men wanting the instant gratification. That's our nature. Um, so it's hard to go against that.
I do agree with that.
Big Bills, how you feeling, man? You know I'm good. I'm blessed. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, bro.
Big Bill's been around since I was first started this out with Kanai stuff. He been around forever.
And then you
Got a
throw
lot of
in
people that been
our
in here for a
modesty.
while.
So
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like as I said, I've seen many lives, and this one today really, and I came in late. That's why I was asking, what did I miss? But he definitely lost me now because I heard a few points. I know he's extreme on his points, so I don't mind
All the
listening to
time.
him. But today, he definitely lost me because
See, I was listening to him for a good minute when I first met him and stuff, but then like the more he kept talking, he just sounded like he just talking off hurt from this point. I'm like, bro, like that's why I say you listen to a person long enough, even though they might throw a couple facts or something in it, maybe a couple of them or something like that, or
hmm
good point. I ain't gonna say facts, a good pointers in there, right? You listen to them long enough, you could tell they just expressing from their own past traumas and stuff or their own hurt. Especially when you gotta keep on demon some situations because your choices and stuff. That's when you know. You know what I'm saying?
But what's so crazy? Like his situation, not that is not as a man. Like that's not nothing to like. You miss so many flags, and then you
Bro.
shouldn't be giving advice. Like you miss as a man, you shouldn't miss that many.
Mm-hmm.
To be so angry and hurt, you shouldn't be. I wouldn't tell that story if that was me. To be honest with you, like I would keep that story in the tuck. That'd be between him and therapist.
I
That
just
story is
let that
weak as
slide.
hell.
Everybody get held accountable here. I don't care who you are.
That part.
So hold up, but before let's back it up. So how this conversation started, Kev? How you got
He
here?
squoze it in. Okay, actually, we was kind of talking about it. Then he went on. I noticed he always do that. He keeps shifting it off, even though I'll be trying to make it blend in with the topic a little bit. he shift off and ended up talking about, well, about the pass. I don't know how you do. He just keeps somehow squeeze the passports and the women and all that stuff in there. So from that point, I guess Petty got Petty got fed up because she knew about him. She's
Hmm.
like, ain't you the guy that had a girl left a baby mama or something like that? I was like, oh, well, we didn't know about that. So after that, that's when what's the word? Catastrophe, whatever. Did I use it right? I don't hardly use that word, but that's when that happened after
Hmm.
that. So and then,
Calamity.
Okay, so that's how that started. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
and
remember
that's like
hearing about
right
him.
when I came in. Like that was like right when I came in. I saw everybody jumping on him. I'm like, wait a second. I thought this place wasn't about jumping on
that's how we
people.
know Mr. P got hurt. That ain't fair. Every lesson learned though. But you already know I ain't like that. But I know you probably just I know I feel you. I mean, anybody can have a bad day though. But
I tried to
um,
give him grace, but he blew it all away. I couldn't. I can't just keep giving it infinitely.
That's
Yeah.
true.
yeah. But like I said, it's like I'm big on that. We got to hold each other accountable. I mean, that's just it. I mean, people get mad about that too. I done past couple lives out of bed in. As soon as it's something dealing with some type of accountability, they be wanting to dang near boo me out the box and stuff. They want to get mad. But it is what it is, man. Like it's only so far we can keep living in denial. I mean, everybody want to live this type of life, but the truth is always going. It's gonna hit you in the face no matter what. People don't understand that. They rather live a life of a lies or lying to themselves or dishonest with themselves. You know, that's
People
the
can't
type
even
of life they be
recognize
want to
what's
live.
in our
But I'm not
head.
about to watch you sit here and live a lie. If I could try, but otherwise, if there's only so much I can say, you want to get mad at me, then we don't have to talk. But shoot, I care about people, so it is what it is. I'm gonna talk to them. I mean, if they feel like I'm living a lie, I want them to do the same exact thing with me. All of us got to hold each other
Hmm.
accountable. I'm gonna ask why. No different. Like you gonna should ask me why if I feel a certain way about your situation, and we get to an answer.
That's it. That is it.
Hey, Kev, do you read books?
Nope. What that
I
mean?
said
What
no.
you trying to say?
No,
I
I'm
couldn't
asking
hear what you
because
said.
No, I
why,
don't
why
read
I'm
no books.
asking,
No.
why I'm asking, right? Why I'm asking.
You say you like the live I was in earlier. Which one? I was in a couple of them. I know it was a couple of them. There was some people mad at me. What that dude? I think my boy D. Is he in here? They ain't in here. The D dot. Wait, is he in here? I ain't see him. D dot. I was in the live. That's the one I was telling you about. That's the live I was saying about the ego thing. What I was telling you about. Would you walk away or not? This girl got mad at me. I was like,
Mm.
well, I said it ain't no longer called protection. You was in there. That's the one I'm talking about. You was in that live, dude. She got mad at me. I was like, I told her because
Was
she
that
was like,
today?
oh no, I get my get back. That's what she said. I was like, once you say get my get back, that's no longer called protection, man. You just match your energy from that point. And you responding off anger. And she like, don't come at me like that. I'm like, dang. I'm like, no. I said, let me change the words up then. Then I was like, how about matching energy? We shouldn't do matching energy or something like this. She was on tip. She was ready for me. She was ready for me to slip. That's why I was like, let me just let me be what you call them my words because I already see her and the host ain't trying to hear me because I wasn't agreeing with all what they were saying and stuff. At least my boy D Dot was he was trying to D Dot the guy. I know y'all probably seen him in there. Well, he was
Mhm.
trying to at least hear, even though he had his own point of view though, but he still was trying to hear what I was saying a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, no, that's ego. You just responded off ego and stuff. That's not protection. You know, yeah, she was ready. Yeah, she for sure because she kept trying to come at me and stuff like because that somebody wanted to shift the energy up. But I could do, you know what I'm saying, trying to match energy with me. I'm like, that's the problem. You keep trying to match energy with everybody else with you because you don't want to hear my point of view. But I can understand that everybody is not gonna be able to handle. That's the reason why I be making that joke about I'm gonna come in the room when I come in different people's room, be like I'm gonna shake the room up or something like that. I know I be making joke, but it be kind of true in a way because everybody I realize is not used to hearing different point of views just in general, because a lot of us is just driven off ego and pride. No, all we want to hear is our own situations. Especially if we host, we feel like no, everybody's supposed to hear what I'm saying and don't challenge it. You know what I'm saying? I had to grow out that situation and realize that even my own topics I don't be right all the time about it, and sometimes I'm gonna get some pushback. So I had to set myself up to get pushback so I can learn. You know what I'm saying? I have to be because I had to be there because I didn't. Like I said, I lost myself twice on this app. And you've been around ever since I've been live and stuff. I've lost myself in a couple rooms and twice on this app. But like I said, I'm practice emotional control. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be sitting here preaching about emotional control and then snapping on somebody because I disagree with them or they cussing me out. So it's like besides keeping my image, but I gotta also test myself because I'm gonna be disappointed in myself if I snap and fall short because somebody done pushed me to their level. So
That
that's why
part.
I said I'm big on it. I gotta practice what I preach. I can't make it. And if I was to snap on somebody, I'm not gonna make no excuse about it. I'm like, you know what? I gotta work on that, and I gotta make sure that I don't mess up the next time. That's just how it is. I gotta stay calm.
And we got to do that. We
Yeah,
got
if you
to
don't,
we got to work on ourselves every day to learn how to control the things that we don't realize that we do have still. Is anger. You know what I mean? We
and Will
still
Smith
got to
smack,
control it every single day.
Will
Because if we
Smith
don't
smack,
learn, huh?
that Will Smith smack. He said that Will Smith smacking somebody one of these days. Yeah,
Uh,
You said what happened?
Will Smith when he smacked Chris Rock in his face.
that was just more of an ego thing.
Yeah, but about the smack in the face. Though, look what happened to both of them. Will Smith got shat on by everybody, and Chris
Okay.
Rock. People or was it was Chris Rock, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
and everybody was on Chris Rock's side about it because who acted like the mature adult? Who acted like the man?
Chris Rock.
Chris Rock acted like the man. Who acted like the emotional teenage girl? Will Smith.
Will Smith.
And
All day
Will Smith's
long.
career is going out now. I mean, people don't want
Well,
to work with
because
him and
I
shit.
was being even though. I was actually being even in that situation, but I still was holding Will Smith accountable. But I was just like, well, I mean, everybody can't control this. I was disappointed in Will Smith because I see you trying to do motivational speaking and all that stuff, and I didn't expect that. But
right.
it's like I could push it on the wife at the same time because we already know that she done kind of probably egged it on because he was smiling at first. We seen the video. She was smiling at first till she
Mhm.
gave him that look like, you gonna let him say that? You know what I'm saying? That's when he did that. But I was just saying the human side, just being on the human side, that I can see why he probably did that because it's like he been going through all this pressure all this time. But then again, like he still got to be held accountable. He's still wrong on that end. You know what I'm saying? And I would say that Chris Rock half and half. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know about that, but because he was cracking on. I mean, even though that's his job, so I couldn't really hold him all the way because that's what he do. So I kind of okay. The more I keep thinking about that now, yeah, I can't put nothing against Chris Rock there. You know,
Chris did
I
Right.
can't
nothing
do
wrong.
that
Hey,
because he was
Chris
doing
Chris
his
because
job.
me,
That's what he do.
Chris did nothing wrong.
He ain't
But
do
you
yeah,
see,
nothing
the
wrong.
thing
You're
is,
right. I
Will
was trying
Smith.
my best back then. When I was thinking about it, I was thinking evenly, but yeah, I think
Nah,
yeah, Will Smith was wrong.
Will Smith. And the crazy part about it was Will Smith was the guy that was speaking all this positive shit, and then his wife keep playing him. So and then he did that for her, and that's back to our conversation earlier about if she touched a wife in the club. So imagine that, right? You would lose a life over a girl who don't respect you
Right.
because
He
she
smacked
respect you.
Chris Rock, but what he was really smacking was that red table conversation about the entanglement.
Exactly,
Like Chris
exactly.
Rock was just there. That wasn't who he was hitting. He was
Oh
mad
man,
and hurt. You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
like when something like that happens in my life, I don't have to have a conversation with the accuser on the internet for the whole world to see,
That's what they
or
say.
with the
That's damn
perpetrator.
right.
You know, like he straight up had to take that conversation in front of the whole world. Like that would wreck almost any guy. I don't care who you are. You know, we can all say we're bulletproof, but the whole world knowing you got cucked, like you're Will Smith. Like, come on now. Like, that's what he was mad about. He wasn't mad at Chris Rock's little joke. And
He wasn't. It
if
looked good.
anything, the joke, if we break it down, he was making a comment about Jada being equal to G.I. Jane, who was one of the, at the time, that was one of the most powerful women roles in cinema at the time, was G.I. Jane, showing that a woman could be a Marine. So it's like, yeah, they made fun of the baldness, but he's making a reference to a huge icon that was very for woman empowerment. And it was a light joke. I mean, he could have been way worse. And it was super light.
Bro, all I can say was that Will Smith as a man, he lost my respect that night. Well, he lost my respect before that
I
with
ain't gonna
the
say
talk.
that with me.
But when he
I'm
smacked Chris Rock,
forgiving.
he definitely lost my respect. I was like, damn, bro.
He a human, man.
Damn,
Yeah,
homie.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? He lost my respect, but I can't take nothing away from him that he did make good music and he did good movies. So I can't take,
Yeah.
we all human, like you said. I'm gonna give him grace because at that moment he lost it. You know what I mean? We all can be in that moment at that time.
That's what I was thinking about. I
At
said it
that
could have
moment.
happened to any of us. That's the reason
Right.
why I'm
You know
giving
what I
them
mean?
grace, because
But
that could have happened
this
to
is
one of
Right.
us. And I don't want
this is the
everybody
thing though.
bash me for making the wrong mistakes the whole time. Shoot, I'm a human. Shoot, I reacted that night. I learned from it. I'm pretty sure he ain't made no excuses because he did apologize. He did all that.
Mhm.
He didn't make no excuses about it either way. So that's why I respect him a little bit more because he did apologize for it and he actually held himself accountable.
I don't, and this is the reason why I don't, because remember he was with the monk. He was in the monk for like 6 months. Like he was with Jay Shetty. They do the monk thing where they go and they meditate and all that stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
he have more emotional control than every other man that I know.
I mean,
And to walk over 50 feet, it wasn't a small distance. He walk a long while. That'll take a lot of thought.
But even the ones that are
That was like
going
torture
through that
myself.
process, you know what I mean? You still got to come home to pressure. You still got to come home to stress. You still got to
facts.
come home to kids. You still got to come home to family. You know what I'm saying? You got to live in your reality. And sometimes your reality overwhelms you, even the best of Christians or religion. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times people don't put themselves in those type of environments. Once you become that type, okay, now I know California is very stressful. I know that being in the limelight that I'm in, I got to learn how to take myself out of that equation. So now instead of you taking yourself out, you put yourself back into the fire. You ain't gonna make it out once you get in that fire because one, you ain't been out long enough to strengthen your belief. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and just like when I know everybody say, we know about Christianity or whatever. It's just like when you get saved. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're gonna do, step out there. You might drink a little bit. You might go out to the club. But when you really get serious about it, you can put something gonna start changing in you on a day to day basis. So then you'll find yourself not going to the club, not hanging out with the same people. So now you're gonna start surrounding yourself with other people, like minded people. Think about Will going into back to home where his wife done slept with somebody and it's public. Your son is doing God knows whatever. Your daughter is doing whatever. So now you got triple whammies on top of you. And then you got the stress of your contract of making
Facts.
a movie. That's stressful. I can imagine it's stressful. I don't know personally, but I'm just assuming. I'm just giving you my opinion. So all that piles on a man, a human man, that's stressful. So you can say you're a monk. You think about these monks don't even come out of the mountains. A monk walk around here in America. You don't never see one, do. So that's why I say, and I feel what Kev said. I give Will grace because he's human. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I
He
agree.
got a lot of stress on him. I give
I,
grace to any man that got that type of pressure on him. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
that was an emotional reaction that I respect.
Yeah,
I'm not.
that's
I
how
said
it
he's
is.
human. I respect it, but like I said, like for a person who have that much, where speak that emotional control, I get it. We are humans, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
logically, let's break it down logically. He
Okay.
walked 50 feet.
Did you say you was? Hold on, we gonna spin the block real quick. Did you say if somebody touch your girl's butt, you gonna beat them up or something, right?
But this is the difference, though. He smashed this girl. The dude that smashed the girl was not the guy he hit. He hit a
You
different
right.
guy.
You got a point on that. But he was about to find his sick self and beat him up. But he okay. Oh, let's talk about that then. Disrespect. You was just talking about that. I love how I can just spin stuff back around.
And I'm
You
with you.
said that he disrespected your girl though.
It was comedy. At this point, she was fair game though.
You ain't gonna
She
be
was.
thinking about that.
Hey, hey man, Will got cooked. Like my man said, Will got cooked. Yo, I can't. I don't respect Will, bro. And I was as a fan as of Will Smith, not the actor, as the man himself. I respected Will.
Yeah.
And when he got
And
played like that, it kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, bro. Damn, homie. You was
I
the
respect
man,
Will.
homie.
I respect Will not only just for his music, his acting. I respect the fact that he ain't left his wife. He gonna fight for what he loves. You know what I'm saying? And you seen that she made this public. Everybody knows. You're man enough to say, you know what? I'm gonna push this. Well, we don't know the whole story behind it. We just see what we see. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? They still together. They making a appearance, going to different games, and whatever the case may be. So for that, in a way, I applaud you, but in a way, don't be a fool at the same damn time.
I was just about to say on that. I don't know, but now that when it comes to that part, I think I respect him more if he leave. You know what I'm saying? Because she dangerous. I
Exactly.
can tell. She been putting him through a lot of stuff, and it seemed like he's not strong enough to leave because he's scared to.
Who's that money?
It's something he's scared of. She got some type of chain on him, man, because she been embarrassing this dude for years.
Well,
Yeah,
And
she's got Tupac hung
I,
over his head, is what she's
I could
got.
look right. I can understand like doing it for the family, but that girl,
I thought it
she's
was
not.
deeper than
She
that.
ain't it. She's just
She
not
ain't
it.
it.
It's something that he wrapped around with her though, because she doing. He seemed like a real good guy though. She got him wrapped around her finger for real, and that ain't cool. That just ain't cool.
I think
Because
it's
Because
going a
there's
little.
entanglements now and all this
Yeah,
stuff, and she been literally saying some wild stuff on there like, and sometimes he don't do what he's supposed to do in the bed. So, like, why is you saying all this stuff?
exactly.
Like, it's
She don't
obvious
respect
she
him.
done lost respect for him. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
mhm.
of
saying?
course she does.
So he must don't
So
respect himself enough to get out that relationship though, because like once a woman you lose a woman don't respect you, that's the one thing a man requires from a woman is
respect
respect.
Mhm.
all
Even when they
day.
say it in the Bible, you got to get respect from the woman. You supposed to love, and you love the woman. You know what I'm saying? You love the woman, and she respect you. You know what I'm saying? She don't respect that guy at all.
I know. They can raise
Nope.
the
I don't
family
know now,
together. They
but
can
I know the
co-parent
last time I
together
heard it though.
as they can co-parent out of the household and still be respected. It doesn't have to be a toxic breakup. It can be respectable, and be, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be hostile, but they can respect and co-parent in a different household. Because respect is everything, bro. And amongst your peers, as a man, speaking as a man, my respect is everything for me.
Well, how old is the kids?
They grown.
Goddamn grown.
Because
Yeah,
I was
they
about to
grown.
say, if the kids grown now, I don't. I was just about to change it up now. I can see right if you stand for the kids, right. I can understand that, but if they 18 and grown, that's when you should be able to, you split up. And I can understand because like it's no longer about your happiness and that all that situation. You got to actually take that to the chin. But if
Willow.
huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying it. But if it's just for like to if the kids is grown and all that stuff, and you still taking the same stuff that's going on in the family because I don't know what's holding him around her finger and stuff. That's when it's like it seems like he don't respect himself anymore. You know what I'm saying? If he keep getting disrespected by her and still trying to continue that marriage on.
But I think she got something over his head.
Yeah.
There is something that is being said or something that has been done behind
Okay.
closed doors, behind, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes. I believe that's the only reason why he's staying. I don't think he's staying because of the kids. I just threw that out there because I know Willow and Jada, I know they grown or whatever the kid's name is. But anyway, I know they
It's
grown.
close.
So, you know what I'm saying? It got to be something that she's holding over his head, manipulating the whole situation. You know what I mean?
It's
And, you
Louis.
know, I ain't gonna say Illuminati, but I ain't gonna say that.
I
Yeah,
say
I mean,
that one
my
right.
thing on it is that I don't hate Will Smith at all. I mean,
No,
honestly,
I can relate. He's a
I've
good
got a
guy.
ton of the dude's movies in my house. I mean, that guy spent more time with me in my childhood on VHS than than my so-called parents and whatnot. So it's like you know, he is a great actor and he's done amazing things with his career, in my opinion. I mean, shit, he topped the music charts without a single curse word. I mean, in the rap genre of all things, you know, I mean, the guy was headlining every movie, you know, but what, as a fan watching this guy, watching him be a male role model just by the nature of his roles and how he carries himself, the problem I have is that he showed when he needed strength, he didn't have it. And that's not like a final nail in the coffin. Everybody's allowed to stumble, you know, but it takes strength to do the right thing, and the right thing wouldn't be to smack a comedian in the mouth for being a comedian. Now, you're on the street and that comedian smacks your girl on the butt. That's a different environment altogether. But you know this comedian, everybody knows each other, you're all Hollywood elites, you're there, everybody in the audience knows that something could be thrown at them, and he lost his strength to keep his decorum, to represent himself as a man. He acted emotionally, and I'll remember that when I'm looking at him in the future, but I'm also waiting for a moment for him to show strength again and have it, because I want to see him redeem himself. I want to see him pick himself back up, because he was a great role model. I mean, who in this room can sit here and say what Will Smith did publicly with his movies or anything hurt them growing up? You know what I mean? Like, the dude is a good example, and I can't wait to see his moment of triumph. Like, we got to see the fall. I just want to see the rebuild now. I'm waiting for that. I hope for it.
But like you said,
Well,
like
yeah,
and I feel that too. It's just like I feel like how what BK said, we don't know what was going on through his mind. It is obvious that it was an emotional response. We already know that though for sure. But it's just like, who's to tell who can, how that you supposed to be stronger than that? Like, we always say that to one another though. That's why I be saying, well, that's where the grace got to come in. Of course we know that he. And we gotta think about it. He been going many years without responding to anything. Like, everybody been talking down on his wife. Everybody, even though his wife the one put him out like that though. But I mean, all these many years he never said anything. But I mean, I
right.
can understand why he picked. I mean, and I would say that's kind of coward that he did pick a small guy, and now he want to smack them after all the people that been saying stuff. But it's like I don't know, I'm like in the middle with that situation. Like, I think like before I was like in the middle and stuff. It's like I want to get him grace, but then it was like a up and down situation. It was like, man, I don't really know what to say about that. But I'm pretty sure he was going through a lot when he did that.
Of course.
And I think his wife most definitely have a big part of why that happened to him and stuff. So
And that's how it always is. You
Man,
know,
it just goes to show you got to be careful. You got to vet those women, because a woman can make
back
a
to that
king a
again, right?
peasant. You know what I mean? Or she can make a peasant a king.
yeah,
And we're
I
watching
agree,
as
but she
Will Smith
fine.
is
She
going
was
from a
fine when
king
she
to a
was young.
peasant. You know what I mean? She's
Hold on,
strong.
hold on. But you said make a peasant a king.
Yeah, because she can motivate her man to go out and succeed. A woman has that ability, has that power. And
What?
if they don't,
It's the
then
other
they're
way around,
generally
brother.
doing the opposite. They're
I
trying
don't
to
know
break
about
you
that
down.
one.
So it's like you got to be
Yeah,
A
careful
man can make
about
a
what
woman a
you take.
queen. A woman can make a man a king.
Well, I guess we're just going to differ on that, because I'm a believer that, a successful man generally has a woman behind him providing the right kind of motivation. There are outliers,
So
but
you
generally
saying, well, you
speaking, in the
saying,
general aspect of life, the average man to be a quote king is to have that respect in his house and have a woman who's got his back, who's ride or die.
so
And
you saying a woman can make a man a king? That's what you're saying?
yeah,
that's
by
what
the
he said.
by the what she whispers in his ear. You know what I mean? Like, at least for me, my life is way better now having my wife supporting me and pushing me in directions than when I was leading myself and just doing whatever the hell I wanted. You
So you're
know,
saying she lead. So
So
you're
a
saying she's
woman can
leading
teach
you.
a man how to be a leader.
you guys are finding little words to try to hang me up on here. It's a
Mm-hmm.
it's
I'm
a
trying to
it's a
see something
two-way
real quick.
street. This situation that I'm bringing up, a successful man can marry the wrong woman, and with a guy we view as a king, and she can break him and bring him down to nothing. And then another woman can marry a guy who has nothing, and she can motivate him and push him, and then he becomes that quote-unquote king in our society. So I'm not saying that it's only the woman's job. I'm saying a woman has the power to do one or the other. She can support her man and help push him, or she can inhibit him and hold him back. And that's the point that I'm making. You know, I'm not saying that my wife is leading all the decisions of the household. That's not the point. The point is that when I struggle, she pushes me up and says, "You got this. You can handle this. This is within your abilities." Instead of saying, "You know what, you're right. You're not going to make it. Let's just figure out something else that's going to work in the right now." You know, she pushes me to strive for more. And the right woman you marry will do that. If you marry the wrong one, she's not going to feed the right energy in, and it's going to have a negative effect, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with the part that a woman can either make or break you. But as far as make you a king, you can make a woman a queen, but a woman can't make a man a king, right? It's we they take our last name.
Yeah. I'm not denying the bigger picture that you're painting.
I know,
I'm
but
just
that
pointing
matters
out
though.
those details and the
It
importance of
matters.
vetting a woman for your wife. Is she going to be the kind of woman that helps build you up? Because I didn't come from money, so I wasn't a king that could be tore down. I was a peasant that could be built up. And I found a woman who was willing to take that journey with me, not one who was going to fight me every step of the way, blow all my money every step of the way, make me feel like everything's my fault when she's not putting in the effort. You know, like just different, type of women have different motivations. I found one that was motivated in building a life,
I feel
not,
like I got
not
another thing then. Let me just put it this way. So, say if there's a dude that was already a king, right? And you said a woman got the power to break you down. I think a true king can't get affected by a woman trying to break them down because they know they place. I mean, they know they stand on what they already is. Because they have that confidence, right? Your confidence so high, a woman should not be able to break that down because that's how much. That's just how leaders are. That's how kings are. You know what I'm saying? It's no way that just imagine a real king in the situation and the queen like, man, you were a something. But then again, he turned her from a peasant to a queen. You see what I'm saying? So he already got his stance. I'm the one that made you. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's no way that queen can just be like, okay, now that you made me, I can talk down and make you feel bad, and then it don't work like that because he stand high where he at already. So
Yeah,
that's
you
how I
said
look at it. Like it's no way. Like you already gotta have that mentality already. I don't think that somebody can. I mean, I understand they had like the dojos. You can sometimes the cricket can bypass the grasshopper can bypass the whatever I don't forgot what the thing is, but I don't know. I don't know. I gotta see. That. I think you gotta already be like a king off rip. I don't know about that. I can understand getting motivated, but
like a woman's job is to mentally stimulate a man spiritually. She protect you spiritually, right? And she help you. But I'm not
because
saying
it'd be like,
I'm
this
not
is
trying
how
to
you should
disqualify.
lead me. That's what it seemed like to me. It'd be like,
Yeah,
it's like it's only so much she can show you. I don't know how to explain that though. You do this to me right here, and when you tell me this, you point over. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't
I
know.
respect. Yeah,
It's only so much. I feel like only your father can teach you that, right? Another man can teach another man, or I mean, I don't know, man.
Here's the
yeah.
thing. We talked about an actual king, okay?
Yeah.
Kings and stuff, when that was the thing, uh, studies have been shown that the queen primarily pushed for war because of her natural perspective, knowing that women aren't the ones who die in war. And there have been kingdoms who've gone to war because the queen wanted it to be that way, and that king ceased to be a king after losing that war. That's an example, a real life type of example of the woman removing his king status through her own motivations. But I'm not talking about monarchy in the sense of a woman's going to build me from being a McDonald's worker to being president of the United States. That's not the kind of context I'm working in. I'm working in being the king of your life and mastering your domain that you're in. So if I had to constantly fight uphill and drag my wife through this whole process and everything is a battle with her because of who she is, that's going to make my job of establishing my status and the things that I want my life even more difficult versus me vetting my wife and having someone that I see is going to be there to push me forward in the moments when I struggle. That doesn't mean I struggle indefinitely always, But there's moments in every man's life where you feel like you're at a roadblock. And when you're at that roadblock, your wife can either help you get through it, or your wife will help you stay right there. And that's the point that I'm getting at. Is you need to vet the woman in your life and find out if she's going to really support you and push you in that sense. Because that's what I was saying about a woman can take a king and turn him into a peasant, versus she can also take a peasant and push him into being a king. It's not her actually making you that way. It's her showing you can do it, and then you just, not even showing you, just illuminating the idea that you can. A lot of men suffer, from my own experience, with their own self-image and their own self-esteem. And a woman can help you see through that you're worth more. That doesn't mean she defines your worth. You go and define it, but you're going to have someone whispering good things, pushing you forward in your ear. You're going to have someone telling you bad things, holding you back. I want someone who's going to tell me the good things and push me forward. And that's what I did.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong.
The only thing I would say about that part of it was the fact when you said she uphill battle, right? The uphill battle part of the conversation was you gotta come back down to choosing again. You choose the woman you want who gonna help you get to where you need to be. So there's no need to fight uphill battles when you can make the right choice, because you got that choice to make. You could be the poorest man in the world. You still got that choice. It's still your choice to choose who you want to choose to help you go where you're trying to go. Because whose vision we trying to get to? Is it her vision or is it your vision? Or is it our vision? Right? It's
For
her
me, it's
vision, your vision, and our vision. Because she got her likes too, and her needs, and her goals. But at the end of the day, your goal should be, because usually men see further than what women see. Women see today, maybe tomorrow. But for the most part, men see 10, 15 years from now. We see the world. We're visionaries. We see the world further than what a woman would see it. So she would more to come into your world and be not a helpmate, but as far as more like a helpmate. Because it's your vision, then it's okay, honey, we're gonna build this thing together. But for the most part, it's your vision. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm definitely not wrong on this one.
I don't think there is a
One more
wrong.
to add on it. I feel like if they are, in order to teach another person to be a leader, or I guess automatically think about leader when we say king. I think they will already have to be a leader already to teach somebody how to be a leader.
I
That's
just
how I
don't.
look at
I
it.
don't think it's wise to think that we are always going to be making the correct step, or that we always know what to do just because we're the lead or the king in the relationship. I think that it's important to be able to reflect with your wife on the decisions you have to make, and weigh out the consequences of those actions, and get a perspective from, if you're married to this person, you've decided you're investing in life together. So when I decide to do something, I don't ask my wife for permission. I ask her for her thoughts, because she may have something in her mind that she sees that's not even on my radar. And it's important for her to bring these things up and bring these perspectives up, because it might have an effect on the decision I make, because I may be making a decision that's not going to be beneficial for everybody, because I don't have I'm not thinking of everything. So, it's like, I wasn't trying to say that a woman is going to lead you and hold your hand and pull you away. Hey, here's your crown, and put it on your head. Now rule. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, a woman's either going to see you struggling and think, how can I help this man? Or see you struggling and think, this man ain't shit, and I'm going to make him realize he ain't shit and he needs to do more. And I'm saying those two types of mentalities can either make you or break you. And I think that that's an important thing to understand about a spouse.
I agree. But the fact of leading, she can say, like, for example, I would run my ideas with her, but I'm still gonna make the decision at the end of the day.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly.
All right, I'm gonna let AJ go after this though, but I'm gonna use an example, right? Since you said that, like I said, let's kind of go back into that confidence topic we did maybe last week. I think I built myself up so much, right, that, and like I said, I know where I stand on, right. So I don't think it's not a word or whatever that my wife can tell me to make me feel less than the man that I already is. So I'm saying I already is, whatever.
Yeah.
I can't because I built like because my confidence is because I know who I am. You know what I'm saying? So the only way she can probably belittle me or come with these words or something like that, and I break in, or if I break through, like, dang, you baby, why you made me feel like I would have to be like not as strong as I thought I was. So if she can be able to have the ability to do that to me, that means I don't stand strong where I'm at. That's how I look at it is because my confidence is at that level where I can't. That's like a person on the street. Like even like I could understand get your feelings hurt stuff like that. Of course, my mom probably could do that or whatever because I'm got a connection with her. But it's not going to make me feel any less than the man that I'm already is. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to feel like a peasant because I know what I am at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I know I got more to bring to the table. All type of stuff. So it's like it's all about it's a confidence thing, and I can't see my like I said, everybody different. Everybody got their own definition though. But if you stand stronger where you at and your confidence is there, nobody, including your wife, can't bring you down where you at. They can't because you that type of person that they can't tell you anything different because you know who you are. So nobody can't tell you who you are. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, but I don't know, but that's how I feel. Well, go ahead, AJ.
What up, everybody?
No, Asia.
So, man, what's the deal?
I ain't got my headphones in today, so I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh
Um,
no.
nah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I definitely hear y'all, 100%. But I think at the end of the day, not everybody's for everybody. So you got to find that person that kind of works for you, right?
Right.
And as a woman who's raised mostly in matriarchy, right? We are taught that we are medicine, right? And that's not in the context that most people are going to take that, right? Now, granted, we already know I'm not straight. But the point is that I was still raised within the same values, which meaning, right, when we say that we are medicine, if
Yeah. Uh,
I'm saying
all right, AJ. Going in now.
if I'm bad medicine for a man, I can destroy him, right? And it's nothing about what your decisions you make. If you make a decision I don't like, let's be real, I could nag the shit out of you, I could annoy the fuck out of you, I could do all sorts of stupid shit,
You can see
right?
the
And
you
then
can
we
see the
already know how
streets
the
after that.
system's already
What the
rigged.
heck?
You can always, yeah,
You see what
you
I'm
can
saying?
just walk
No,
away.
but let's be real.
Only a
Let's be
weak man
real.
sit
That
there
is a
and let you
fact.
do that. It's just that's just being real.
No,
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 I don't.
no,
I
no.
do it.
I'm not about to let my you
Right.
think so you okay, that's what I'm about to say. That's where we going wrong at. You
Well,
saying
why?
she said she had the ability to nag the mess out of you, right? And you sit there and take that. What that say about you?
Well,
At the end of the day, I'm interrupting your peace.
So I
For how
got
long?
okay. Look, I got either the choice to walk away, right? Especially if I don't want to go back and forth because I know everybody got their days, right? I got the choice to walk away, or I got the choice to kick you out the house. It's one of the two, but I don't have to sit there and take it or feel
Not
less than a
saying you
man
have
because of what's coming
to.
out your mouth.
It has nothing to do with feeling less than a man. I'm talking about a woman's perspective, right?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm
Yeah.
So
saying it
to
is.
us, this is what that is, right? Now, unfortunately, you have some women who want to be bad medicine, and that's what they do, right? But at that same token, like Mr. P was saying, right? We also have the ability, right, to be good medicine. And for him, his wife is good medicine. She pushed him, she didn't fight him. She nurtured him, she nurtured that environment for him to get where he needed to get to. Correct, Mr. P? Yeah.
Yes.
That's all that's being said, right? That's why I'm saying find the person that works for you. Because there's some people out here who are just bad medicine. And those are going to be the women that are going to try to destroy you, right? It doesn't matter that you leave, right? What's to stop her from calling and accusing you of some shit? That happens all the time, does it not?
Yeah, but
Does
I
it
mean,
not?
in
We
the end
all
of the
have
day,
these conversations.
but the end of the day is if you gonna lie,
So
that tell the person you are. So if that's
it
the only
does,
result, if that's the only result it
but
can come
it's
to,
still
but the
medicine.
proof, that's the beauty of America, right? That's another beauty of America
Yes.
is the justice system works sometimes, and when it works, it really works, right? So that's why you gotta be a king and be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're a leader, you have contingency plan in different situations, right? So you protect yourself from all different scenarios,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why betting is so important. Like when a
Yeah.
man that leads his relationship, he know he chooses because he chooses the person that's gonna fit him. You don't just A lot of men just end up in relationships. They don't plan their relationship. They just like they start talking to a girl and they start dating 6 months, 6 years later. They don't really choose the girl they want to be with. Most men don't do that,
That's
right?
what I'm talking about. What he's talking about is what I'm talking about when I say a woman can be bad medicine. They just
Yeah,
Yeah.
of
went with
course.
whatever.
Can I give you an
This remind me
example?
of that demasculating topic I went in somebody's room about too. Even that, I feel like demasculating, that's something that's a self thing. I don't think nobody can demasculate, whatever the word is. They can't demasculate another man unless he allow it.
Emasculate, yeah.
Right.
So I look at it. It's always gonna be a self thing. Nobody can't sit there and be like, "Hey, you this, and you would this or whatever." That means you already almost felt like that already. You know what I'm saying? It's something inside of your internals or inside your mentality or something like that. Nobody can't. That's like I said. That's like that. I made you happy or nobody made you anything. This is how you're responding to somebody else. Like I said, I'm big on this. Like I'm big on an accountability thing. We can't blame our confidence and all this stuff on somebody else because of what we lack in. So that's why I say ain't no woman can sit there, or especially my wife sit there and say that, hey, I'm gonna make you less than the man you are, unless you allow it. That's all I'm saying.
Hmm.
Well, I think
I
once
can
you
understand the encouragement, right? I can understand motivating all that stuff, but when it comes the opposite way, I can't see that. I don't know. It's a confidence level, like I said. But go ahead, BK. Mama.
it's like once you become one with someone, you know what I'm saying? When you become one with a woman, you know what I'm saying? And I can only speak from my experience, and this is just one of my perspective. When you're in a marriage, some things you let your guard down sometimes when you're in a marriage. All right. You're
Okay.
not this tough person once you doing this pillow talk. You start doing this pillow talk, sometimes it can be, like you said, it can be motivating and it can break you down. And when you become in a marriage, you let your guard down in some shape, form, or
Shit.
fashion. So now this woman know how to get to you emotionally. She know how to get to you physically. She gonna know how to get to you mentally. Because what you're doing, you're letting her know everything about you as a person. A woman know how to tap away at that armor that you got, a shell. She know how to tap away at that. She gonna know your deep, darkest secret. Some women will use that to get under that armor and kind of destroy your whole perspective. That's why a lot of these men are hurt by certain women. Now, the good men, a good woman, is not gonna do that. She gonna take you, well, make you. You can be strong, come in this relationship strong. You can, and then you realize that some things that you realize that you ain't worked on. You ain't even tap it in. So she would know how to say, well, baby, listen, hey, you got this. We all need that woman to motivate us to go that little bit further because sometimes we want to give up. Sometimes we like, man, I don't feel like it today, bro. You know what I mean? But you got that one woman say, baby, you got this. And it gives you life. She gives you another life, gives you another notch that you can go a little bit further. You know what I'm
I,
saying?
I
So,
just I just gotta disagree. I just gotta disagree, and that's why I
I
speak
feel
what I
you on that
speak.
too. But I
You
get you
have
on
to
that.
be you have to have a mission, and that's why I say women gotta come second or third in your life because you can love her to death, but she gotta come second to your mission and your purpose. I know Kevin don't like the word purpose, but your mission and your purpose gotta be ahead of her, because if your whole life depend on how she feels, because remember
oh,
women are emotional, they fluctuate, depends how they feel. As a man, you gotta be stern and straight and see where you're going. So you got your purpose, your mission, and then she's right here, and she can support what you got going on. So when the days when it's tough, your mission, you got a mission to complete.
yeah, but every day you're not going to feel like doing that mission.
I understand that, but the mission got to complete.
Don't that go back to self though? Like
Yeah,
even
but
with this,
it's when you got a woman, when you got somebody that's motivating you, it's nothing wrong with someone helping you get along to the next step, the next level. There's nothing wrong with that.
Here, let me give you a personal example so you can see exactly what I mean from my perspective on this. When my wife and I were first together and we had one child, I had a labor job, making decent money, paying the bills, and that was good. I had my GED because I failed out of high school. All right, and my wife was looking at me. She was saying, "Is this what you want to do for your whole life? You want to just do labor? And she didn't say it in a condescending way. She said it out of way of genuine curiosity of what I saw for myself. And the person who I was at that moment was someone who couldn't foresee that I was intellectually capable of more than what I was pushing myself through. Because my whole life up until that point, and this isn't trying to blame, this is something I accepted from what reality taught me, was that I was not smart and that I was not intellectually capable of competing with others. The school system taught me that I wasn't that kind of smart. I'm physically capable, but I'm not the smartest. And she talked to me. She said, well, I just watch you with what you do. And she's like, you're very intelligent, regardless of what it says on paper. She says, if you ever want to go to college, I think you should, and maybe find something that will more fulfill your life than just being a laborer. And she wasn't complaining about the money. She wasn't complaining about the work hours. She wasn't beating me up, telling me I'm a horrible piece of shit. What she did is she questioned me in a way that made me question myself and what I am worth and what I'm willing to go and achieve. And then when I said I want to go back to college, but it's going to require me to quit my job and work nights at Walmart. And you know what she said? She said, it's cool, I'll pick up another job and I'll pay the bills while you go and chase this dream to build us a life. That was her directly helping me become the king that I feel that I am. And it was all through positive curiosity, genuine love and curiosity that motivated me to even do that. She didn't go to school for it. I was the one that went and showed up 15 minutes early, made sure I was the last person out, made sure I sat dead center up front, wrote down everything that was said in class. But I wouldn't have done any of that. I wouldn't have found out these abilities that I have if she wasn't kind enough to even shine the light on it. She could have just said, oh, this guy's going to be a laborer forever. Screw him. I'm going to go find myself someone who's got more money.
Just about
And
motivate.
make me happy.
She pushed you to the point where she didn't push you too hard. She didn't push you softly. She just pushed you firmly enough to get you to that next spot, that next level. Because in some point of your mind, and we all have it, we all done it. Man, I don't feel like doing it. I don't want to do it because I'm this, I'm that. But some shape or form or fashion, she spoke to you so gently, you got it, you understood it. You know what I'm saying? Some women are not capable of it because they will tear you down before they try to push you. Because some of them are self-absorbed, self-conscious, and
It's
insecure.
I respect what you're saying, but remember, women are their nature is for protection, right? Their nature is
Nurturer.
not to
They are
their
nurturers.
their nature is, and their nature is for protection from the best man they can get, right? So they want a man that can protect them. So that's why they said. That's why I don't know if you've heard the term says women wait at the finish line for the best man, right? For the winners, they wait for the winners at the finish line
Yeah.
because we are disposable people. Men have to compete every single day, all year in this world. So we can come out there and say, okay, boom, we can find a woman and protect her and give her what she wants, and she can come in and help us. But that's good for you, bro. That's good. That's a very anecdotal experience. But because that other woman would not go that route.
That's what this is like. Agent said, you have to find the right woman for you. Vetting in the beginning of the process, you find out if this woman is for you or not. Because if this woman motivates you, this woman is with you, as they say, a ride or die. If you
Yeah.
got one of those, you got to hold on to it. Because for at the end of the day, now certain situations happen, now you got to let it go. But at the end of the day, if you got that woman that's gonna be by your side no matter what, hey, you got to hold on to that because you ain't gonna find too many out here that's gonna motivate you. Or you already motivated, but there's nothing wrong with having a little bit more motivation. She gonna nurture that. She see your potential. Sometimes we don't all see our own potential. Sometimes.
I
Yeah,
understand.
that's the there you go again.
So
That's women nature.
I think the
Right.
point of reason why I got the pushback I have, right? Because I'm trying to build the mentality of, especially for a man, right? Build the mentality that if a woman is able to tear you down And or you know, I mean, I get to build you up though. If she's able to tear you down, that's something that you got to work within yourself because it's like she dang near got full control of your confidence or your lifestyle and stuff.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
want people to be able to build like even if you did fall short. Some days you might fall short, like dang, I let her get to me or something like that. But you need to find a way to where that she just like no different when I talk about emotional control and all that stuff. You need to find a way to not be able to be like we was talking about Will Smith, right? Wrapped around that finger and all that stuff because of oh you were no good or something like. If she able to do all that stuff, that's something that you got to look in within yourself. Because like I said, I don't believe in that emasculating stuff, man. Even though we try to say that they got the power to do all this, but I feel like you supposed to have the power enough to become strong in your life. You know what I'm saying? Where they don't control. I mean, I understand all of us got it's different levels, right? We might all need it a push up, but once you get pushed up, you got to learn how to stay stern in that situation to where you can't fall back. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like
But
to
I don't
where that
think you
she
should.
ain't got
Oh, I'm
control of
sorry,
your
Asia.
situation. Like you should be a strong man, and I think she would respect it. Respect that just in general. But everybody they own. But I'm just saying in general, I don't want somebody that have control of your life. Like, dang,
That's too much power.
I can either get boosted or demasculated one day, depending on what my woman say.
But
It
that's
shouldn't
just
be
a
like
power
that.
that women, and that's power that women have, brother Kev. Not to cut you off. That's just a power of that's just a power of what women have. We have that power to manipulate and make you think certain ways. Hence, how many men are in jail right now because of a woman.
Facts.
We have that power even in the home. You could come in mad. I always say the woman sets the tone. So I try to be the happiest in my home. I try to hold it together. I try to keep the peace in the home because we set the tone. If you come in mad, we're going to have we're able to make you feel better. If
Right.
I'm mad, oh baby, the house I ain't cooking, I ain't cleaning, we all mad up in here. We're going off. I got an attitude. The whole tone of the house changes. But
Hmm.
I don't want it to be. I don't want your I get your message, but I don't want your message to be betrayed as look. Don't let her have that control over you. If a woman is putting you down and is not supporting you at your lowest point, don't only
Hmm.
don't only stay and be like, okay, she ain't got no control over me. I'm not gonna let that affect me. I would leave personally.
That's
I
what I'm
would
saying.
definitely leave that woman if she's not pushing you to be better, if she's not pushing you, if she's not understanding that you have a lot going on at this moment and you guys are expected to hold it together and take on most of the tasks of the relationship or of the home. For instance, for example, when my spouse during COVID, a lot of companies laid people off. So my spouse got laid off. I told him to use that time to finish studying to do his, because he worked and went to school. So I told him to use that time to finish studying for his test, to take his test. And he'd be like, oh no, I need to go get a job. No, no, you don't. We good right now. I'm able to take care of it. You focus on that. And he says to this day, I really appreciate you stepping up to let me take time off from working. Of course, also during COVID, they was giving out unemployment. It wasn't as much as he was getting paid, of course, but it was something. So I was like, look, that's something right now that can contribute to the household some way, but you need to focus. You need this time off to focus on just studying, not having to go to work, because that's why you're still a year in on taking your test from graduating, but still taking your test because you're trying to work and provide. So I said, no, don't get another job. Don't just do anything because you want to provide. No, take these exams. And now look, now he's in his career. He passed those tests because he was able to take that time. That's what a man needs. You need that supportive woman because it's important for us to
Hmm.
help push you guys. It's very, very important for us to support you and be there for you.
Yeah, I agree with the support. I agree with that 100%.
That's all I'm
But
about to say. That's the
have
only
to
part
be
I
very,
agree
very
with that.
he have to be determined as a man to set the tone. Like I'm going for this. I'm going for this.
But
But question for you, Mr. P, how did you feel to be that vulnerable with her, to give her that much power over you?
Well,
So that's what that was.
to be totally honest with you, with my wife, when I decided I wanted to be a husband, first off, I was fully committed like at that moment. And so I don't have these lingering thoughts of if I expose myself in this way, can it damage or end my marriage? I don't feel that there's anything really that's going to end my marriage as far as how my own personal behavior, unless I go out of my way to hurt or be malicious towards my marriage. So that is the where it could end. However, I didn't feel vulnerable. I felt refreshed. I felt empowered almost, because I was someone who felt that all I was good for was running a shovel, breaking my back, being out before the sun, coming home after the sun went down, and just making sure that I got that paycheck every single week so that nobody had any issues. And there weren't any. And I could have stayed there and been happy doing that. But she let me know that if I ever want to, I'm capable of more. That she sees that I'm capable of more, and that nobody ever took the time to even let me know that I am. So it's like I was taking care of business, running how I thought I should run. She's not even really motivated, it just let me know that, hey, there's this whole section of life that you're actually capable of achieving in if you want to go do it. And if you do, I'm not going to leave you when we're eating ramen. I'm going to be here. I'm going to help you see this through. And that right there was like a shield that could not be broken. I was going to go to school. I was going to pass every class. I got straight A's. This is a high school dropout. I had straight A's for 37 credits a semester. Do the math. That's 3 times the normal load. I was at school for 9 hours a day for 2.5 years. And she stuck through it. And then we spanned out and see where we are now. All of that work that she put in, she got back with no intention of getting it back. She was just doing it out of the kindness of her heart, because COVID happened. I lost my job, in my dream job. And then she was sitting at home with a new diagnosis of her body, and she felt without purpose. She felt lost. I don't know what I'm going to do, because I worked hard to get a career and now it's gone because of my body. Instead of saying, you know what, she's not appropriate for me anymore because she's got a little bit of negative attitude, I did for her what she did for me. And I said, well, what can you do, and what do you want to do with what you can?
Mm-hmm.
And when we started a business, and now she can work at home laying in bed, not hurting, doing design work, and I'm running a printing business. And we're only here because we both supported each other in our low moments. And that's the key. So I didn't feel vulnerable. I felt strengthened. I felt bulletproof. There's not going to be a single thing that's going to stop me from passing this class. I'm not coming home saying I failed a test. None of that is happening, because I have this person behind me. She was just like an infinite fuel source for me. So maybe that means I'm not an alpha, whatever. I don't care.
No, it's not the
I
alpha.
took care of business, and things are great.
I
And
mean, that's
I know that I
okay.
have the
That's
respect.
That's
that's
all
not
you gotta
alpha.
do is admit.
But that's vulnerable though. That's to open up to that person to
Hold
give
on,
them
I'm gonna
the
I gotta
authority.
let AJ go real quick. I'm gonna let
All
her
right,
go.
good
Then I was gonna say
relax,
something real quick
brother.
too.
Thank you.
That was definitely vulnerability.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are good. I'm following the conversation pretty well, but I think when we are very independent, right? We're focused more or less just kind of on our goals, what our mission is, so on and so forth. It's real easy to be like, yeah, no one's gonna trump that, nobody's gonna ruin that. But we forget the practicality of a relationship. You get close to people, you get vulnerable. It happens
Right.
to everybody. It happens to the strongest dude, the strongest man I've ever met. It happens to the strongest women I've ever met. It happens. People can destroy you, right? Because at the end of the day, as independent and as strong as I like to portray myself to be, let's be real. I'm not that 365 days out of the year.
Right.
I have my moments that I can't be, and that's human, right? And it's in those moments that I'm talking about, where if a
Mm-hmm.
woman is bad medicine for you, she can destroy you if she's the wrong one,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because at first, she's not going to portray herself as the wrong one, right? She may tell you everything you want to hear, so on and so forth. 2 years down the line, right? Now you had kids, you've done everything else, and she may change. She may become
But
that bad medicine, and you may not have that strength immediately to jump ship. It's going to be hard because you're going to justify it. You're
But
going to justify it.
this is
It
the thing, right?
happens every day.
That's what
Every
men
day.
need to understand.
That's funny.
Like this is what women say. Watch what they do.
But this is what I was about to
What
say
I
though.
said, that's what we do. I said that
Watch
can't
what they
happen.
watch.
That's
Watch what they do. Don't listen to what they say. Women are emotional. So what they say and what they do is two different things.
It's the same thing.
So
Shoot,
what
I
I'm about
agree.
to
Because
say, I got
sometimes
a
we might snap on you, but we really love you. We really mean well. No,
Exactly.
that's
don't listen
crazy.
to
So I
what I
got a
said.
question for all the
Disregard
dudes
that part.
then.
The Lord knows my heart. Now let me stop.
I'm
Watch
just
what they
throwing a
do,
little
not what they
I
I
say.
got
analogy.
a
love you,
question
but
for
I'm gonna
all the
give you these
dudes
burnt
then.
ass pancakes.
Right, AJ, right? Don't
Y'all
worry
pissed me
about it.
off. You didn't do the dishes last night and then give you these burnt ass pancakes. I love you though.
Right. Look, I didn't say nothing to you. I ain't go off on you, but baby, I ain't gonna cook for you. Pay attention to what I do, not what
Pay
I say,
attention,
baby. No.
exactly.
That
Don't care
part.
what they say. Watch what they do. It's
And
that's a key with women. Watch what they do, not what they say.
Hmm.
and Kev, the reason
So
I
I got a
brought this topic up and we're still going on about it is because I feel what you're saying, and I want to
hey,
agree
I got a question for y'all
I
too.
do. But my own anecdotal experience says that's not how it is for the majority. You know, when I was the single guy before I was the husband, I had the same kind of thought that, man, I'm bulletproof and there ain't really no one that can bring me down. I can go and I can do what I want. I can work hard. I can make money. I can take care of everything. You know, and then like who was it in here? AJ was saying, you know, the strongest guys when they get involved and get in a relationship, it's not that these women just come at them and say, "Why are you a piece of shit, loser, scumbag?" That's not the statement.
Oh, crap.
What
That's not.
the statements are these tiny little cuts that get put in that aren't on their face obnoxious and they're not on their face emasculating, but they're things that over a long period of time have a deleterious effect on the male or on the spouse, and it's like the you know like water, for instance. You know, water can either make a tree grow strong and powerful, or it can cut through mountains. You know what I mean? So it can do something destructive, or it can do something creative. The same water that will make an egg hard will make a potato soft, and that's all I'm saying about women is they got the ability to do either one of those. And if you are the strong man that you're saying you are, then go through the vetting process and make sure this woman isn't going to take advantage of the chinks that are in your armor that you're unaware of, because
Right.
they
That's
are.
right.
You just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
You know what I was just saying?
So I got a question then for all the men then, right?
Okay.
'Cause like I said, I do understand you can get your feelings hurt and all that, but when we come to this word destroyed, it's a whole different thing, and I take that junk serious. I understand hurt feelings, but you're talking about destroyed, whatever. But I got a question for all the men then. So if your wife or whoever if they sit here and destroy you or hurt or make you feel like you start crying or something like that, are you gonna wait till your woman say she apologized and all of a sudden you gonna man up?
Like I said, I watch what they do, not what they say. So there's
Everybody
gonna be
ain't got that
signs.
capability, but I'm just trying to see I'm
Yeah,
trying to see something real quick since they got so much power.
but they do got
Wait,
power.
what was the question, brother? Was that towards us or women? Because I ain't even hear the
It's
question.
for the men. I'm just trying to
Oh,
see how
okay.
they will
I'm
react.
just
Are we
I'll
gonna
speak
wait
when
till our woman apologize before they can uplift us so we can become a man again, or we
it's
just
not
gonna
about
if they
her
degrade us
making
or
you
something like that, we just gonna stay down and wait.
it's not about her making you a man. That's not the point. The point is she can either push you towards your potential or pull you from it.
Okay.
And
What you
we
got,
all have
Big K?
potential to be kings in our lives. And if you get someone in your life where their focus is not to help build a life you're creating, but to just maintain what they're doing at any cost, it's gonna hurt the spouse. So, you know, when I get into an argument with my wife, I mean, it sounds like you're essentially asking, when the hurtful things get said, do I sit around and wait for her to come and stroke the ego afterwards? No, I finish the argument right then and there. I don't play around with this silent treatment bullshit. If we're going to get into an argument, we're going to have it. It's going to be a good argument. We're going to get it out of the way and move on with the rest of our life. And that's me setting the tone. If we got a problem, we're going to iron it out right now.
Okay.
Because I ain't going to hop in the car and get in a car accident and something happen. You know what I mean? Like, we're dealing with it now.
Okay.
So,
I like that. That was actually it threw me. That was a plot twist right there. That was a good answer. I liked
Okay.
that one.
so that's just how
What
I
you?
carry myself. I don't like to go to sleep on a fight. I don't leave the house without
So
saying
you
love you.
setting some type of tone. You ain't letting her control the whole thing because she. I see. I'm just trying to see something real quick. But what
Now,
you got, BK?
I can say this. I mean, when I was married, you know what I mean? I wasn't where I'm at now. And I could say, and I understand what you're saying. I allowed that to happen because I didn't know who I was as a person.
That's what I'm. You see, you saying the
Saying that
exact
was
thing I'm trying to
then,
say. I
you know what I
couldn't
mean?
word it right. You
So,
would have to
uh,
allow it.
yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know who I was as a person. I was strong exteriorly, but interiorly, I was weak as shit. Excuse my language, y'all. So I let that happen. So I had to see that, okay, I wasn't as strong as I thought I was. You know what I mean? On the outside, I was as strong as I was strong. But on the inside, I was just as weak because I allowed that to happen because I didn't know who I was as a person. Now, 11 years later, shit, hey, I'm working on me every single day because what I do is I reflect on what broke me then
Right.
and I work on it today. I'm still working on it. I'm stronger than what I was. Can't no woman tell me no different. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna allow that to come into my life and tear me down. Now, when you come into this life with me, you either gonna enhance it or make it 10 times better. It's not gonna be what it used to be because I'm not the person I was.
That's
So
what
yeah,
we.
I get what you're
That's what I
saying.
want y'all
Yeah,
saying the
I get
right
what you're
things
saying.
too. So we on the same page. I hear
Yeah,
you a little. I hear
yeah.
you
I
now.
mean, but now, you know what I mean? It's like women have this power that
They do.
can easily find out if you're who you say you are. If you're this real man that you say you are, okay. Some of them will just chip it away at that armor to get because some women know where your weak spot, and our weak spot is most of the time is between our legs. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's very important to really work on yourself, abstinence.
Facts.
But they're
You know
gonna
what I'm
shit test
saying?
you. Like you're saying, they're gonna shit test you, right? And that's the thing. Like a lot of men always fail those tests.
No, I mean,
That's their nature. They're gonna shit test you
and it's okay,
because you
and
gotta be
it's
the
okay.
strongest man for them, right? They need
Yeah.
protection, so they're gonna shit test you to see if you're gonna fight the bullshit. And what happened is, I mean, feminism helped it too, but most men fall for the shit test. They would test them and they get pushing further and further until they lose control of the relationship. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? So as far as being for me to motivate me, like I said, my vision and my mission is always stronger than my relationship, and that keep my relationship stronger than what it is because she's never gonna be number one on my priority list.
This another example too, right? Because like I said, I can feel all that. They got the power, all this, right? At one
Hmm.
point in time, like okay, with my ex, right? I said, and I think I told the story a little bit before, that I mean, I was so disappointed about how the relationship was going and stuff, and I had all this love for it and all this stuff, and I ended up tearing up. Then I cheered up in the car first because I realized what I was getting myself into, and I was so disappointed that I guess I felt like I failed in my picking, right? But that was me not, not kind of. So I guess even in the house, I ended up tearing up in front of her. But then after that, I told myself, like I said, I told myself, I'm like, I will never do this again to nobody again. But even from that point, though, right? Besides that, even with working on myself and all that stuff, it's like it made me realize that I allowed that. Ain't nobody made me tear up. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can make me do none of that stuff. But I allowed that because of how I felt, my lack of confidence I had. So
Hmm.
now that it's like I said, when somebody can get to you and show you where you lack at,
Of
that's just
course.
what it is. Of course, I know it's gonna be cracks and stuff or whatever. Just like I be saying, we go to these lives. Sometimes they can throw you off your shift and make you. That's why I'm big on the emotional control and all that stuff. They can make you cuss them out and all that stuff, or whatever. But even when that happen, that's just something that you know that you gotta work harder on. Like, ain't no way somebody should be able to, control my emotions or feel me less or make me feel less than a man or more. You know what I'm saying? Any of that stuff. Like, I understand we can motivate each other. Anybody can take motivation, but when you feel like you getting belittled or something like that, you can only accept that. That's something you can accept because that
Right.
means, like I said, if you nobody can't make you belittle or whatever the word everyone is, or demasculate you. Nobody can do that. You can only do that for yourself. Like I said, that show if you like that, that show the lack of confidence within yourself. No matter how you want to look at it, that show the lack because it's showing that her words expose something about you that you didn't know about yourself. That's just what
True.
it is. That means you got to work on yourself after that.
True.
I got a
That's
question.
For
all.
sure.
I got a question for you, Kev. Because you said I'm never gonna do this again. You're never gonna do what?
I
Kira,
said,
girl, or what are
I
you
think
talking about?
I cried that time. I said I'll never cry again.
So, okay, avoidance isn't healing, right?
At that
My
time,
point
yeah,
in
I get
saying
you.
that, hold on, my point in saying that is, okay, if a man were to break down and cry in front of me, right, I can make him feel like shit for that, right? I can make him feel quote unquote emasculated if he's that fragile. Or I can understand that that's a human being, right? So at the end of the day, when you're good medicine, right, and you're around men, and one, whatever reason, decides to break down in front of you and start crying, that should not be an issue, right? The point in that being is you cannot block yourself up with all these walls because you are afraid of that vulnerability because that one girl hurt you, then you're
That
gonna
ain't the
miss
same no
the
more.
good
That was
one.
way before. I'm not like
That's
that no
just what
more.
I'm
I done
saying.
did so
That's
much
just what
healing.
I'm saying, right? It just sounds like avoidance. That's not healing. Oh, I'm never gonna do that. It's no different than
I
when women
said
are
that
like, I'm
then. I'm
never
not
gonna
saying that
date.
now. I'm
No,
just
I
saying
know,
then.
but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But it's the same concept when women are like, oh, I'm never gonna love, or oh, I'm never gonna date men. Like that doesn't make sense,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
That's
I get you.
avoidance.
I get you. But I'm not talking like that
I'm
now.
sorry,
I'm
I
not
had
talking
to
like that
call
now.
that
But
out, brother. My bad.
without the point of me
I had
saying
to
that it
call
was
that out.
showing the lack of confidence I still had within myself at that time. That's all I mentioned that though. But that
Right.
stuff I was just saying it because of whatever. I mean, I know I can cry another time. Maybe if it was my something serious or whatever like that. But we already talked about me and
Yeah.
BK and all that. We talked about that time I really would cry. But
Yeah.
otherwise I don't recommend men crying and stuff for
No,
real
no,
in
no.
general.
You guys are
Not
good.
in
I
front of
just
your
had to
woman.
point
That's for
that out
sure.
real quick so that it's not just pushed out there and people are avoiding, thinking that they're healed. That's not the same
Yeah,
thing.
but if somebody listens to the whole, that's somebody else's interpretation. But I explained my whole reason why I said that though. It was a
Yeah.
point I was trying to get out of it.
No, I get it.
Unless somebody was
I
listening
get
to
it
half
now.
this thing, that's up to them then. But I explained the whole reason why
I
I
get it
said
now.
that though.
I got you. I get it now. I just didn't get it when you originally said it. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But like you said, like she said, she could make you feel like shit if you cry in front of her. That's a perfect
Exactly. That's what I was
example.
meaning
I
about that
recommend
whole thing,
men
right?
don't cry in front of your woman because you never know
I
how she gonna
also
take it.
I
It's
also think
okay.
that you got to read the room. You got to read the situation. You know, there's
Like
times when
earlier.
certain things are appropriate and certain things aren't in that
How are you
context.
gonna just take the negative thing that I said out of everything else I just said and just be like, nah, bro. See
Because it
that?
existed, right? If
Come
it's
on, man.
if the negatives
Like,
existed, then why take that chance?
I mean, I get it, but that's the point. But the whole point of a relationship is to take a chance. That's the point. Life is a gamble. You don't just sit around not gambling.
You
Right.
You
can
ain't
do,
do nothing. It's
but
all a gamble.
you made the best decision. That's why that thing come to men again. We don't just live life; we plan our life. We plan for the worst case scenario. We
Yeah,
don't
which
just we don't just run around just
But I
play
mean,
casino with our
I
lives.
would use discretion. I'm not saying that y'all need to break down to every person that's around you. I'm just
I
saying
do.
when you find that person, you should be able to do that. But if you built up so many walls, you don't let anybody in, you're gonna lose that person.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
and I
Hey
just want to
everybody,
point
we
out
got a
too.
Kilco
Oh
up
yeah,
there.
we got it.
If I hope I said that name right, baby. I know how it feels to just sit on a panel and no one lets you in, baby. So I'm here to fight
Yeah,
for you,
gotta
darling.
go there too.
You
It's
had
okay.
anything you wanted to bring to
I was
it,
waiting
baby?
patiently for my turn for everybody to get their thoughts out. But thank you. Hey, Kev, what's going on, everybody? How
What's
y'all
the deal? How
doing?
you feeling?
Hello,
Hello,
hello. Nice to see
beautiful.
you.
I'm doing all right. I would say I hear everybody's viewpoints. Um, but I would say this: coming from a family where you don't see women basking in their femininity, when you don't really see them really being in successful relationships, even on like your father's side or your mother's side, either side, you don't really see relationships that are successful, you kind of don't really have anything to learn from. And me, coming into marriage, I had to learn unlearn a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
But I also had to
Looks great.
really just see what certain things that didn't work and certain things that did work. And the one thing I would say is, me and my husband both had to learn to be vulnerable with each other
Mm-hmm.
because we both had trust issues.
Mm-hmm.
But we also had to be able to, in times when we're both down, we had to be able to, hold each other up in those times. And hate to say it, but in a marriage, sometimes you're going to say stuff to each other that's probably going to hurt each other's feelings. Sometimes it happens.
Okay.
It happens. You know what I'm saying? It
True.
happens. And that's why the most important thing is forgiveness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you have to, when you have certain arguments, you say, okay, let's sit down when you guys are both level headed and say, let's go over what just happened. Because it could be something small and turn into something big. And y'all might mess around and laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might
Yeah.
mess around and be like, yo, we really was arguing about something that's so small. You know what I'm saying? And laugh about it later on, and say, well, these are boundaries that we just can't cross. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Some people like to, when they have conversations, they like to go sit down at the table because,
Mm-hmm.
it gives you guys a more of a level balance of, of a respect for one another. So it doesn't turn into something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you also have to learn your partner as well. Like sometimes we may think we know our partner, but it's like, do we really, really know our partner? You know what I'm saying? And that's why sometimes I ask my husband certain questions and he asks me certain questions. Even in
Right.
times when I feel like he's happy, I say, well, even if he say, oh, I'm good, I'm all right. But I'll be like, no, are you really all right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you really okay? Like I want him to tell me, like, are you really okay? So I can honestly know, because sometimes a person may say, yeah, I'm all right. And then you be like, okay. And then you don't really question it. Sometimes they won't say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes your partner won't say nothing, but sometimes you have to kind of like, get it out of them. And sometimes your man may not want to put certain things on you, which is understandable because he may not feel led to say it to you at that moment.
Right.
But he may tell you later on. But I would want him to be able to feel comfortable telling me anything that bothers him, because sometimes we may do something, one another may do something that we don't know we're doing it intentionally. And
Right.
some women really don't know really how to speak sometimes. Like they
Mm-hmm.
really don't know how to like really see what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like they do stuff subconsciously doing it and don't even realize it. And then when you bring it to them, they kind of just like, they kind of throw it off, but they're not putting themselves in a mindset to really look at themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if he keeps saying it over and over and over again, or she keeps saying it, it's like you kind of have to get what your partner is saying, because they're telling you these things that are bothering them and you're ignoring them.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to have, I had to unlearn a lot of certain things because I didn't have that example. You know what I'm saying? I really did not have that example. And sometimes, and I had to learn, I'm like, well, you know what? Instead of me like not taking accountability for things, how about I just take accountability and actually listen to him and not listen to respond to what he's saying to me?
Right.
But sometimes people are just listening to respond. They're not even trying to listen to what you're saying. They just want to listen because they want to get the conversation done and over with. But
Mm-hmm.
when you do that, now you're having a conversation for an hour, 2 hours, when really it could be 5 minutes.
True.
It really could be 5 minutes. If he's telling you that you did something wrong, or you know what I'm saying, just say, okay, I apologize, babe, I'm gonna work on it. And they'll make them feel good that you actually listen instead of trying to deflect and argue. You know what I'm saying? But some women really don't know because they didn't have any examples. And I was one of them. I had to unlearn a lot of stuff. I had to really check myself. And I had to like stop being around certain people, not listen to certain people, and not listen to people that weren't going to respect my relationship or even be supportive of the union. If they were
Mm-hmm.
trying to destroy the union, I'm not listening to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna listen to you.
So
And
I gotta. Oh, go ahead, B.
oh, and even to what you just said, sometimes, even when you think you have that good example, can't take everything to your marriage what somebody else went through. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take what you need to help build your relationship. But sometimes you have to unlearn a lot of that stuff because what may work for them may not work for you. You know what I'm saying? And so I do agree with you on that because what I learned in my previous marriage, I would take the good and take it to my next relationship. I wouldn't take the bad because I learned from the bad, but
Mm-hmm.
I would always take the good because, you know what I'm saying? We know that in a marriage and a relationship, constant communication, constant learning each other, knowing each other, figuring each other out. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that I know that I would do in my next relationship, you know what I mean, or marriage, or whatever the case may be. So
Yeah,
I agree
yeah,
with you.
absolutely,
So I got a
absolutely.
question for the ladies then. What do vulnerability look like from a man?
Mhm.
Um,
Good, good question. I like that.
Kevin cooking tonight.
for one, I mean, each man is different, but I know for mine, like, there's certain things that he's not going to tell me right away. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
But I could just tell off of how he is that something is bothering him. And anything that happens or anything that that's said that can affect our household or affect you know him, because anything that's going to affect him is going to affect me. He's going to tell me about it, and we're going to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And he may ask for my advice on certain things because I may see things in a different way than he does, and he sees things differently than I do. But in times when he just like he's not all the way 100%, I kind of don't I don't try to push him. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't try to make him feel less than because he's not at 100 right now. And that's
mm,
the one thing that I was getting from what Mr. P was saying. Like sometimes you're not always going to be 100,
mm,
and sometimes she's not always going to be 100. So in the times when I know that he's not at 100, I'm stronger. Then that's the time that I have to come in and I have to be his helpmate, because
true.
he's always going to be strong all the time, and sometimes he may be too strong. And that's sometimes why some men sometimes they have their moments and they just have a moment. And that's why when men do have a moment, I'm just like, why are you trying to make him feel like he's not a man because he had a moment? Like he had a moment. You know what I'm saying? He's always gonna be way stronger than how we're supposed to be, because he's a man. You know what I'm saying? So in the times when he's vulnerable, I don't try to make him feel less than because he's vulnerable. I still try to treat him with the same respect, even when he is all the way 100. And some women don't get that. They think he has a moment. Oh, he not a man, or he being very he being very sassy, or no, he's having a moment. He's a human. He has feelings just like you. He's not always gonna be 100. He's not always gonna be okay. You still should see him in the same way you see him when he is 100. And
Mm,
that's why some women really do fail, because they don't want to. They just think a man's just supposed to be perfect all the time, and it's ridiculous. It's like they're human too. They bleed the same way we bleed. They're not always going to be 100. They're going to have their moments.
pause. We don't bleed that way y'all bleed. Pause.
So I got a couple more women
You know
to ask you that.
what?
Even y'all in the comments, y'all can tell me. I seen lack of fear
Perfectly
of
said.
judgment. I don't
Yeah,
even
I know
know.
what you mean.
I don't know about that one. You just saying your part. You gotta show me how I look. Like you could say, I don't know.
Well,
So what you got for us, Bunny?
Babe, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't even. My spouse called me on the phone. He thinks that he's up working, I should be up too. So I ain't even hear the dang on question. I ain't. But I do want to say something. So AJ, before I forget, because he actually on hold. I told him to hold on for a second. I did want to
Hurry up,
answer
baby.
AJ's question about.
We're spanking
Look,
now.
Funny guy.
I gotta make sure I muted it too. Anyway,
No.
AJ asked me to expand on to go further in the part that I say run away from people who tell you to leave your spouse. A lot of women, we need someone to talk to, someone you trust to talk to about things that's going on, because we can't hold everything in. We gotta have somebody. I mean, of course you don't want to tell everybody what's going on in your relationship, But we gotta have somebody we gotta talk to here and there. But if that person's first result, man and woman, it ain't just one person. If that person's first result is to or first answer or solution is for you to leave your spouse, you should run away from that person. Reason why I say that is because one, they don't understand that a relationship is not a fairy tale. They don't understand that you're going to have those ups and downs. They're not giving you great advice. They're just telling you like, oh yeah, automatically run away from 'em instead of being like, okay, well, maybe give them some time. Maybe you need to take some time. Or yeah, what you did in that situation was wrong. You should never talk to that man like that. And I say that because it's easier to leave that person than to fix it. It's much easier to leave that person than to fix it, should I say. And if your closest person that you're speaking with is automatically telling you to leave your spouse, that could be a bad decision, first of all, because this could be your person. And y'all are just having a disagreement right now. But that person is going to help you walk away from your relationship. And now you're back in the single field trying to figure it out when you could have just stayed with that person and patched up whatever situation was going on. I want somebody to hold me accountable. I want somebody to be like, well, I mean, you was wrong. You shouldn't have said that to him, or what part you played in this. I want that type of friend. If that answers your question, AJ, I'm sorry, because I know I'm speaking fast on top of my Chicago accent.
No. I love that. Cause I'm the real spicy, so I don't gotta slow my brain down to make sure I catch everything. So speed,
All right.
perfect. Yeah, no, that explains a lot. I was just always kind of curious because I've heard that before, but I was just kind of like, I think it depends on the situation, which it definitely does. There's certain situations where, yeah, you may need to tell somebody to leave, but most of the time, like, I don't think I've ever told anybody to leave unless it was like a legitimate reason, like, nah, you need to get away from this person. That was probably
You,
about it.
so funny. I put up a post on Instagram and said, I'm not that friend to tell you to leave your man because I'm definitely ain't going to leave mine. And like,
Good girls
I
keep girls single.
Right. I mean, because you don't, it's just not perfect. And the grass ain't green on the other side. Why would I tell you to leave your man that you're having an argument with one time? Why would I tell you that? Because you're going to argue with the next one. And I hope the next one ain't worse than this one.
Well, I think that's like the thing is, like I said, I don't ever tell people to just like up and leave a relationship. Like I said, there's certain circumstances I will, right? Like in terms of any type of abuse, like you need to get away from that person. Male, female, do not care. Abuse is abuse. It does not matter. Get away from that person.
That's true.
But
Oh,
if it's a
yeah.
So I want to
situation
get
where
on
it's
this
like
comment.
y'all just arguing over some fucking crackers, like, bruh,
If you
first
don't
off,
go
you get
sit
off
your
my
behind
line.
down, girl, that's what I'm.
First off,
And
get
that,
off my line. I ain't got
if it
time.
ain't cheating or abuse, I'm definitely ain't recommending. If you come in just saying, girl, we had a disagreement. And for instance, I just had a disagreement with my spouse earlier today because I got so much going on in my mind mentally. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like sometimes you got to apologize, even though he pissed me off and I had a legitimate reason to be upset. I still called him and said, baby, I felt like I had a legitimate reason to be upset, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't have expressed it to you to that matter. Now,
You
even though I
apologize?
feel like he's the wrong one, I still said, I called him. We went hours without talking. First of all, y'all, we had this argument like 11 a.m. I ain't talked to this man till 8 p.m. Okay, and we was in the same house. We just walked past each other like each other wasn't there. We ghosts. Nah, but seriously though, because that
Shutting
happened.
drawers all extra loud and shit.
Oh, I was slamming cabinets. I'm closing doors loud. He done locked me out the house twice today, y'all. It was
I got
crazy.
I got two things real quick. I'm gonna tell y'all the reason why I asked that
Hold up,
vulnerable
hold up, hold
question
up. I wanted to
because I
answer
feel
your
like
question, Kev.
what the heck?
Oh, I still
Hello?
wanted to answer your question, Kev. In a
So you
minute.
want to answer?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So for
Repeat the
me,
question out loud, AJ, so I can be on the same track with you, man.
Oh, I
yeah,
forgot she
yeah.
never answered it.
So
Man, I ain't got that
I
much
told
time,
you I
yo.
ain't hear the
But
question.
yeah.
that's supposed
So
to been
Kev asked
sleep.
the
Was the
question, what
question?
vulnerability, like if a man's being vulnerable with us women, what that looks like, right? And I'm gonna make mine real quick. First, it starts with the space, right? I have to create a space to where, in the event, right, worst come to worst, he need to cry a little bit. There's no judgment. There's no nothing. I don't hold that against him. It is what it is. It's just between us.
But at the same time, it also depends on the relationship, right? I'm the type of person, I'm very career driven. I have a mission, just like a lot of people, right? So for me, vulnerability kind of looks more kind of like a partnership, right? You see me as an equal in that sense, so we can sit there, we could talk about it. Doesn't mean that I need to make your decision. Your decision is completely your own, but let's actually have a conversation. Let's talk about it, right? Let's figure out, is this a good move? Is this not a good move? What are you thinking about? Can you be open about it? That is more or less just what I'm, if I'm going to allow somebody to be vulnerable with me, is that they can be
DJ, leave it alone. I'm
unapologetically
ready to attack that
themselves.
one.
Yeah, if they just want to be unapologetically themselves, the better. That means that I did a good job of creating that space, right? That's it. But yeah, that's my answer to that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, what
buddy.
that looks like in a relationship, I don't know. I don't date men.
Well,
All right,
I
man.
mean,
Go ahead,
into
buddy, real
AJ
quick,
to
and then
that
I'm
point,
I got two
into
things.
what AJ just, I'm gonna add on this from a man perspective. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even with being vulnerable, I still got to be able to trust you. If I don't trust you, you can create all the space you want. But if I don't trust you, I'm not gonna be vulnerable. Period.
'Cause loose
With
lips,
nobody.
shit.
You know what I'm saying? So if I can trust you, then I'm gonna be vulnerable with you. That's the first thing. We got to be able to trust each other. Can I trust you with my deepest, darkest secrets that I know that you would not take it no other way, other place than to your heart and to your grave? You know what I'm saying? So that's the first thing. That's the only thing I got to say.
You
That's
know,
from
vulnerable. Dude, what's the meaning of vulnerable? Vulnerability. That word out the way. What does it mean to be vulnerable?
trust
Kevin, what does the
and
word mean?
vulnerable.
What does it mean to be vulnerable?
So what does it mean?
It really is
I mean, I know what it
vulnerable.
means. I just want to hear people say it.
It's exposing yourself to someone attacking you or using it against you or harming you with that. That's what that is. And most men, if not all men, because I'm not a man, so I can't say that. Most men, if not all, do
Yeah.
not want to show that. They don't want to make it. They don't want to show that it's easy for them to be attacked at this moment. And just like AJ said, I think BK said that. I'm not sure. I wasn't looking at the screen. I can't remember, y'all. Short term memory that fast. Y'all don't have kids. It's terrible. Make you have short term memory. No, I'm just kidding. On top of smoking that Mary Jane. No, seriously though. A lot of men will not show that side of them unless they trust you for sure, because they have to trust that you're not going to use it against them. They
Yep.
have to trust that you're not going to kick them when they're down. And if you're and I have no problem with my man showing his emotions and expressing that he's sad at this moment, if something is hurting him. Or why did you just text me that? I have no problem with him showing that he needs some special care and some support right now. And that actually means a lot to me when you do get to that state, because it takes a lot for you guys to get there. It takes a lot for you to trust that woman in order to get there. So it actually means a lot to me when he does show that side.
Hmm. Okay. So now I can get these out real quick. I only got a couple minutes. But so I'm gonna say the reason why I asked that was because I was trying to see, because a lot of, from what I've been hearing lately, it seemed like that the only way that women see vulnerability if a dude cries or something like that. That's the reason why I asked that. So I was wondering if one of y'all gonna say that he's gonna tear up or he's gonna cry or something. So I guess y'all didn't fall for that. So the other thing is, I want to get on what Rashida said. Not to go all the way back. Um, and it's like a common. I feel like it's like a woman type answer, anyways. I ain't trying to put it out like that, but it seemed like a woman. I knew she was about to hop in the box too. Kiko, let me switch you out real quick. I'm
Hey,
about to shut
actually,
down after this,
leave a
anyways, bro.
Kiko. I've got a dip, so leave a Kiko. I can
Okay.
jump out.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all the feedback. You all have a wonderful night. Much
Oh yeah,
love.
for sure, man. I'll be on
Have a
tomorrow,
great
yeah.
night.
And I'm okay. So let her up. So let me go back to that first one, right? Uh, let me see this first one. Vulnerability is strength. So with that, that's why I said with that, right? With both the things she said, they said vulnerability is a sign of emotional intelligence. I feel like like I said, it's like the common like, and I'm not trying to put it like that, but a woman will put it out like that though. It's literally a double-edged sword. We gotta realize that's dangerous just to put it out that broad like that, show that it's
It's a
strength
risk,
and it's that because it can be the opposite too.
and it's
You know, because
risk.
if you're so vulnerable that you can't control your emotions and stuff, you know that's like a lack of emotional intelligence. And then you're so vulnerable, it can show you could be weak too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like it's literally a double-edged sword. So it depends on like I can get what you mean depending on the timing and the place on when you're doing it or something like that. But in general, I don't. It's that's literally a double-edged sword. So you can either be strong or weak, or you can be emotional intelligence or not. You know what I'm saying? Or lack emotional or lack emotional stability. That's how I
It's
look at
it's
it.
it's not about you though, Kev. It's about the other person. Because now you open yourself up to this person, and depends how they take it. So you're hoping she might take it in a way she gonna take it as strength, right? Or if she take it the opposite way, like the girl said, AJ said, she can use it against you. So now you open yourself up to this situation where it's up to that person to treat you how they want, and it's a big risk. But I mean, but that's how you feel love though. Love is on the other side when you open up and become vulnerable to actually feel the real true love. But it's
Yeah.
risky.
No, it's not
It's
risky. It's not risky.
what?
No, it's not. It's about you vetting, learning that person. If you learn someone, you know when you can be vulnerable with that person. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you first meet someone, you're just not gonna just open up to that person when you first meet them. When you say, "Okay, babe, we're going down this next road. We're going down this next step of word called marriage," you know when you get to that level, you still got to. It's just like once you get married, it's still it's you like you starting all over again. Now you really got to know. Okay, are you a wife or are you still this girlfriend? You know what I'm saying? So you have to learn that person all over again. Even when you're married, it's like learning each other all over again once you're married. So when you're dating, you're not just going to open up to this person just you dating. You're not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know in your mind, okay, can I trust her with this? You don't give her all at once. You give her little chunks, little piece. You don't give her the whole thing because then you can say, okay, I'm gonna wait a while. It's about taking time. Can I trust her with this right here? And if you see that you get into an argument, she throw it back in your face. You know you can't trust her. She's going to tell everybody else. You know you can't trust her. So it's timing. You know what I'm saying? It's
So
all
you think
about you
you could
getting to
be
know that
too
person.
vulnerable?
No, well, I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Right,
Hmm.
but it still open yourself up to attack, and that's what I'm saying. It's open to the. It's so now when you become vulnerable, it's the other person's. Now you're open to the other person for the other person's. What's the word I'm looking for? How how they gonna take it?
That was fireworks.
But it's still open to the
So can
person,
it?
right? So, like for example, you proposed. Someone proposed to you. Everything is going good, and okay, I'm married to this girl, and he proposed to her at this planned this whole thing out, and he proposed to her, and she said no. That's crushing for a man who planned the whole thing, right? Because now this is the most vulnerable stage when he said, "Okay, I'm gonna ask her to marry me." And then she said no in that moment.
So
Right.
yeah, I hear you.
That makes a
I
lot
can
of
hear you.
sense. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Can y'all hear? I can only hear the boxes, can't hear. Okay. Drop out real quick, sis, and come right. Oh, yeah, drop out real quick and come back in because the comments can't hear you.
Hmm.
I just don't want her part to be missed because she's making some great
She,
points there.
oh wow.
She is. But the word vulnerable means susceptible to attack. Let's not forget what the word means. It's just you're open to attack, right? But it's a beautiful thing when we can be vulnerable and then it's reciprocated. Like somebody can show you and appreciate the vulnerability. But so it's on the mercy of the other person, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but to become vulnerable, I mean you're pretty much open for attack.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I got a question
Yeah,
for the ladies then. I mean, even though I got one answer already from BK, so I'm just trying to see. So, well, just for everybody, ain't for the ladies, but BK already answered it. So I'm gonna
one
ask
second,
y'all:
brother.
do you
Go
feel
ahead,
like?
speak, Rashida. 1 second, brother Kev. Let us speak just so we can make sure we got her. Because I don't
Oh,
want her to respond back to you.
oh yeah,
And then,
Captain, go ahead if y'all can hear me.
can you guys in the comments hear her? Go ahead and tap it. And while we could do that, we're gonna go ahead because these likes just been sitting here. I know y'all can support for free. Come on, tap this screen. Let's get those likes up while we sitting here to see. Okay, you guys can hear. Okay, perfect. Let's get some shares. We got 19 people in
Oh,
here.
no, they
If
good.
you're
They
on a
good. I'm
panel,
about to
do
go to
not
bed
tap the
after this.
screen because it only hurts his live. It doesn't do anything. You can give gifts while you're on a panel. And you can put hashtag FYP in the comments. That will also help spread it. And if you're on a panel, you can also share it out. Let's go ahead and share that out. We got a nice amount of people in here. Let's get everybody to share to at least 5 people. It's sitting at 12 shares on my side. So let's go ahead and get it up. Kev ain't want to turn comments off. I'm the type person to do that. So since we don't do that on his live, we're going to go ahead and get those likes. Y'all are sitting here. Literally, I can literally have my eyes closed and tap the screen. You guys can do the same because we really appreciate all the free support that we can get here. So let's go ahead and get those likes up. Please, I'm gonna be sitting here watching it. Y'all don't want me to cut off the darn no conversation to tell y'all to get those likes up. I don't want to hear that. I hate hearing that when I go on panels and stuff. I don't want to hear them cutting it off the conversation. It'd be interesting. All right, guys. I really appreciate all you guys, all you beautiful people. Thank you so much. And like I said, everybody share it to at least 5 people that you want to be in here that's up right now, doing nothing like we're doing nothing. Thank you guys.
And I know
Lady
we the
host.
crash can party, but we only got about a couple minutes. Uh, I'm gonna be. You can share for tomorrow, but so I just got this question. I already got one person already answered it. Do you believe have you ever I'm gonna put it this way. Okay, I guess I gotta ask for the women then. Have you ever run into a guy that was too vulnerable?
Yeah, and I don't want no soft. I'm just playing.
There it is.
I'm just trying to see if such thing as a vulnerable guy.
Oh no, that was your little soft man, you little bit. No, I was
There
playing.
it is, nigga.
No, we don't do soft.
Yo.
We don't do soft men in Chicago. I'm just telling you. I allow that down here in Houston. In Chicago, that ain't flying. No, I'm just kidding. But no, you don't want a man being too soft because you expecting him to hold it together. We both can't be crying.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm
I,
just
I
gonna
Go
leave
think
it
ahead.
right
You
there.
go last. I don't want everybody biting
I
off your
love it.
answer.
I
I
think
love it.
vulnerability is the capacity to open up. It doesn't mean you open up at all or on day one, and you may open up fully, but I don't think it speaks to what happens after you open up, and I don't think it speaks to how strong you are emotionally.
I think it's your ability to open up. If I never open up,
Some dudes
because,
ain't got no problem.
huh?
They open up in 2 seconds. I'm just saying.
Right, and that's their right. But what happens after that is doesn't define vulnerability. It's the ability to be able to.
Hmm. That means you're comfortable with that
Some
person.
people easy. How's that strong? If they easy to be opened up, it's like a
Do you
It's
like? I
like a
susceptible. It's
loose
susceptible.
goose or
It's susceptible
something. You can open me
to
up with a
women.
rub. The heck?
I mean, because sometimes you feel comfortable with a person and you open up because sometimes you got to get it. You have to get that out of you to in order to start to heal. Sometimes some people don't even think about it. They don't care who it is. Long they want to get it out of them so they can start the healing process. Do that make them weak? Sometimes I think it does, but to each his
All
own.
right, let me ask it in
That's
this
no,
way
I
to
think
then.
there
each
has
his
to
own.
be a
Have you ever
balance.
run into
Like,
somebody that was
Yeah.
too comfortable?
Yeah. So what?
Have you anybody run into somebody that was too comfortable? Then let's put it
no,
this
I
way.
know
Then
what you
I'm gonna
Oh
mean.
get
yeah.
to the
Like,
bottom of this.
Oh yeah.
you ever talk to somebody for maybe like the first time, like you didn't even meet them yet, and they're pretty much telling you everything that they're battling with, and like what they're
Yeah.
going through, what they're dealing with. That kind of does scare you a little bit. It's like, oh, like let
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
just kind of hold back a little bit because you got a lot going on. I feel for you, but this is, we just met. This is a lot
I
to
mean,
take
that
in.
ain't that strong though. I thought the dude was
It
being
built
strong. You know what I'm saying?
it built
No,
trust, right?
not that kind
Vulnerability
of
build
way. That kind of
trust,
can look a
but
little,
it's
He opened up. He was comfortable with you.
Vulnerability
Yeah.
comes from a place of power. When
vulnerability
you're,
build trust, right?
yeah,
And yeah,
vulnerability is a strength.
it build trust, but you have to be able to.
Some
I
people
think it's
trust
a two-way
easy.
street. Like you said, awareness is important, but like I said, it's mercy to the other person because you can be vulnerable and open up to that one person, and it's okay. Like you say, here you go. You have my secrets now. Do what you will, right? Because that's the
Right.
thing. When you relinquish that power, this person have all authority over that information now. So that's where the trust. That's where the trust comes in.
I don't
And if
think
you
it's
let it,
relinquishing power.
you
Mhm.
open it means open to attack, literally.
From who? If you're telling your
Anything
story, who
from
can
anything.
attack you?
I'm
If
saying
you're telling your story, can't nobody attack you for your story.
that's what I'm saying. So
If you're
when you become
confident in it,
vulnerable,
yeah.
the information they become vulnerable with to the person, if it's real information that's close to you, yes, that's open of itself to tell
So,
expose yourself to
so
somebody else.
if we're together, I'm vulnerable with you, and you leave me. Do you take my power, or am I just hurt?
But that's the open for attack. She hurt.
Yeah, I still have
But
my
hold
power
man,
because
mm,
vulnerability comes from a place of strength. I think what you're referring to is weakness. Weakness is not
no, vulnerable.
vulnerability.
Look it up right now. It says susceptible to attack. That's why
What
this
does it say about power?
um,
You attacking me does not take my power.
What's powerful about being? I'm trying to get it.
but I'm not saying it, yeah, but at the same time, if it's gonna hurt you,
Then I'll just be hurt. I still have my power. I'm just hurt.
then how you
Yeah.
hurt? If you're power, then how you hurt? I don't understand.
Right. That mean you was open for attack. You got
Right.
hurt.
And you got
You can
hurt.
get hurt off of attack. That don't mean
What
you
You
I'm
won't
disputing,
die.
alive.
You won't
what I'm
die. It's not like
disputing is you can't take someone's power just because they're vulnerable.
Nah, you don't take their power. I don't think
but
you just
you
open
open to
for
hurt.
attack. Didn't he say open for attack?
Open
Yeah.
I
for
agree
attack.
with that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I only disagree with the power.
Oh, I don't
But
know, man.
that's a different context. So if you got attacked and you get hurt, doesn't mean you're gonna die that day, but you got hurt. Not too many people want to be hurt. That's why people don't be vulnerable. Because
Right?
hurt is powerful.
I agree.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But it's beautiful once you become when you get past it and somebody accept your vulnerability and treat you how you would want them to be when you open up to them.
It's
That's
worth it.
great.
Yeah.
It's worth it. Yeah, exactly. That's where you find trust, love, all those beautiful things on the other side. And that's fear, right? Fear is the thing that holds a lot of people back to go through that
Right.
process.
Hmm.
What I experienced in the past with low
Dang.
self-esteem, I was
Hmm.
weak. I was vulnerable, but it came from a weak place. I was
You see, you
powerless.
doing good.
So
I
that's the
Right.
wonder if we
difference.
is using the right definition. Because if you read the definition, I see exactly what DJ talking about. That is crazy. It literally said leave you open so you can pe-
It's
be
that
in a
exposed.
position where
Yeah,
other
that's what
people
I'm saying.
can
You
hurt you.
That's what it
exposing
means.
yourself.
Open up
Exposed.
for
Right.
attack. It's open.
Yeah,
You're
you,
vulnerable. Like in the military, they say, "Yo,
I
this
see what he
they leave the
mean
one
now.
place vulnerable.
I don't think we using
You're
the right
open for
word.
attack."
Yeah,
yeah,
we
we
all
on
agree to that.
yeah, we on the right word. You know what I mean? He just said open. You know, the definition just says exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed either physically or emotionally. You know
Emotionally,
what I
right?
mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. So yeah, we can be open to it. You know what I mean? But when you have your strength, can't nothing phase you. Can't nothing
I get
affect.
you. I get what you
You know what I
mean.
mean?
I'll get you on that.
But you
Yeah.
can be
So
You can
faced though.
be open,
If
but
somebody
you can
attack
have
you,
a you can be open, but you can be able to take the pain type situation.
right,
If you like, you
right.
prepared just in case he
Hmm.
turn on you, right?
Right.
Right.
exactly,
Just like my
Okay, I
exactly,
get
just
you.
like
exactly.
just like my ex-wife. She been knowing me for over 20 years. We went to school together, whatever, and we was married for 11, 13 years. She know me. She know me. She know my vulnerable. But at the same time, I done healed from that. So nothing she says to me will affect me today because
Exactly.
I know where I'm vulnerable. I know where she had me. If, when we separated at the time, she had me. But now that I'm stronger in that area, that I know where I let her in at, I know that she can't face me on that. You know what I'm saying? Now somebody new, I tell them my secret. I know where my past had made me stronger. Can't nobody attack me in there. Because now I done got my emotions intact. I done got I don't have everything intact where can't nobody, deplete that. You know what I'm saying?
And that's
For
emotional
example,
intelligence.
Right. And
Exactly.
that could
the
come with
perfect
family too. Your family can know, certain
Everything.
things that are your weaknesses. And
Right.
sometimes when you come around certain people and they know how you are, and if they see
Hmm.
that you're changed or they see that certain things don't bother you, they may try you and to
Yeah.
test you to see if you really are changed, if you're really different. You know what I'm saying? Your family can do it too. They'll test you because
My brother.
they know you well. I mean, they grew up with you all your life, and
Exactly.
if
Like
they
my
may
older.
not know you, they'll know you more than your spouse at some point, but they know you as well to test you or people that you grew up with. If they see that you're different and they see certain things is changing you, people are gonna
Mhm.
test certain things to see.
If you.
Let me see if I do this. Are they really gonna? Is it really gonna affect them?
Hmm.
And that's why
But
sometimes when people do respond a certain way, it's the best to not respond the same way they respond
Right.
because they can't take it.
and that's why
but
in
do people
politics, if people run for
unintentionally?
president or whatever, they get to their team and they say, "Yo, where are you vulnerable at? Let me know all your secrets." They go to the campaign manager and they ask them, "Okay, where are all your secrets? Let me know these things so we can get ahead of it, right?" So you're gonna protect yourself. Same thing. Eminem did the same thing with his song. When they saw the movie 8 Mile, when they did in the battle, he said all the bad things about him first.
He
Believe
exposed
it
Hmm.
or
himself.
not,
I've watched that movie
yes,
maybe a million times. That's because I also want to marry Eminem, but I'm
Oh
already
Lord.
right. So he said all the bad things first, so he took the power away from the other guy, right? So you can handle those emotions by face those fears first. But if
Hmm.
And
if
to
you if
face
it's
them,
if you I'm
oh, I'm
sorry,
sorry. Go ahead.
no, go
I
ahead.
need you to explain though. So do you stand firm that you said it's emotional intelligence, right?
Two
And
components of emotional.
strength, right? So uh, explain how is it only just that, or explain that then.
It's two parts, just like he said, the example about Eminem. To 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 make other people aware of your vulnerabilities, you have to be aware. That's the
Hmm.
self-awareness of the emotional intelligence. So that's the part that relates to you. That's first.
I gotta break it down piece by piece before you do the whole thing. So you said to make other people, you will have to be aware before you make other people aware, right? You said something like that.
Hmm.
And that particular
Which
example, yeah.
I don't know about that because I think some people don't be aware of how vulnerable they be. I make sure I don't say the right word. I don't think some people, because some people is willing to be vulnerable to people that they shouldn't be vulnerable to.
That's
You know what I'm
weakness.
saying? So that's why, because and that's all about to tap back into that emotional intelligence part you were talking about. Because some people don't know, they can't really, because they so free with it.
Right.
they're willing to express themselves to anybody, but they don't
That's
know who
not
they really
vulnerable.
expressing themselves to.
That's weak.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
All
for
right.
sure, man.
All
I'm
right,
gonna be on the
DJ,
road.
have
Y'all
a good
catch me
night.
tomorrow.
You
I
too.
I gotta go my dang on
And
self.
even, I mean, with that, I think I don't. I'm sorry, Rashida. Were you still talking, baby? Because I just heard you
Oh
talking.
no,
I
I'm
don't want
just
to cut
saying
you off.
that what he's talking about is weak. That's not coming from a place of intelligence.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning.
And
Yeah.
sometimes,
right.
even though you
Seeking
know,
validation.
yeah, although sometimes you know that you're aware of the situation and you're aware of this, of what's going on. Let's say, for instance, let's say, for instance, you lose your job, man or woman. You lose your job and you're upset that you lost your job, or whatever the case may happen, whatever the case may be. Lord, I'm getting tired. Whatever the case may be. And then months later, your spouse comes up and be like, "Well, maybe if you ain't have an attitude like that, you wouldn't have lost your job." And that's triggered because it's like, did you just really try? You know how that made me feel. Did you really just say that? Things like that. So sometimes even being aware of the situation, or aware that you may not have had, or aware of what caused you to lose your job or anything else that nature, or whatever caused you to be upset. If that person throws that at you, we're human. If that hurt you before, I think it could. And to some people, to some parts of things that I express that I'm sad about, it could still hurt me to this day. And I'm a very strong person and very self aware of the things that I do, but it probably could still hurt you or make you feel some type of way if that person decides to use that against you. But that's
So
my
you can be a
Absolutely.
opinion.
strong person and have a weak moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Vulnerability doesn't speak to how you feel. It speaks to the ability to open up.
Hmm.
So yeah, you're still going to hurt. But the emotional intelligence part about that is the self-regulation. So when you do hurt, how do you handle it? But yeah, you're still going to hurt.
Right.
You said the
Absolutely.
ability to open up.
Yes, the capacity to open up. That's vulnerability, whether you
So
open up or
if you
not.
could open up with ease, what that say about you?
If you're doing it from a place of weakness, you're just weak.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I said in the comments, like people, like it's always a few people that we may know that just always posting something on Facebook about what they're going through,
Right.
like every day. It's like every day they posting something that's going on with them. It's like, okay, like,
Is
all right,
that
like
unintentional vulnerability? Or
Hmm.
That's
I don't like I
insecurity.
don't some people don't realize it, but that's just too much. Like you're opening
exactly.
yourself,
And then they get mad.
you're
Them the ones that
opening
get
up
mad, like, what
yourself.
the heck?
You're
What are you
opening
saying
yourself
about that?
up
You only
to,
supposed to say good things.
to attacks. Like there's sometimes where you may see people on Facebook and they always in a fight every single day on somebody live. It's just like that's just too much. You're opening yourself up for stuff that you shouldn't be. Certain things you got to keep to yourself, especially when it comes to social media. But when it comes to like your spouse or somebody that you're with, and in order for y'all to have a great relationship, there's certain things your spouse should know because sometimes they may be able to read you based off of certain behaviors of how you move, but sometimes they're going to want you to be able to be comfortable for you to say it yourself, so they can feel like she trusts me or he trusts me to come and tell me that, what I'm saying. So I know how they are as a person or what we have to work on, or I can try to be a help in a way with my partner, what I'm saying. So it could be y'all can communicate because everybody's background is different. I feel like, how you grow up is a very key point of how you are. Everybody's background is completely different. And that's really a key as well when, when you're dating or when you're in a marriage, because, some people got that good side of the family and some people just got that crazy toxic side of the family. And it's just like, it's, what I'm saying? It's like, oh my gosh, I'm not used to this type of, like, I'm not used to this, and you kind of have to like work with your partner because they're like, yeah, I'm trying to break out of certain things. I'm trying to get away from a lot of stuff because my family crazy, as you can see, and some stuff do rub off on you. You've been around these people all your life. You know what I'm saying? It happens.
All right. I guess I do want to talk more, but man, I gotta go, man.
Hashtag. Look, I was just about to. I was just about to say, be
I was
serious.
about to think of something else to ask, but
Hashtag.
I was like,
I'm
no, I'm
about
gonna
to
do
go
this
to
to
sleep.
myself. That's the time I got to make sure I don't keep myself vulnerable for another. I love doing this with my topic. Just go back and use some
Terrible.
stuff. Be vulnerable for another whole hour and stuff. Be done for. But Good job. I'm proud of y'all. What the? You was watching this?
Oh, that's my brother. Good job. I'm proud of y'all.
Hey,
Boy,
what'd he
don't
do?
you be
What was you
playing
proud
You saying that
of?
for everybody or just her?
He said y'all, so he talking about
I
look.
don't know. I'm confused.
Oh, goodness.
But I
Everybody.
appreciate being up here. Everybody. Well, you need to go to bed, Rich. Anyway, everybody. Uh,
Everybody.
everybody. I appreciate your live, brother Kev. You always giving us something to do at this time of night. Ain't nothing open right now at this time but legs. So I'm going to
Ooh,
bed.
Hello. Hello.
I'm about to be vulnerable with
that's
this bed
vulnerable,
right
man.
now.
Well, that's called vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to
Man,
go be
that's
Ain't
some good
nothing
vulnerable
stuff.
with
being
You
this
vulnerable
telling
bed.
right
people
now
about
but a
that.
lonely person.
It sure will.
Oh yeah,
I
for
got some
sure, man.
words.
I appreciate y'all,
Word.
man. Y'all
You
got
gonna
to
have to
be
hold
in
those
here,
words
you
to
know what I'm
tomorrow.
saying? Well, we gonna go strong all this week. I got some stuff. I ain't gonna
Vulnerable with
lie.
the
So
bed.
hope y'all vulnerable because we gonna be
Oh
getting.
Lord.
I
What
gotta
time you
stop. I
going
gotta.
live?
Let me
You
go
going
ahead.
live tomorrow? Cause you just stopped my live today. You going live tomorrow? Cause I can't wait for my time, my thing.
Mm.
I'm going live all week, but if you
You know
getting
my
on,
stuff be
I can
triggering.
catch you right before I
What,
get
this
on.
bunny?
Ooh.
Yeah,
Miss
What's up? You
Bunny?
getting on?
my topics be triggering. Y'all know my topics be a little triggering, and people
What's
been
the
telling,
topic gonna be on?
oh,
I
baby,
like
I had
triggering.
3 people send me this topic and want me to talk about this, so because I have a different standpoint, so I know it's gonna be a little ruffle some feathers tomorrow. But
Hey,
yeah,
bunny.
let me know.
Hey,
For the
I
ladies
mean,
or for the men?
you gotta trigger people, man. Show them where they lack at, where they vulnerable at. You know what I'm saying? I gotta leave it alone.
Oh
But yeah,
man,
that's a good thing though, because like I tell people, your triggers is your problems. You know what I'm saying? If you mad at something or you feel a certain way, that means that's something you gotta work on. Ain't nobody on this app should make you feel a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? So I love it. That's why I make my stuff so broad and stuff, because I know a lot of people can't take everything. So that means you gotta do some more healing. It ain't my fault for putting the topic up. That's your fault for feeling that way towards the topic. And all these things you can look at. You better watch you a Netflix movie or something. You ain't gotta be here.
I mean, I want some people to be triggered. Shoot, it makes better conversation.
Oh man, yeah. There's a lot of stuff that happened during this week with people doing stuff on these platforms. It'd be crazy. It'd be blowing my mind what people be posting on here or
Man,
people be doing. I just be like, where people be heads be at? No,
it's just gonna be.
seriously.
That's just a
And you can
little
tell
bit of it.
you can
If you,
tell some people who's having problems because they'll start having
Mhm.
topics about things that they know they feeling.
mm,
That they
Man.
got a opinion on or something. Like the other day, this man ain't taking accountability for his kids. He don't want to pay $1,000 a month for 2 kids. Ma'am, is this triggering you? You must have your man on you must have your baby daddy on child support because this is a triggering conversation for you, ma'am. But
Don't,
we ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna go on mute. Mind my own business.
yeah, don't go,
so what you
don't be
say,
talking about
Kev?
child support. Don't be talking about child support. You're going to trigger a lot of people now. Come on now.
No,
Oh,
people
babe,
are
that
Mm,
conversation
crazy.
that's my topic for tomorrow too. So we ain't, baby.
Oh,
I
I'm
know
going to
that's
be
why I
in
said
there.
it's about to be triggering because I
baby.
want to know how everybody viewpoint is on it.
What time you going in on it?
5:30.
Most definitely. I'm in there.
I'm
But,
in there.
What time is it where you at now?
Bunny, send me a share.
Oh yeah, I'm central. Yeah, I'm central.
I
I
got to
will
get
Okay,
in
look
there.
it
hold
up.
on, homie.
So it's 10:46 right here.
It's 11:46. Okay, cool. I can catch you about an hour before I get on. Okay, that's cool.
You are all behind
Cause I
me,
don't get
so
on until like about 6:30 or 6 o'clock, something like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it'll be
Yeah, for sure.
5:30. Y'all come on up and I give y'all viewpoints on that. It's either gonna be that one or gender roles, because both of those are triggering the people.
Oh,
So
you ain't playing. She trying to go for the
Oh
real
man, you
stuff.
trying to
I've
trigger
had
me?
people really send me topics like people like, can you talk about this? I
you
sure
gonna put
can, because I
you
ain't got
gonna put
no
a
problem.
yeah,
I want somebody to touch on a. I wouldn't say necessarily her, but Brittany. Y'all don't. If y'all don't know who Brittany Renner is, but she did something wild on a
Basketball.
podcast the other night, and it was the most wild behavior
Oh
I've
my
ever
god.
seen. Like she did get triggered by a question,
Rashida
but
funny.
it was so wild. It was just like wow, and there was so many women that were supporting what she was doing. I'm just like, this is the problem right here. Like she literally just started twerking on Charleston White on a podcast, and I'm just like, that's a married man.
mm.
She had to been
Wait,
drunk.
Charleston White
Someone,
married?
huh?
You said Charleston White?
Yeah, she was on a podcast with Charleston White
Oh yeah,
in a
Brittany
boxer, and
Renner's, that's that girl.
they asked
yeah.
her one question
Bundles of
about
So,
Brittany.
PJ Washington, and she just started going off. She started, twerking on Charleston White, and he was just sitting there like, I don't know what to do. Like she just started twerking on me, and I'm just like, that's a married man. You can't
you're
do
not
stuff.
talking about Priscilla, are you?
No, I'm talking about Brittany Renner.
Bundles of
Brittany.
Brittany, right?
If you look her up, you know who she is if you see her. But she
Oh
started
yeah, Brittany. Yeah,
wilding
Brittany
on,
Renner's. Yeah,
like
that's the
she started
bundles.
going off. I'm just like, she had to be drunk because she was doing a lot.
And she
She
want
was
to
doing
sabotage everything because she can't keep a relationship herself. But yeah,
Baby, we ain't gonna talk about it.
don't
before
talk
people start
about it.
popping up
Those be
there.
the best people I love talking to. The people who either went through the situation
Oh wow.
or they trying to give advice on relationship and they single. But we ain't gonna talk about it.
Hey, what that mean? You say I can't get no advice? What you trying to say? I'm triggered.
No, 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 no. No. Some people be trying to give out
I'm triggered.
relationship.
They found my trigger. And I was vulnerable.
You so
I remember
stupid.
one.
It's like, no, let me stop.
BK. I remember one night I was scrolling. Right, it kind of tickled me a little bit. It kind of caught me off guard. I was just scrolling. You know how people lies just be popping up, and I don't follow her at all. I only saw her from that podcast she did with Charleston, and Priscilla was on live, and she was like, I don't know what she was doing, but she was like seducing the ladies in the live. I was like, what is this?
Not on the
I was
line.
like, nah. This, I was like, what in the world?
She wouldn't.
She was in a robe, and she was in a silk robe, and she was sucking on grapefruit. I was like, oh my gosh. No. I gotta get up out of here. This is not the TikTok side I want to be on. I don't even know why she even on this side.
Make you sweat.
Caught me off guard. I was like, whoa.
As well as Charleston White and a
And
banshee
he don't
Are
play
written.
you
no game.
are
He
you
going
watching the
right to the
podcast?
research.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it. Now listen,
Watch.
Why
I'm
did you
telling
do
you, she
that, Brittany
started
Reynolds?
tweaking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bundles
she
of
started
Brittany. I used to
tweaking.
lust over her like crazy, man. Of course, she was a little sex icon or whatever.
Who, Brittany
Nice
Renner?
little videos, but she ain't nothing. She ain't about. She about to like the rest of them. As I done matured.
Yeah.
No, you do.
Down below in case you want to watch. My bad.
He said, I'm really about to go look into this.
Right.
Oh, listen. When somebody say something, I'm all about doing my homework. You
It
know what I
was
mean?
really
Because
bad
Due
because
diligence.
her whole women stuff was out. It was like, oh my goodness.
Hey,
right,
hold on. Let
right.
me look up now. Yeah, we
Now
about to
it's
look
all
up
over the
Brittany
internet. It's
Renner,
like,
Charles. Oh, they popped up on Rip. They can hear me.
Yeah, because I don't like to
Ooh.
be. If somebody say something, you know what I mean. Most time I look it up. Google is my best friend. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. That's why most time I get in a live and somebody say something, I'm like, hey, can you repeat it? Because I want it to be the same way they said it. I got the microphone on Google. Say it again, so I can make sure I
Absolutely.
got the appropriate pronunciation and the words that you're saying. Because I don't want to be left out. I want to be left alone. I don't want to look stupid. I would say, me personally. Anyway, I can't.
Mm.
Don't be looking at that girl, that
Nothing.
lady.
I just trying to do my due diligence.
Right.
Due
I
Whoa.
can't.
diligence.
Oh, thank y'all for the coins. Who gave me some coins?
Hey, that wasn't the only one that she did that on though. She did it on another
I don't
cast.
know.
Bugs Bunny,
But
Funny
that was
Bunny.
the one I've never
I
seen
had
her
to
act
say
like.
it
Like
one
I
a
know
day.
she wilding, but like she started really going. I think she punched the other dude in the face too. It was all
Yeah.
from one question.
Okay, big
All
money,
he asked her
Lily.
was, "How do you feel about PJ's new deal?" And then she started just going off talking about her for JJ and how she got a tear, and then that was after she twerked on Charleston. It was like, okay.
Baby, I would have exit stage left immediately.
He was just sitting there like, can somebody come get this woman? I don't even want to touch this
You
woman.
said she been drinking?
That's it had to been she had been drinking or she was high, one of the two.
Throwing water on people?
No, she said it's twerking a form of vulnerability.
I'm not about to play with y'all tonight.
We
He
can't be
moved the
serious
thing
about
on
nothing
camera
on
out the way. He wanted it.
You can't be serious and save our
Listen, I know
lives.
his wife probably was like, "What in the HELL is going on?"
Why I started thinking when she did that? I don't know what the heck, but
Boy,
I don't even look at her the same though. I wanted to say it looked good, but it just started stinking. But
I remember when
anyway,
her content was honestly, I did support her content in the beginning when she wasn't doing all this other stuff. But then I was like, wait a minute,
I
Britt,
was supporting while she was doing this
you
back then.
gotta.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, right.
I didn't see all this other stuff that now I was seeing the good stuff that I was seeing. I was, oh, okay, girl, you do soccer, you athlete, you a businesswoman, you try to, and then it just stuff just I don't even
I
know where
didn't
it
know
came
she do all that.
those be those undercover
That's
slut
how you know what I was
buckets.
looking at. I seen cheeks and all that. That's all I was looking at. That bundles of Britney. But I'm a new man, so I don't know. That's
Got
how
these
I know
women out
I'm a
here
new man,
exposing
because that just
themselves
started.
out
I ain't
as
gonna lie.
being slut buckets and stuff, and then they be mad when people call them out. Like, babe, you done put your business all out in the street, baby.
Right. Was vulnerable and
Yeah,
then
that's
now
true.
said proud of me.
That's
Oh yeah,
true.
I changed, man. I changed,
You know
man.
who's funny? He be cracking me up. What's his name? Funny Marco be cracking me up when he be doing these podcasts with these celebrities. He had Sexy Red on there, and he was like, "So," he said, "So you be out here looking for the hoochie daddy?" She was like, "No, I'll be looking for the pookie daddy," something like that. He was like, "So when you was out there in Miami, who had your son?" And she
Wait,
was
she got
just,
a kid?
yeah, supposedly she has a son, I think. And she was just looking at him, and he was like, "What's the one thing you hate that everybody says?" She's like, "I hate that everybody says I look like Young Thug." And he looked at her like,
Mm,
"You do."
that's messed up.
I mean, that song that Sexy Red guy with what you call it? What's his name?
What,
What's the
Suki?
little boy name?
That's the booty girl, the booty hole brown girl.
Yeah, nah, I ain't with that
Yeah.
song.
Oh, damn.
But some songs I just like it was one song that she got that not it ain't even hers, it's somebody else she was on, but that's because that Chicago ratchet side was able to come out when I'm driving. I only listen to it during certain time.
Yes.
I forgot it's called SLUT Me Out. That song actually kinda go hard.
You already know them songs. There's the beats that be going hard. They be talking about the same exact thing though.
Somebody said she said something in the song about some type of disease or something about
Oh, she be
so
doing the roast. I heard they
she
put
was
that stuff out too.
supporting the disease, and everybody's like, "Wait a minute, you going a little too far now."
I think the media they make it worse though. Like, why do they be posting stuff out like that and pro? It's weird. It's like
Right,
you
because
already know
this
that's
is
a
my
bad
thing.
message. How you
They
gonna
be
put her out
upset.
so she could be the next icon like they doing that Spice Ice girl? Now everybody got her picture. If you look around on TikTok, I don't get it. People weird. That just show how influenced women can be.
I don't really
I guess
like that movie.
they officially approved that how influenced women can be for real.
No,
They
no,
got
it's
people
true though.
changing their whole picture to Ice Spice like I'm Ice. I just thought about that.
No, to
Young
me that
girls.
is crazy.
Those young gals. Cause
I know.
me
I
over
feel
here,
you,
you ain't
man. I
gonna
feel you.
influence nothing that's going on over here. Your music can be good or not good, but you ain't gonna influence nothing over here. Actually, my spouse don't even hear me listen to certain type of music because I don't want him to think I'm ratchet.
Listen, we don't even listen to that stuff over here.
I know y'all don't.
He was like, "No, no, no, no."
Yes, certain. I mean, like this is what I think about. Some of it is just a little too explicit, but it takes me back to our time. I'm gonna age myself back some. It takes me back to our time with my neck, my back. That it takes me back to Trina time. It takes me
Right.
back to those, but they was more classy slut buckets, should I say?
Now
But
they're not.
right now you
What you
can't
talking about?
even.
The booty hole brown and
It's
pink.
like I don't even want to put it on the radio. It's that bad. Jesus, how y'all
Yeah,
got
and that's what I'm
whining?
saying. They
It's
editing
that
out these
bad.
songs for the radio, which now, if you notice, a lot of songs on the radio, they allow certain words now because if they deleted every darn old thing like it used to be when we was growing up, you couldn't play none of that on the radio. Real radio edited versions, because I also worked on a radio, so we had to listen to stuff before we played it. if they was to delete every word or majority of those words out, baby, you won't even have a song. You'd be like, it, uh,
All right, Rashida.
that's what it sound like.
All right,
Oh,
DK.
it's terrible.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna do y'all the favors, man.
Yeah, I'm about to get
Have
up
a
I'm
good
gonna
out of
try
night.
to
here.
see. I'm gonna try to catch you, Bunny, for sure. I gotta check you out.
Oh yeah, oh
See
yeah.
how
I'll see
trigger we
y'all
gonna get people,
tomorrow.
man.
Everybody
That's
have
what
a good
all I
night.
do unintentionally. They don't like me. These last couple of days, people ain't been liking me in their room. They been getting mad at me. Somebody blocked me
Me
out their
too.
room. I'm like,
I had about like 6 people unfollowing me because they messed with this one girl that I ended up unfollowing because I just didn't like her old viewpoints, on stuff. So I had people unfollow me, but I care less. But I hope everybody
exactly. At
have
the
a
end of the day,
great.
you gonna track who you gonna track. I'm not looking for friends on here. I'm just gonna tell her how it is. That's how it is.
Okay,
That's crazy.
okay. But everybody have a good night. Make sure you say your prayers.
For
Love
sure.
you, brother. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you too. Appreciate you.
Always.